So, with Assassin's Creed Mirage slated to release later this year, with promises of righting the sinking ship of what was once Ubisoft's flagship titles, I decided to go back and look at the series as a whole, or at least most of it, and see if I can remind us all what made the game so special, along with trying to pinpoint where the series went wrong. The plan is simple: play all the mainline titles, not including Rogue or spin-offs like Chronicles, up until Origins, and give each of them the individual time they are due before coming to a collective consensus in one longer video at the end, hopefully finishing before Mirage releases. Naturally, this means I started by recording Revelations because I'm bad at numbers, but not to fear, I fixed my dumb and will be starting right where Ubisoft Montreal did in the very first Assassin's Creed. This game is old enough to drive, so there will be no restraint on spoilers going forward. You ready? I hope so. I was pleasantly surprised by the first Assassin's Creed when over the course of the game, I found myself becoming deeply interested in its narrative and the themes surrounding it. It's been so long since a Ubisoft studio told an interesting story that I'd honestly forgotten they could do it, but I was so engrossed in the level of nuance present in the title, with a plot willing to have just about every important character floating somewhere between the black and white that is the perceived moral compass, finding more and more gray the farther you get, only to come to, well, your own conclusions. Questions involving morality, religion, and a person's ability to grow are all touched upon in a rather short period of time, as Altair becomes a far more interesting character before your eyes while the hours pass by. This may change when I replay the other games following the original, but by the end I found myself far more interested in Altair than I did in Ezio. Ezio's story is fantastic because we watch a boy become a man in a hard world where he has to fight against the things he could have never even imagined. But Altair is special because you're there to witness a man who thought himself the master of the world around him become humble, wise, and respected by the end, all while remaining deeply flawed. Let's roll it back a bit and recap the story itself. We open with Altair and two other assassins, brothers actually, on a mission to recover a Templar artifact from a tomb under Jerusalem in possession of the head Templar himself, Robert de Sable. The mission will go poorly as an arrogant Altair will spit in the face of the tenets of his creed, taking the life of an innocent, along with compromising the Brotherhood when rather than discreetly carrying out his mission, he tries to kill Robert. It's a bad scene and only gets worse when he returns to the assassin's home in Masyaf to report his failure and the death of his fellow assassins, only for Malik to come in badly injured and with the Templar prize in hand. There isn't time, however, as the Templars followed them back and lay siege to the village, causing us to leap into action. Your skills will help the assassins win the day, but your misdeeds that led to the battle in the first place were not so quickly forgotten, as Al-Mualim will stab you, although not kill you, and he will strip you of all rank, essentially making you a novice again. You'll go through a training mission of sorts to the village to find a betrayer in the midst, which, when successful, will reward you with a basic sword and a new mission. The leader of the assassins, Al-Mualim, will tell you that there are a list of 9 targets that must be hunted down and killed, giving you the name of the first in Damas. This list will become the majority of the game from here on until the end, and to be honest, the content outside the narrative doesn't change much throughout the game, so I'd like to take this moment to cover the first target along with other gameplay quirks before we roll into a mostly narrative-focused ending. First things first, you'll be forced to ride the long, slow, boring ride to Damas, along with the other cities you'll visit, and I genuinely hate it. There's viewpoints and flags scattered around to be found throughout the open area that is the kingdom, but it really isn't much to talk about. After you've visited each city once, you'll get the option to skip the journey to them, and I highly recommend that you do so. Anyway, getting to a city will provide the first small problem to solve on how do you get in. Well, it's not very exciting, but each city has a scholar outside you'll have to save from soldiers that will allow you to blend with his friends as a way into the city. This is boring by the second time you do it. Anyway, the first thing you're likely to do when you get into a city is scale the nearest viewpoint to get your bearings on the local area and locate the Assassin's Bureau you'll be visiting to plan your missions. I really like this because it encourages you to start in each city by learning a little bit about them, but on return you'll feel as though you already have enough of your bearings, only needing to learn about new districts that open up in between chapters. Stop inside said bureau and be greeted by one of 3 different personalities you'll be dealing with in the happy one, the neutral one, and Malik, whose brother you got killed and then told him to stop whining about it. Can you guess what his personality is like? They seem generic up front, but we'll discuss them more in depth a bit later. The bureau leader will give you 3 areas of interest to search out and send you to gather information about your target. You only have to do half of the investigations, and you'll often find out half of the information less than helpful, but you never know who's got the good stuff, and that will help you during the mission, so you're encouraged to do all of them. Now, I use the word encouraged lightly because some of these investigations get downright infuriating. The late game Archer eliminations especially. These dudes go from legally deaf to fucking Terrence Fletcher listening for an out-of-tune instrument in the studio band.
Like, get the fuck out of my sight before I demolish you.
The second you start one of these missions. Also, when you get the Informer missions asking you to carry out assassinations on ground level targets, you can get caught just for fucking walking for what often feels like no reason, leading to agonizing fail states, making you do everything over again.
Oh, come on!
Pickpocketing has similar frustrations when forgetting to have your target locked before pressing B will cause you to just gently rub him rather than rob him. Speaking of targeting, I'm willing to forgive a bit of jank considering this is the first iteration of a very big system that did get better over time, but sometimes the game interprets your inputs in just baffling ways. No game, I wanted to kill the enemy I'm looking at, not this poor woman who just happened to be in our radius. When I pushed up, left, and A, I really wanted to jump up and to the left in a side eject, not back eject myself into the ground of incredible hardness, and for fuck's sake game, Altair can't swim. Can we just assume I was aiming for the pillar of life, not the waters of death? Is that too much for you to fucking comprehend? For as much good as the combat provides with things like stepping in to break the guard of an opponent and actually having the game check you if you get too bold, there's an equal amount of frustration that tells you to play it safe rather than to be bold and exciting. I don't hate the gameplay here found by any means, and there is a lot to love in that it's really the only game in the series to make flight as an exciting and necessary an option in the game as to fight. Feeling fast as your enemies fail to match your pace is awesome, and I appreciate that. I just wish in my moment of peril, I felt confident enough to be a little bit braver with my route up a building. For the most part though, that's your gameplay. Climb towers to spot opportunities, pickpocket one guy over here, then eavesdrop on some dudes vibing over there, pop by your informers to get some information out of them by getting some stealth kills on archers up on the rooftop, or tanks walking down alone in the streets. Maybe run around collecting flags that they somehow lost, I guess? Or maybe just run along the rooftops to get your guy with your info. Rounding out your info gathering abilities will be louder missions like using guards as throwables to destroy the stands of corrupt merchants, escorting one of your brothers out of the city while they're compromised and in need of escape, or follow a dude around until he's in a dark enough alley to beat him in. I must admit, I often feel bad at the end of interrogations when Altair just shanks a guy, but I guess it is what it is. You'll complete these tasks to gather information on your targets from guard placements, escape routes, tendencies, and when they'll be most vulnerable. These sometimes matter more than others, but at the end of the day, your target's life fading away in your arms is the goal, and there's no wrong way to do it. With enough knowledge gained, you'll head back into the bureau to collect your marker to signify the deed has been done, and you'll be given permission to move on your target. Alright, with that out of the way, we can talk about our 9 targets and Altair's growing understanding as it goes on. I should state that while I knew going in that I was hunting Templars, at this point Altair didn't, as he was simply killing the targets Al-Mualim presented him and he had no knowledge of what connected the men. The first is Tamir, the arms dealer in Damas. He feeds us our first seeds of doubt, but it's so early that we're likely to write it off as a bad guy who thinks he's above his own evils. He will let a thought breach your mind though, as he comments that of all those who deal in war, why was he the one targeted, stating that he's just a piece of the puzzle, and that you'll have to unravel it for yourself. All of these conversations read differently when you know how it ends, and that's what impressed me. I'd read this book before and I was still excited to see how it ended, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Tamir leaves us with a word of warning that our pride will destroy us, and at the time, I believe he was right. Altair has many faults, but the one thing that he isn't is stupid. He will begin asking questions as soon as your second target in Dr. Garner, who is one of the most memorable in the game to me. Over the course of your investigation, you'll hear whispers of his cruelty throughout the city, but seeing it firsthand is another thing entirely. The sheer fear on the face of an escaping patient, and I use that word lightly, is enough to make you squirm, but then you get something you don't expect. He has the appearance of an evil doctor to be sure, but he speaks and acts like he genuinely cares about those in his stead, although that kindness is fleeting as he's quick to switch from the carrot to the stick, even going so far as to have the legs of the would-be escapee broken to prevent him from flight. If you follow him as he visits different patients, you'll find as many who fear for their lives as those who thank him for helping them. It makes you wonder if whatever he's doing really does have a light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe the ends do justify the means. And then as you hear his last words, they will be of the people in his hospital, seemingly genuinely worried about what will happen to them. Another shade of gray to what seemed like such a simple investigation. This will bother Altair, even bringing it back up at the bureau, but that's quickly shut down and he appears to let it go, at least for the time being. Your next target will be the slaver Talal, who, again, I thought to be a simple scumbag, but he makes an interesting point that I have a hard time getting around.
Beggars, whores, addicts, lepers. Do they strike you as proper slaves? unfit for even the most menial tasks. No, I took them not to sell, but to save. And yet you'd kill us all, for no other reason than it was asked of you.
He makes an interesting point, and while my internal logic is to say you're taking the ones who won't be missed, I have to admit that while I may not entirely believe his story, I believe that he does. With the first 3 gone, you'll be given more freedom as you're given 3 new targets and the ability to tackle them in the order you wish. I chose to head to Jerusalem and take on Majadin, the tyrant left in control of the city while Saladin is off to war. In an interesting twist, he isn't like the others. He claims no noble cause for which he kills these people, offering simply that he did it because he could, and it was fun. Somehow it manages to be no less unsettling than the others you've spoken to, but for once there isn't a moral mystery to unravel, but instead the question of what connects these men. When reporting back to Al-Mualim, he ponders the question to which the master responds that being an assassin, it's only natural to observe these connections and be curious of the solution to the puzzle, but then stating that as an assassin he must resist the urge to question these things. When noting the hypocrisy of the conflicting statements, Mualim spun a web around the topic that Altair couldn't cut through, ending the conversation all while hinting at the answer. For my 5th target, I traveled to Acre in search of the city's regent and William of Montferrat, who had become a tyrant, brutalizing his people and executing prisoners. We learn that King Richard himself will arrive shortly and likely fight with William, which will have him retreat deep into his fortress afterwards. We'll slip in and lay the man down, and he will return to the manner in which others had spoken to you, believing his work to be noble. And again, what he says sounds noble enough. Not stealing food, but keeping it for rationing in the lean times to come. That his harsh punishments had led to a city without crime, and then he hadn't conscripted men to fight but to learn order and discipline. This is probably the most direct ideological battle between the Templars and the Assassins we will see in the game, where they will both want the same thing, peace, safety, and full bellies, but they argue about how to get there. With Templars willing to force a population's submission and provide these things with force, where Assassins would simply provide the tools for success and the freedom to make the right choices, allowing people to fail or succeed on their own. Both ideals are extremes, but I know which I'd prefer with only having the 2 options. In his final words, William will warn us of our good intentions and how they might lead us to a world in ruin, a concerning prophecy. After this, Altair confronts Al-Mualim and finds the connection he was looking for, and that these 9 men are in fact members of the Templar Brotherhood who seek to dominate the world. With his mind put to rest on the issue, at least for the time, we will head to the 6th target. For target number 6, Altair will ride for Damas to kill Abu Nagud, the Merchant King as he is known. Going after the man funding the war effort, and apparently stealing from the people of the city to do so, makes perfect sense, but it's not what I find memorable about the assignment. The man deserved to die, but the manner in which assassins speak to their victims in the moments before their passing, and the kindness they are taught to show, leads to an unexpected level of empathy to a person's failures. When you go to the Merchant King's party, he will display a fountain flowing with wine for his guests and encourage a toast. He will then lecture them about what awful, cruel people they are, and before long, the poisoned wine will take its effect, and he will order his men to kill anyone still alive. This sends us into action, chasing down the man who we will catch before long. In a way, I find myself moved just a bit by the words spoken as he falls his target, a sad man who's known only a life of ridicule.
Be at peace now. Their words can no longer do harm.
Why have you done this?
You stole money from those you claim to lead, sent it away for some unknown purpose. I want to know where it's gone and why.
Look at me. My very nature is an affront to the people I ruled. And these noble robes did little more than to muffle their shouts of hate.
So this is about vengeance, then?
No, not vengeance, but my conscience. How could I finance a war in service to the same god that calls me an abomination?
I shouldn't feel any empathy for a man who just poisoned a building full of people, but somehow I do, and that's saying something. Next, we return to Acre in search of Sibrand, who has become paranoid fearing our arrival. When 6 of your 9 fall, you have to know your time will come soon, and while he's right, he's nearly gone mad with fear, working his men nearly to death in the process. I've got a bone to pick with this assassination. We do our normal investigation, and while we definitely get close enough during the eavesdrop to take a shot at him, I can accept that in canon we would exercise patience and complete gathering intel for a better opportunity, but when we do go to the docks to kill him, I have a serious problem with Altair's lack of will to act. I get it, you want to show how evil this man is and that Altair has learned restraint, but when we're literally feet away from him, watching him murder an innocent, and we just sit there and watch, how is that the best approaching our target? He's vulnerable in this moment, distracted, not surrounded by his men. But no, we wait until he kills this poor man and moves back to the safety of his troops. It seriously irritates me. But as with many others, his final words leave a lasting impact. His fear of death is notable and memorable, but not as much as the revelation that he believes there is nothing waiting for him when he passes. A large revelation coming from a man who fights in the name of God. I refrained from mentioning it earlier, but after our last assignment, Al-Mu'allim would talk to us more about the Apple of Eden, explaining it to be responsible for many of the biblical miracles such as the parting of the Red Sea and turning water to wine. Sabran says that knowledge of this piece of Eden was the proof he needed to know that there was no God, and that's what made him so fearful. His last words damning, just as so many others we've taken before him.
I followed my orders, believing in my cause. Same as you.
The conversation with Rafik back at the Bureau shows a large shift in Altair's understanding of events, as well as his personal growth. Before this, he had questions, but now there's something more. Doubts. And one's important enough to speak out loud. Take a listen.
Of this and other things.
Is everything all right, my friend? You seem distant.
It's nothing, Rafik. Just a lot on my mind.
Talk to me then. Let me help.
I need to make sense of this myself first. But thank you for the offer.
It is the men you kill, isn't it? You feel something for them.
How?
Ah, my friend. You are not meant to enjoy these grim tasks. Regret, uncertainty, sympathy. This is to be expected.
I should not fear these feelings.
You should embrace them. They are what keep you human.
What if I'm wrong? What if these men are not meant to die? What if they mean well? Misguided, perhaps, but pure in motive.
I am but a Rafik, Altair, and such things are beyond me. Perhaps Al-Mu'allim can help you to make sense of it.
Yes, perhaps. Thank you, Rafik.
It is my pleasure to have served with one as skilled as you.
Our 8th target and last trip to Damascus is, for me at least, lacking a bit of the ambiguity and morality found in other targets. Jubair al-Hakim is gathering up and burning books he's labeled as dangerous, and there's no story out there where burning books leads to a happy ending, so it makes seeing him as someone to be killed all the easier. The actual mission to assassinate him, however, is a bit more interesting, as your investigation will play, I think, the biggest part in any of the missions you've taken part in. Jubair will be surrounded by followers dressed almost identically to him, but you'll be informed that he will have a pouch around his waist that will mark him as different from the rest. It doesn't seem like too big of a complication, but they will scatter and you'll be forced to view them from afar, which makes it easy to think you have your target when you don't. I almost went after the wrong target more than once while searching for my man, but was satisfied in my efforts when I found him. He tries to die on his high hill, but I found very little sympathy for a man who thinks himself above a person's right to knowledge. With the 8 fallen, we have but one left in our list, in Robert. There's something very different feeling about this last trip to Jerusalem, and that starts with Malik in the den. Where there was once hatred and mistrust, there is now respect between the two men, showing a growth in both of them over the course of our story. Our investigation will go largely the same as the rest, with it revealed that Robert will be attending the funeral of our previous target, Majadin, which will be our time to strike. When reporting our findings to Malik, we will have a last conversation with him, and something I never expected out of Altair: an apology. It's better left to his own words.
Fortune favor your blade, brother.
Malik, before I go, there's something I should say.
Be out with it.
I've been a fool.
Normally I'd make no argument, but what is this? What are you talking about?
All this time, I never told you I was sorry. Too damn proud. You lost your arm because of me. Lost Qadar. You had every right to be angry.
I do not accept your apology.
I understand.
No, you don't. I do not accept your apology because you are not the same man who went with me into Solomon's temple. And so you have nothing to apologize for.
Malik.
Perhaps if I had not been so envious of you, I would not have been so careless myself. I'm just as much to blame.
Don't say such things.
We are one. As we share the glory of our victories, so too should we share the pain of our defeat. In this way, we grow closer. We grow stronger.
Thank you, brother.
Rest if you need to, Altair, that you might be ready for what lies ahead.
The character we started with and the one we just heard really could be considered two different people, and I have to commend the writing team for such a believable evolution, but there's work to be done. We get to the funeral to see someone so obviously not Robert de Sable. I have no idea how anyone, especially a master assassin, falls for it, but whatever. You'll find out we've been duped and that we need to ride for Souf in order to stop Robert from convincing King Richard and his crusade to ride on the assassins in Masyaf. I like this mission from a narrative standpoint, but gameplay-wise, it really doesn't fit with the whole theme of the game, especially as we battle our way through Richard's camp on our way to find Robert, but I do find it interesting at least how we get our opportunity, standing before the Crusader King and declaring Robert to be a traitor. Of course, he disputes the claims, but it is decided that we will fight to prove who's right, with God obviously favoring the one who's victorious. It's not really a fair fight, but I guess either God or being the main character was on our side as we defeat Robert and lay him down to hear his final words, and troubling ones at that, revealing that there wasn't 9 who found the Apple of Eden, but 10, naming Al-Mualim as the last. We have felled 9 Templars as we were tasked to do, but there is another, and with this information we ride back to Masyaf to confront Al-Mualim. What we will find is a brotherhood turned against us as our fellow assassins will fall down upon Altair, forcing him to fight his way through them. Thankfully, Malik learned about the deception during our ride on Robert, and comes to our aid with loyal men by his side, leading a diversion, allowing us to go see our old master. He wields the apple against us, and we'll go through several variations of the fight, none of them particularly interesting from a gameplay standpoint, but cutting down the 9 is neat, I suppose. You'll defeat your mentor and lay him down. His final words that of disbelief in the student defeating the teacher, and the last he heard would be nothing is true, everything is permitted, signaling Altair's full understanding of the creed. That's the end of our story, and while abrupt, I was very happy to find myself in a position of wanting more, craving for the next part of the story in the next game. I said in the beginning, and I'll say it again, it's been so many years since they did it, I forgot a Ubisoft game could be so well written and interesting, spinning a web of intrigue and questions for you to ponder. At the end of the day, everyone you encountered had the same end goal. The only difference would be their method of getting there. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, and it's very possible it's the path every person in the game will end up walking. Overall, the first Assassin's Creed deserves all the praise it got at launch, and while I don't think it's the pinnacle of the series, if you haven't played it in a while, I can recommend it for the narrative alone. There's still quite a bit to talk about when it comes to the series as a whole, but they started strong, and I know from experience it's only going to get better. The gameplay leaves much to be desired, especially in the inconsistency of the targeting and detection systems, but it's a solid base that will be improved on in future titles. Building something this big is a massive undertaking, and it can't be understated how impressive it is to get this much right on the first attempt. It wasn't perfect, but damn it was good, and it leaves me excited to hop into the sequel. I'd like to thank you for starting this journey with me and hope you'll be following along to the end. If all goes well, this video should be out the same time next week as we begin ACO Story. As always, my outros arrive abruptly and are confusingly short, but that's just how we do it around here. This is Purple signing off. Have a wonderful night, and always remember to smile. Hey guys, and welcome back to the second part in my journey through the entire Assassin's Creed franchise in search of answers. We'll pick up, well, at Assassin's Creed 2, which is where a lot of people think the series went from an interesting title to one of the greatest of all time, and while I wouldn't say I totally disagree, I certainly have a few takes that might ruffle some feathers. No need for a long intro here because there's a lot to talk about, and there will be no restraints on spoilers taken from this point forward. If you're ready, let's talk about Assassin's Creed 2. So with Altair's story completed, at least for now, the story of Assassin's Creed will have us walking in the footsteps of another. And I'm pleasantly surprised to say that even though they didn't really need one, Ubisoft has given us a solid narrative reason to do so. Lucy, who was an assassin the whole time, rescues us, and while we're on the run from the Templars, Desmond will need training. Obviously there isn't time to do it normally, but it's been established that the Animus has what's called the bleeding effect, where spending time in your ancestors' memories can transfer you some of their physical abilities. Let's not comment on whether or not that makes sense. So they select the memories of an ancestor that has access to the information they need, but follow him from the beginning of his journey so that we can learn alongside him. This gives us a logical ability to do a gear reset, but also expand on the moveset over the course of the game, and I really like that. In the first part of our series, we walked in the shoes of Altair, a master assassin who had to grow as a person and would eventually become a mentor to all assassins. Now we're transported to 15th century Italy to follow the journey of someone who many consider the best in the series, Ezio Auditore de Firenze. I have a lot of thoughts about the story to be found here, but that's going to come after the gameplay because there's a ton of progress in between the two titles. Right off the bat, the game just feels different. Altair was born and raised an assassin, trained in subtlety with the confidence to move slowly. Ezio is a brash young man who knows nothing of the war in the shadows, but he's strong and fit, moving faster than his predecessor. The climbing feel is completely different here. While Altair felt stiff and calculated, Ezio feels free and fast, at least in comparison. And part of this must be attributed to the environments they find themselves in. Acre, Damas, and Jerusalem were all relatively low flat cities with narrow crowded streets. Italy is different, with tall, magnificent architecture and wide streets brimming with life. Look at the climbing speed difference. If Ezio moved like Altair, he'd never get anywhere in this city. Combine his youthful exuberance with new climbing techniques like the leaping ledge catch, and you have the potential to go from climbs like this to views like this. Now, that's not to say all this newfound speed makes you uncatchable, far from it. Where Altair was the fastest in any given city, the introduction of lightly armored soldiers that can outpace Ezio make escape all the more difficult. And while that sounds interesting, I think it's where they went wrong. Let me explain. In the first game, the choice to fight or flee was interesting because you may have been faster, but you were also the better fighter. Scampering across the rooftops was fun because it felt like you were a step ahead of your enemies, but only a step. And with a limited number of hiding options, sometimes it was just easier to fight a couple guys off. This feels kind of the same for Ezio, but here's the thing. Whether flight is the best option is entirely down to two things. Are there runners in the group, and how quickly can you break a line of sight? Your ability to disappear into a crowd feels fantastic when you're just an inch ahead of your competition, but often if there's no runners, it's unnecessary. You'll outpace everyone else, and you can get just far enough away to end the chase. On top of that, regular troops are now much better at pelting you with rocks to get you off buildings, meaning there's only so much ground you can cover before you're forced back to ground level. So if you can't flee vertically, and you can't outrun them, there's no longer a choice. It's fight or throw a smoke bomb. Now you can argue that you can just fight long enough to kill the runners, but they like to dance away from you in combat, meaning that you're likely to dig into an existing force at least partially before you pin them down, and at that point you might as well finish the fight. So, okay, flight may or may not be on the table in this adventure. So how's the combat? Like most of the game, cool up until a point. Your wide array of options means you have lots of cool animations to see over the course of the game. Fighting with an empty hand has a satisfying thump to it that allows the opportunity to disarm your opponents, which is useful against larger weapons that you can't counter. Your new dual hidden blades mean that unlike Altair, Ezio can fight with his hidden blades in combat. They have a narrow timing window compared to swords, but dish out satisfying kills when done correctly. High risk, high reward, just how we like it. Small blades find a balance with larger windows and still relatively high kill output. Swords are by far the most defensive, with large windows to defend against shots, but often requiring more than one counter to finish off enemies. Hammers are essentially like big swords with early game defensive stats, but do massive damage, leading to eerie thuds upon contacting an enemy. Lastly, you can grab one of the large weapons off a higher tier enemy that, while slow, deal massive damage, but are essentially throwaways as you can't carry them at your top speed. There's plenty of ways to keep yourself entertained with the combat, but after about halfway through the game, you'll have seen all the neat animations, and while getting good at dodging and peppering your opponents with strikes is fun, combat will likely become more of an annoyance than anything. Don't get me wrong though, the combat here still leaps and bounds above the first installment, for the most part, but it just hasn't quite reached the best of the series yet. Where that peak is to be found is certainly debatable, and something that I'll discuss after I've replayed all of the games. For now though, all you need to know is that the added flair this game has is certainly welcome, but lacks the substance needed to make it interesting long term. With that, let's talk about the world we get to walk in. Like I mentioned before, the cities in the first game felt very flat and samey, where the differences between Venice, Florence, and Forlì are noticeable even at a glance. While they will each feel unique, with Florence having a very wide, sprawling expanse, and Venice's canals and towering, intricate architecture providing new and exciting challenges. The new notoriety system, while pretty simple, means that you're only as famous as you want to be. The increasing awareness of guards over the course of the first game is logical, and in theory does a solid job adding difficulty. In reality, it just made getting around town more difficult. Here in Italy, you have much more ground to cover on a daily basis, and it's nice that for the most part, you can do it unmolested. There's also just so much for Ezio to do. While Altair was just simple target after target, we have Templar lairs to fight through, assassination contracts to fulfill, races to run, assassins' tombs to climb through, a villa to restore, and much, much more. We find ourselves in a broader, more diverse world with so much more to do, and I love it. But it comes at a cost. There was clearly a pivot towards a more spectacular experience, and while I think that they achieved that, it does have it falling flat a little bit. Let me explain. In pursuit of giving you a flashier finish line, they took some of the corners off the track, and on a first playthrough or even a second, that feels good. It feels like you're doing something that's so cool, but on repeated playthroughs, you really start to notice how there's only one right way to do things, and all the challenge is just getting to that one thing the best way possible. Kind of like early Hitman games. While I do think that some substance was lost in search of expanding the game, I do think that the trade-off was worth it overall. It's a different protagonist with his own reasons for doing things. The brash and spectacular moments fit Ezio far more than the methodical assassinations of the first game, along with the fact that for Altair, it was just business. For Ezio, this is personal. I will say that this shift in ideology left the story a bit lacking, and we need to talk about that now, so let's sum up the gameplay. There's so much more to do, and you'll probably have more fun while doing it. Go and enjoy the sprawling new world they made in Italia. Just be willing to leave some time between playthroughs. So, I said that Ezio's kills were personal. Let's get into why. You'll start off as a rambunctious 17-year-old getting into a fight with the Pazzi, a rival family. It sets the tone right off the bat for what kind of character we're going to be stepping into, but there's this one little thing that irks me. The defining feature between Altair, Ezio, and Desmond is a scar on their lip, which I think we're supposed to believe Ezio gets here, but it definitely looks like this rock hit him on the left cheekbone and not the right side of his lip. And I don't know why, but this really bothers me. Anyway, Ezio will enjoy a friendly scrap, rob some dudes he beat up to cover medical expenses, scamper across the rooftops with his older brother, and make a visit to the lovely Christina, along with an escape from her less lovely father. After running some errands for your family, like getting feathers for your youngest brother, beating up the asshole who stepped out on your sister, going with your mom to see Leonardo da Vinci, and delivering letters for your dad, you'll come home to find that the men of your family have been arrested and are set to be executed. You'll climb up to their prison cell to ask what you can do, and your dad will instruct you to gather the things behind a hidden door in his office and deliver them to a friend in Uberto who will use them to exonerate the family. You'll don the now iconic assassin's uniform and take your first lives as some corrupt guards come to kill you. After delivering the evidence, you'll attend the execution to see your family released, but we start the now long-standing tradition inside Ubisoft of dead parents used for character motivation when you're betrayed and are forced to watch your father and brothers hang. It's honestly possibly the most moving moment in the entire series, and one that I think they could have lingered on a little longer, but wanted to be a little more family-friendly, which I suppose I understand. This is where Ezio's story will really begin, and I'm about to start getting vague on details because they're irrelevant to my overall point. While unknown to him, Ezio will fall into the arms of the assassin network, being trained first by Paola, learning how to move unseen through a crowd, which really is the coolest thing they added to the game. You'll then use codex pages from your father's office to have Leonardo build you your hidden blade, and when you're ready, you'll track down and kill Uberto, the man who betrayed you. With the deed done, you'll take your mother and sister and flee to your uncle's villa in the hopes of safety. He'll teach you how to better fight, but will insist on dragging you into the Assassin's War with the Templars. Considering the youth of Ezio, I have to commend his reasoning and courage to stand against his uncle's wishes here, wanting nothing more than to get his mother and sister as far away from this violence as possible, intending to sail away to Spain where they can live in peace. It's not to be, however, as Mario forces his hand riding to battle against the Pazzi, guilting Ezio into riding out to help. The overflowing rage he lets out on Vieri when he kills him shows that his thirst for revenge hadn't faded when he killed Uberto, only that he put it aside to do what was best for those around him. But with this, there's no more denying it as he's decided to kill them all. I think I came to hate Mario in this moment. Acting as a voice of reason for the boy he himself pushed to war is hypocritical at best. But what's done is done. Ezio has given up his hopes of peace as he returns to Florence in search of the lives owed him, starting with anyone who had anything to do with his family's death. His first stop when returning home will be his friend Leonardo, and I really like the response he gives him here, almost afraid of the man who walked through the door wearing Ezio's face.
But you are not the same at all, are you?
Your time in the city will be mostly dedicated to working with the Thieves Guild, led by La Volpe, to take down the Pazzi conspirators and help the Medici when they're targeted like your family was. After saving Lorenzo Medici, you'll kill Francesco Pazzi and use him to send a message to the others. Death is coming, and he wears a white hood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more will fall to your blade when it's all said and done. And this sounds like a really cool story of vengeance for those evil men when you talk about it in this way. But when you're actually playing it, the missions feel more like they were designed before the story was written, which actually isn't uncommon in gaming, but it does make them feel a bit uneventful. There's no build up to these kills. The missions literally take minutes. The longest one being the one where you don't even kill him yourself. You just finish him off after tailing him to a meeting where he's stabbed by Rodrigo for his failures. At least the one with the priest was pretty neat, I guess. You'll say goodbye to Lorenzo and head to see Leonardo before you head to Venezia, where it turns out he's also left for. How convenient. Wouldn't you know it, you'll run into him on the road there and help him flee for some guys that are there to kill you. What a good friend. You'll arrive in the city of Forli to board the boat to Venice, only to find out you need a pass to board said boat. Thankfully, Ezio's the main character, and he's able to save Miss Caterina Sforza, who happens to be an incredibly powerful woman, and gets him onto the ship. More about her later, but for now, we sail for the floating city and new problems. You'll also be pulled out of the Animus to run around the warehouse when you get here, but no one cares. You'll get to take a tour of the city with Leonardo and drop him off at his office before going to scout your next target, the Palazzo. Interestingly, when you get there, you'll see the Thieves Guild make a poor run at it and carry the thief Rosa to safety yourself, which gets you in with the local guild. You'll do some work for the guild to prepare for another run at the Palazzo. One big thing you'll get is the ability to do the climb leap, allowing you to reach new heights. Literally. Apart from that, you'll also kill some traitors and rescue those who remain loyal from their prisons. Lastly, you'll remove the archers around the place and replace them with your own, and again, this sounds really good in theory. Like you're preparing for an assassination attempt that's going to be difficult. But outside the climbing lesson, it all effectively means nothing, and you'll be going in alone for another night out scratching a name off your list. At the end of the day, if you give me a straight line to my target, I'm just going to take it. Although it is nice to see Ezio adopting the gentle demeanor of more experienced assassins as he lays his targets to rest. You'll tail a Templar meeting and learn of a plot to kill the Doge inside the Basilica, one of the most guarded places in the game, and time being short, you'll reach for extraordinary measures to get in. And what that means is using Leonardo's flying machine to do a mission that I found extremely frustrating. There was clearly a right path, and I clearly never found it. I mean, seriously, I must be stupid, because I died more in this one mission than in all the other games combined. On top of that, you'll fail to save the Doge in time, and your very grand gesture will lead to chasing an old man around a courtyard in a very unspectacular moment. On top of the assassinations themselves feeling, for the most part, uninspired, we lack the thought-provoking last words from the original title. It makes it feel a little lackluster and just fails to have the weight of Altair's kills. I certainly could have settled for fewer but more interesting targets. The next part of the game is probably my favorite, as it's the chapter during Carnival in which the city gets redressed in a festive mood that I really enjoy. You'll meet a very interesting nun who runs the local whorehouse and go through the process of getting ready to kill I don't know, somebody the game claims matters. You'll be at a party where the only way in is to wear a golden mask, and you can win one by competing in a number of carnival games. I like a lighthearted, fun environment, and honestly, this is just a nice change of pace. You'll play Capture the Flag, which almost drove me insane because of the janky setup, score some ribbons from some lovely ladies, run a race across the area, and the most fun, beating the dog shit out of as many guys as they can throw at you. Naturally, none of this will matter, and the mask will be awarded to a Templar friend, and you'll pickpocket it from him on the way to the party. Something you probably could have just done in the first place, but oh well. I bungled the mission, but the idea is to shoot the guy during the fireworks and make a clean getaway, which I'll admit is neat. Next up, you'll meet Bartolomeo and go through the usual blah blah, save his guys, get into some fights, replace some enemies with friends, yada yada, run the big bads and kill them. It's all very samey, no one cares. Moving on. I really appreciate quiet moments of reflection in games, and I thought this is what we got here. And for a moment, it is. But on reflection, it's just a little ironic. Have a listen.
Is it? It's been over 10 years since I watched my father and brothers die. 10 years hunting the men responsible. So close to the end now, but no closer to understanding what any of it was for.
You don't know what any of it was about. Well, neither does anyone else, buddy. This was a basic revenge plot that spiraled way out of control, turned into magic hoo-ha, and nobody really knew what to do with it. Or at least that's how it feels. You'll get word on the Apple of Eden returning on a ship, and you'll tail it back to the Spaniard after disguising yourself as the courier. You'll ambush him and have it out with Mr. Borgia before the rest of the assassins show up and help. And I'm sorry, but this bothers me. How is it Mario that puts Ezio down the path of tearing down Templars, and they help him all the way along, but no one bothers to just tell him what the fuck we're doing? They just sat back and watched him act as an assassin the whole time, and then one day when he's a step ahead of all of them on his own, they're just like, well, good job saving the world, welcome to the club. I don't know, man, I just think it's dumb. I think I might just be mad because I know what's about to happen, though. In the game's original cut, this is the point where they would tell you that the memory sequence has been corrupted and you'd have to skip it only to sell it to you later as DLC. On newer cuts of the game, it just plays into the DLC and you can see why it wasn't there to begin with. Here's the thing, as extra, this is great content expanding on the story and giving you more Assassin's Creed to play a few months after you've probably finished the game. When mixed into the main story, it feels like out-of-place padding. It starts off pretty cool with the Battle of Forli as our enemies march on an ally, Katarina, who I must say is an awesome character with one hell of a brave face when things get rough.
See, a certain apple indeed. Or shall I slice your baby's necks ear to ear?
Bastardi! You think you can threaten me? I'll give you nothing! You want my children? Take them! I have the instrument to make more!
Where it goes downhill is when after winning the day, you'll be stabbed and lose the Apple of Eden to a black-robed monk. The rest of the time will be spent getting it back from him. You'll start your investigation in the area and track him back to Florence where all kinds of shit is going down. Here's where it starts to feel like padding and where I become conflicted. You will have 9, let me repeat that, 9 lieutenants to kill before you can go after the apple, which, if you've been starved of Assassin's Creed content for a few months, is great because there's actually some really fun missions here. But when you just want to get back to the last hour of the game, it's infuriating. Like I said though, there are some really fun ones in here that I feel really emphasize the strengths of the game, like moving through the crowd to get behind the doctor, timing out the patrol routes of the guards, or patiently stalking from group to group to kill a man leading a book burning. On top of that, almost all these men are serving under the influence of the Apple of Eden, having no control of their actions, often expressing regret when the cold steel of our blade wakes them from the haze they've been operating in. It adds some severely lacking nuance and shows the growth of Ezio as he eases these people from our world with a kind demeanor, knowing that they hadn't wished to become enemies of the peace he strives for, yet doing what needs to be done without hesitation. It's a bit disappointing then when the final boss is reduced to a button prompt, although saving him from being burned by the mob is cool of Ezio, I guess. Then he makes this speech about vengeance and freedom before having a cool walk-off with the assassins that was so clearly intended to be the end of Assassin's Creed 2, not the lead into the final confrontation. This DLC really should have been something you can start at will after it would have been unlocked so that you can do it at the end as clearly intended. It's not that the DLC is bad, how you get to it is bad. So anyway, on to the last hour of the game. Oh wait, no, first you get to collect all 30 codex pages scattered between the 4 major in-game cities. Hope you were collecting them as you went along, unlike me in my first playthrough, or else you're going to have a great time going to get them all. Anyways, once you have all of those, you get to do a little meeting, assembling the map, and head off to Rome to kill the Pope. Wait, did I fucking read that wrong? That sounds way more like the 3rd chapter of a JRPG than a Ubisoft title, but no, I guess I was right, so cool. I guess off we go. You'll battle across the rooftops in Roma before slipping into the Vatican and jumping on Rodrigo Borgia, our final boss, and I repeat, the Pope, which I just think is hilarious. You have a magic weapon sword fight before he'll cutscene his way to an advantage and take the apple to open the vault. You'll then take him on mano-a-mano and challenge him to fisticuffs for some unknown reason. It's manly, I guess. I think a sword fight to the death is pretty macho, but whatever. Maybe they just got scared of actually having their character kill a religious symbol. I guess they wanted to portray that Ezio has returned to his search for peace after seeing that Rodrigo will never be able to access the power stored inside the vault and that killing him will only lead to more violence. It does show a nice growth in the character as he says,
"Get it over with, then."
No. Killing you won't bring my family back. I'm done. Nulla è reale. Tutto è lecito. Requiescat in pace.
Anyways, you'll win the fight and as the prophet enter the vault where Ezio will be very confused as the ancient one known as Minerva speaks through Ezio to Desmond directly, warning of a coming disaster and a way to prevent it. This game ends as abruptly as the one before it, with Desmond and the gang escaping Templars in the modern day as the credits roll, sending us into the next title. No, seriously, it really just ends like that. Pope, vault, talk, credits, boom bam, see you next year. So I guess it's my time to wrap it up too. So I'm a little conflicted about the second entry we have here because there's so much more in the moment, but so much less to remember. When you're playing as Ezio, you have a tremendous feeling of scale and the freedom to explore that Altair just didn't have. The story was vast, exciting, and for the most part at a furious pace along the way. The Assassin's Tombs, while imperfect, were fun to explore, and unlocking the armor felt like a solid accomplishment that often feels lacking in games. Templar lairs, races, Assassin's contracts, just scaling some of the massive viewpoints across the city was tons of fun, but the story is where it really fell down for me. I can't remember any of the characters besides the Potsy kid at the beginning and Rodrigo. Almost everyone who we went after felt irrelevant to the story, unlike Altair's targets. I'm still thinking about the Templar that didn't believe in God, and the one who killed for fun. I still enjoy the questions posed in that narrative, and I just get none of that in this story. It's not bad per se, it's different, and not for better or for worse overall, but it's clear the focus shifted from an exciting narrative to exciting moments. I know I sound negative, but trust me when I say I like this game a lot. I'm just a bit disappointed when viewing it in comparison to what was around it. Overall, I'm happy I went back and played it, but I was far more excited that I got to head into what at the moment remains my favorite game in the series, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Thanks for getting through part 2 of the series, guys, and I hope you're looking forward to part 3 as we explore Rome in the next chapter. As always, this is Purple signing off. Have a wonderful night, and always remember to smile. So, going into this project, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood was my favorite in the franchise. Having played the first game and the rest of the Ezio trilogy, is that still true? Well, yes, but now there's some thoughts to go along with that, but I'm getting ahead of myself here. For now, all you need to know is that this is part 3 of my journey through the whole Assassin's Creed franchise, and there will be no restraint on spoilers going into this. Are you ready? Let's go. All these years later, after playing and reviewing so many games, I've come to build up a different perspective and expectations, along with the reduced ability to stomach poorly made products which really had Brotherhood and all the PC ports really off on a bad foot with me. I mentioned this product started as a video about AC Revelations, and what I learned in that one is that these games are not prepared to work on modern hardware. Choosing to limit my frames to 165 or even 120 rather than 60 effectively soft-locked me in that game, making a particular level crash at the same point every time. Don't ask me why. When I went back to AC1 and forgot to turn VSync on, this happened. But I had learned from my mistakes by the time I had gotten to Brotherhood, having no issues in AC2, I just followed the same formula, capped my frames to 60, VSync on, and maxed out the settings. After all, when this game launched, the best graphics card you could get was a 580, and I find myself 13 years and 6 card generations later, there's no reason I shouldn't be able to, oh, well, this is fucking awful. I guess I'll just be turning that down a little bit, and sometimes still not holding a solid 60 FPS, which is frankly absurd. I fully understand going above 60 FPS wasn't really an issue in 2010, but hitting it should have been within expectations. Alright, whatever though, I'm done ranting about it now, and we can move on to more positive stuff in the gameplay. Just be aware you may run into optimizing issues should you go back and play this game on PC.
What?
My sister knows how to wield a knife.
And I am ready to do it again.
Spoken like a true auditore.
Once you get your graphics settings figured out, you can enjoy one of my favorite additions to the game in the execution streaks you can go on in combat. Combat with Ezio was already faster than Altair, but its limited system had it feeling like a chore in the late game when you were forced into boring, drawn-out fights. The combat in Brotherhood is definitely easier than the games before, but that's honestly what I like about it. You weren't losing any fights before, save for carelessness, so why prolong the exchanges? It also makes sense narratively. An assassin who strikes from the shadows and aims to be gone before anyone realizes he's there wouldn't be interested in any prolonged conflict. Combine that with Ezio's skill level being so much higher than those around him, and cutting 3 or 4 guards down in succession makes perfect sense, especially when he mixes in a surprise tool like his pistol into the conflict. This is the first time in the series you feel as deadly as we know Ezio can be in a stand-up fight, and I love it. This adds yet another layer to the game that I love as well. You know how I mentioned that in previous games the lighter enemies would dance away from you for too long to make killing them and running viable? Not here. Take out the first guard, chain your way onto the runners, and take off. For the first time you can really feel like an assassin playing hit and run doing massive damage before seemingly disappearing into the wind. That's before we even get into my favorite addition to the game in the assassin recruits. They could pretty easily be something we discuss in the narrative section, but it's something that's so fun in the actual game that I feel like it deserves to be here. Once you hit a certain point in the story, Ezio will realize the only way to conquer Roma is to expand the Brotherhood, so he'll start recruiting fresh initiates and training them as assassins. It's such a fun way of doing game difficulty because you can solo basically every mission in the game, but you can also call in recruits to get you out of bad spots or use them to create openings you didn't have before, which feels incredibly satisfying when it works out. Not to mention calling on them for support in a fight or the almighty arrow storm clearing an entire field with the motion of your hand. All these things, while not mentioned, would absolutely work towards instilling a fear in your enemies, building a reputation for the assassins, something they'd likely want to achieve were this real life. There isn't a great deal of new tools to be found in this entry, limited to, I believe, the poison darts and the crossbow. I never used the darts outside of thinking of the fact that I would probably need footage for this sentence, but the crossbow came in handy often enough and feels pretty solid. You can also collect the stuff needed for a tailor to agree to make you a heavy sheath so you can carry around those massive swords, but ain't nobody got time for all that. As far as the side missions go, we're mostly in the same place that we were last time, but if it isn't broke, don't fix it. In place of the Assassin's Tombs, you will have the Layers of Romulus, some weird furry cult that's being run by the Borgia. That's not really important. What matters here is that you'll fight through, run through, or climb through 6 of them in order to find and unlock keys you'll need to unlock this game's legendary armor, which, while pretty hot, isn't as cool as Altair's legendary armor unlocked in the Villa Vault in AC2. One interesting note that I had and would like to share with you. If you, like me, couldn't put 2 and 2 together, one of the tombs is only able to be entered through swimming up to the entrance, but when you first find it, there isn't nearly enough water to get in. While I originally thought I was failing a climbing challenge, the actual solution is to repair the aqueduct leading to the pool you need to swim in to raise the water level. It's neat, I suppose, but in reality I just found it a bit irritating. Assassination contracts make a return, and we have a new addition in Leonardo's war machines. Our friend Mr. Da Vinci will find himself forced into building various war machines for the Borgia and will track them down and destroy them. And personally, I thought it was pretty cool to see his concepts brought to life. The last new piece of content is the Borgia Towers, essentially just bases to be captured, but they'll each have a captain that needs to be found and killed in order to take over. Some are willing to fight you, but most will run when you're detected, requiring a level of stealth when dealing with them, which I enjoy. Each one is its own little puzzle to solve, and while not strictly necessary, the effort to reward ratio is solid enough to have you taking them over whenever you're in the area. Each tower you take over is room for another recruit in your guild, and honestly, that's enough reason to do it, but it also allows you to rebuild that area of Rome, renovating shops and bringing life back to the district. It's a great addition that I'm sure most players will have welcomed. Overall, the gameplay to be found here in our third title is, in my opinion, a very welcome level of refinement in addition to the previous system, and I can easily play it for hours without feeling taxing or tiring. Although that might have something to do with the length of the campaign in comparison to AC2, with it being shorter here, there just isn't enough time to get tired of everything, which I appreciate. I should mention that the first iteration of AC multiplayer was added here, and I'm a huge fan. It was actually my first online multiplayer experience, at least at my own house, and I still have fond memories, but a more recent review will have to wait for the next video, as Brotherhood servers are no longer live on PC, but Revelations are, so I'll be dipping into the AC multiplayer Discord to get some games going. That's for next time though. For now, it's time to talk about Ezio's trip to Rome and the story that got us there.
Go kill them, Mentore. Finish what you started.
Good advice.
I intend to write a book about you one day.
If you do, make it short.
So the story of Brotherhood will pick up right where we left off, still in the Vatican. Your Uncle Mario will show up to help get you out, and you'll fight through Rome before reaching a rooftop above the river and being given the chance to get rid of the apple. Ezio can't bring himself to do it, which I actually agree with, as it would be much safer hidden somewhere deliberate, rather than hoping no one ever finds it downstream or at the bottom of the river. But whatever, the title drop will send us into the game. I mentioned that it's possible Ezio might have been signifying his return to a peaceful life when he spared Rodrigo, and his return to the villa seems to support this, finally letting down his hood for the first time, seemingly done with this war. And why shouldn't he believe that his war is over? The second game doesn't do a great job to make you feel the passage of time, but it was over the course of 23 long years. That's a lifetime for a soldier. If after 23 years you had killed all but one of your conspirators in your family's death, showed mercy to the last, and held in your possession a weapon of unfathomable power, then you'd probably feel like you were done too. You'll help out around town, catching a horse for the older stable master, carrying flowers for a nice woman, and testing out the new cannons Mario had installed. Foreboding if you're playing the intro to a video game, but probably a comfort if you were reliving it. You'll meet Caterina at the house and gather your allies to tell them of what happened inside the Vatican. They're unhappy to hear that the Spaniard lives, but I think it was a good choice and still wouldn't have changed the outcome of this game. At least I don't think so. Ezio removes his armor for what I believe will be the first time since we saw him put it on, and finally allows himself to relax before being joined by Caterina. His good night will unfortunately be spoiled by a rather poor morning, as he's given a rather unwelcome wake-up call. Mario will tell you that you need to buy the people time to escape while he leads a frontal assault, all while apparently holding the apple. A bit of a risk, but so be it. You'll man the cannons and do your best to hold back the Borgia. When the siege towers do eventually reach your walls, Ezio will move to help his troops defend the walls itself, and it's pretty fun. Then when it seems like there might be a light at the end of the tunnel, we find out it's actually just the start of new problems, as the plot really kicks off.
I know you're there, Ezio!
Pope told me about you and your little group of assassins. Andres! Give me the gun his friend fashioned for us. We've had too much bloodshed. I think the cleansing is in order. So consider this an invitation from my family to yours.
Ezio will fight his way out of the villa, locking the door behind him, and eventually hit the hero falls off the horse moment that I think might be required by law. At this point, you'll be pulled out of the Animus to help the team get into the modern day villa as Desmond, but I maintain that no one could possibly care about this past the first playthrough, so we're moving on. Ezio will wake up in Roma, still injured but able to move, once again donning the famous white hood with a new purpose. You'll see a doctor before overhearing some guards talking about going to deal with the man. You'll tail them and help him before finding out he was in trouble for wanting to lower the body of his wife who was unjustly executed by Il Carnefice. You tell him to tend to his wife and you'll tend to the man. It's a simple mission but fun enough and a nice little foot into the door of Rome, demonstrating a reason to be there beyond revenge, which is good. You'll catch up with Machiavelli, who I will now be calling Mac because spelling his name is hard and I'm going to have to write it down a lot. He'll give you a basic rundown on the city and take you over to your first Borgia Tower at this time. After your polite introduction to the followers of Romulus, you'll be taken to Isla Tiberina, which will act as a home base for the remainder of the game. You'll discuss the fact that the 3 factions you'll need are essentially unavailable to you, so we'll spend the next while recruiting allies. You'll start by trying to help with some slavers, only to be double-crossed. Shocker, I know. But regardless, renovating the Rosa and Fiore, which your sister Claudia will take over. Ezio doesn't want her involved in this line of work, but the reality is that she's suffered as Ezio has suffered, and is better suited to handle it than he may be willing to admit. Next up, you'll go to see Bartolomeo, who's struggling against the French and Borgia troops, so you'll free up one of his flanks by taking out the local Borgia command, allowing his troops to focus on the French. A plan from his wife, who, unlike Bart, isn't too proud to admit that they need the help. Behind every great man and all that. That simply leaves the Thieves Guild, who are led by La Volpe, but believes that Machiavelli is a traitor and refuses to work with him. He still doesn't trust Mac after you spend some time with him, but without proof, he can't act on it, and he is willing to trust Ezio. You'll gather your allies to find out what information they can feed you, and you'll learn that conveniently, all your enemies are in the Castello, where they will be holding Caterina, and the plan becomes delightfully simple. Go kill those dudes and save your girl. Getting into the Castello is a pretty fun little run that requires patience to remain undetected, but is entirely doable. Unfortunately, after a little bit of, incest, Cesare will leave and you'll find out that Rodrigo was never there. Lucrezia will stick around, however, using Caterina as her personal punching bag, so after going to check on Caterina, you'll have to go get the key from Lucrezia after telling Caterina to stay put.
I'm not going anywhere.
Alright, fair enough. Ezio, ever the gentleman, would never reach down her shirt to find the key. But luckily, after sweeping her off her feet, you bring her back to a friend that is willing to help her find it.
Always a pleasure. Bring her here, I'll take the key. Oh, classy. Guards! Guards! That's enough out of you!
I think they have the potential to be just the best of friends, don't you? It's a bit of a pain trying to maintain stealth while carrying her out, but it's manageable and you even get this funny little moment.
Don't you dare.
It's at this point you'll start building up the guild, rescuing your first few recruits, which I must say is on occasion a little bit harder than I think intended. I had not one but 2 fall to their deaths while trying to help them. Ironic considering they were dangling a guard over the edge when I found them. But it is what it is, they can't all be winners. You'll play out a couple of missions, getting used to the recruits and helping various people around town. Around this time, you'll run into Leonardo, who will show you a system he's established for meeting in secret to help you when he can, building new tools. It's actually pretty crazy to think that it takes this long to get your second hidden blade back, but it wasn't missed much. Next up, you'll go after Cesare's money, and I have to say it's really nice to see that working your way up to an assassination has made a comeback. You'll use Claudio's resources to go after a senator who's in debt to the banker, saving him, then using the money you give him as bait to trail it back to the banker's men. One thing I just noticed for the first time is, one of these guards has fucking Altair's sword. I don't know if this was just a mistake or something a dev threw in hoping no one would notice, but I did. Anyways, you'll disguise yourself as the courier, a trick that's seriously gotta stop working at some point, and use the voice lines of the other guards to try to find your way to the banker's party, which sounds cool, but is mostly annoying.
I hope they let us go inside.
This is actually one of my favorite missions in the game, as you'll use the crowd and the courtesans to move through the party slowly but surely until you get to the banker and take him down. It's honestly just a really good feeling mission, and I enjoy every part of it. The build up, the kill, and the escape. Especially using assassin recruits to help you on the way out, which makes it all look very deliberate. You'll get back to the Rose and find out that the banker's men followed the money back, but it doesn't really matter because Claudia is in fact gangster as hell.
What?
Up next, we'll go to help the mercenaries in their war against the French so that they can help the fight with the Borgia instead. When Bart's wife is kidnapped by the French commander, however, we'll hatch a cunning plan to get her back. After securing 20 French uniforms, we'll disguise ourselves as a French patrol, leading in Bart as a prisoner, which requires some finesse, but overall is pretty fun. When we get inside the French base and it pops off, Ezio will spring into action to save her and kill the general. Last but not least, there's thieves to be helped as La Volpe maintains his belief in Mac's betrayal. You'll learn that someone sold out our spies and ride to help them, learning a little bit from each one of the ones you save along the way. Cesare intends to kill Lucrezia's lover, who happens to be an actor named Pietro, and will do it on set. La Volpe refuses to help Ezio as he can't put his trust in a man who speaks to him from inside of a horse, and frankly, I can't say that I blame him, so you'll have to rely on your recruits for this mission. You'll discover that Cesare's assassin intends to disguise his men as actors in the play, and use that opportunity to get close, so you'll kill his men and disguise your own assassins as the actors instead. Climbing through the Colosseum to first take out the gunners is great fun, and being put on a timer, I was a bit nervous, which led to me rushing and making mistakes I wouldn't have at other times. Regardless, you'll get dressed and take your position in the performance, moving through the play to get into position to stop the would-be assassin. While you may stop his blade, he'll reveal that he also poisoned the wine Pietro drank, which I have to appreciate. The guy is thorough. Ezio doesn't kill him because something prophetic, blah blah, whatever. It should come back to bite him, but it doesn't, so it is what it is. You'll carry, Jesus to a doctor who will save his life, and as a thank you, we'll get to the key to the back room of the Castello, which I guess he just had on him, but I'm not brave enough to ask where. Ezio will spot a familiar face and chase him down, discovering that Mac was never the rat, and running to stop La Volpe before it was too late. After this, we'll retreat to Timber Island, and well, just see for yourself.
You and I have not seen eye to eye on many issues.
Niccolo!
But you are exactly what the Order needed. You have led the charge against the Templars, and rebuilt this brotherhood. Now, we must put Ezio where he belongs, at the head of the assassins. Ezio Auditore da Firenze. You will now be known as Il Mentore, the guardian of our order and our secrets.
This moment sent us into the endgame as we'll return to the Castello in search of the lives of the Borgia. Getting in was just as fun as it was last time, and even if your recruits aren't always the brightest, using them to allow for openings just really feels good. Rodrigo, in a failed attempt to poison Cesare, will fall victim to his own plot, and Lucrezia ends up having a pretty tough day as well, all things considered. She'll point you to where the apple has been hidden, and the race is on to get there before Cesare, which is possibly the easiest thing I've ever done. Seriously, I had way too much time to spare. Then after you acquire the apple, you'll activate God mode and run around Rome just absolutely demolishing all of Cesare's hopes and dreams. You'll kill his men in the big square or whatever the fuck, he'll kill his men in the Colosseum, and then you'll kill a bunch of his men at the gates of Roma. The apple makes these things trivial as you use it to turn men's minds against them, sometimes just killing them outright. You hold the power to do anything in the palm of your hands, and if you wanted to, you could even set fire to the rain. Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. Anyways, bad news. Cesare's army shows up. Good news, our guy is in charge and arrests him. While he's lost today, he proclaims with confidence that this isn't how it ends, and thanks to the apple, along with it being extremely obvious, we find out that it's in fact not. Ezio uses the information and heads to the battlefield to finish the fight. You'll chase him across some unexplained battle, and it's pretty fun getting to him. The fight itself is pretty good too, apart from the fact that they insist on ending these games with boss fights instead of some intricately planned assassination like we should, but I'm about out of energy to keep being upset about it at this point. You'll chip away at his armor, taking off a piece after beating back every wave of new enemies, finally getting him beneath your blade. He refuses to go out with even a shred of dignity, complaining about his destiny, proclaiming no man can kill him, so kindly, Ezio humors his words and lets gravity do it instead. He'll seal the apple away underneath the Colosseum, marking the end of his journey. Back in the modern world, they'll prepare to head for the vault, but realize they need a password, which just turns out to be the number 72, which I find entirely uninteresting. Anyway, as Desmond, you'll parkour your way through the area, finding a way to open the door, then parkour your way through the vault to reveal the apple. When touching it, you'll freeze in place and hear a message from the spirit people. They'll force Desmond's hand, having him kill Lucy. They don't really explain it at the time, but you'll find out in a later game that she was actually a Templar, so it's cool, I guess. Feels bad, though. These games continue to end as abruptly as possible, but there's nothing I can do about that but pivot equally as abruptly. So, going into Brotherhood, this was my favorite title in the series. Does it keep its spot? As of today, yes. While I don't think it does everything the best in the series, I think it has such an overall high level everywhere that I still have it as my favorite so far. The additions to the combat make it feel fresh and exciting while adding in even more ways to be an assassin across Rome. The recruits are also a ton of fun and a welcome addition to the system. Multiplayer, even if it's no longer available, was a great addition and felt great even in its first implementation, really providing an AC-like experience in a PvP environment. The story overall is fine. I personally didn't care in the slightest when Mario died, but I like the concept of Ezio being dragged back to war kicking and screaming, along with some fantastic assassinations that really emphasize the strength of the series. Rome is a great city to explore and fight in apart from the optimization issues, but they are honestly easy to ignore once you get your settings figured out. I would have liked some new additions to the cast, but I wasn't unhappy with the returning characters that we got. Of all the things the game did right, however, I think the length of the story was its biggest strength. I conducted a very scientific study to determine the difference in lengths between the two stories by dragging all of my mission footage into one timeline, and as you can see, Brotherhood came up almost 3 hours shorter, and yet it didn't feel like anything was missing. Where Assassin's Creed 2's assassinations felt like glorified side missions, everything in Brotherhood felt purposeful, and I liked that. You just didn't have time to get tired of the world like you did before, and that's rule 1 in storytelling. Leave them wanting more, not wanting it to end. Even leaving Desmond lying on a cold slab in the vault with unanswered questions finally made me interested to hear his story and what comes next. Brotherhood was an achievement to be proud of and something that I can very easily recommend to anyone looking to step into the series. Of course, I'd recommend seeing his whole story, but if you're only going to play one, make it this one. Well guys, that's it for Brotherhood and our third game in the series. I suspect I'll be returning in the future to declare this is the peak of the mountain, but for now, it's time to move on and finish Ezio's story as we try out Assassin's Creed Revelations. My outros remain as abrupt as the endings to Assassin's Creed games, but I want to thank you for getting to the end of this video. As always, this is Purple signing off. Have a wonderful night, and always remember to smile. Thanks, guys. As far as I can tell, most people don't hold Revelations in very high regard when it comes to the Ezio trilogy, but I actually do. This whole project actually started out as a video about how underappreciated I thought Revelations was before it spiraled out of control as most things do. Anyway, for anyone who hasn't been following, this is part 4 of my journey through the entire Assassin's Creed franchise in the lead up to Assassin's Creed Mirage in the hopes of finding out what made the series so special, where it went wrong, and how they can fix it. I'm not much for intros, so you should expect spoilers ahead as I'll be summarizing the entire plot. If everyone's ready, let's get into what I think is a forgotten gem in Assassin's Creed Revelations. Okay, I'm going to make you guys a deal. I'm going to allow myself to talk about something that I personally find extremely exciting, and then after that I promise I'll shut up and go back to all the other stuff that matters to normal people. So, social stealth was added in the second entry and really came to define the franchise in my eyes, but one thing that drove me insane is the fact that you could never seem to do it well, and Ezio was always seemingly stepping on shoes, but here in Revelations they finally made it better. Simply get into a group, activate the blend, let go of the thumbstick, and he will navigate for you, both maintaining seamless stealth and allowing you to focus on what's around you for the first time. On top of that, this works with allies as well, allowing you to keep pace perfectly with your NPCs that are dedicated to walking any speed other than the one you're walking, and I love this. I'm sorry, I know it's this small stupid thing, but believe it or not, this right here is why you're watching this video in the first place. It was such a breath of fresh air that I just needed to breathe it in and shout from the rooftops. Okay, I'm done now. I guess we can talk about those other gameplay changes like bomb making and the hook blade. So yeah, let's start with bomb making because while it was definitely a rather large addition to the game, it was never something they brought back, and that's for good reason to be honest. On paper, it's a great system. New tools that can essentially be whatever you want them to be, opening up flexibility in all aspects of gameplay. Stealth, kills, open combat, and escape. We have cherry bombs meant to lure enemies away, letting you slip by unnoticed. Smoke bombs make a return that allow you to break the line of sight, both escaping and avoiding combat. You can make your bombs deadly to kill your targets, or maybe even fill them with caltrops to allow you time for escape. Those aren't even your only options either, with more options to fill the bombs with different housings like impact, fused, and tripwires. Even your deployment methods can vary. So why isn't this game changing? Why was it never brought back? Simply because they're wholly unnecessary outside of missions designed around their use. There's almost nothing they can do that the tools you spent the other two games mastering can't, and that means you're likely to just use whatever you're used to. On top of that, they're just kind of slow, and that's never going to incentivize use. In summary, cool idea, dull execution. Now on the other hand, the hook blade is something that I very much wish had returned in future titles because frankly, it's great. To start with, it's partially used for narrative consistency. Ezio is older in this game, easily past his prime, but there's no way they're going to slow him down, so what do? You give him a tool that allows him to move faster than ever before that is able to justify his mobility even at his age. The hook blade is awesome because it allows for faster transit on all three axes when applied in the proper manner. If you're climbing vertically, you'll be able to reach up for higher ledges you never would have reached even with the climb leap you learned in Venice, and if you get the spacing right, that can lead to very rapid climbs. Across the rooftops, it can help you in two great ways. For one, instead of using hanging pots to turn corners, they can be used to propel you forward over a great distance. It adds both a layer of choice and a layer of skill to a once thoughtless mechanic. It's not difficult to time the button to propel you off of them, but man, it feels great every time. On top of that, an extra few inches on your arm means you can make jumps that would have been just out of reach before, challenging you to be more daring with how you cross gaps. Oh, but that's not all it can do, is it? What's the largest irritation when trying to escape across Italy? It's those damn guards who form an impenetrable wall to stop you, but no longer. With a hook blade, all you've got to do is hit them with a little hook and run action to slip by without breaking your momentum, and it's fantastic. Again, I'll miss this when it's gone. I also left out one more new tool we've gotten in the form of the parachute. This would have been a better idea back when we were on a flying machine of death, but we've got it now and that's sick. It isn't needed often, but it is often useful, which is the best kind of tool, really making moving across the city rather enjoyable for me. The combat maintains its aggressive yet smooth feel developed in Brotherhood while adding a few new challenges through the addition of Janissaries. They'll service the higher level enemies from the game, and while nowhere near invincible, do pose problems similar to the Templars in AC1, with their ability to counter or block your attacks often being what grinds an execution train to a halt. Add on a pistol they'll employ liberally in combat and the ability to match your running pace, although not your climbing pace, and they become as close to an equal as you'll find besides named characters. Stalkers are also interesting. They're essentially assassins who have been sent to kill you and will run up on you completely at random times and attempt to stab you in the back. A simple button press will be enough to get rid of them, but it's a fun little addition to keep you on your feet, which is always something I'm willing to appreciate. Your assassin recruits will also make a return in this game in essentially the same way. Take over districts to open dens, allowing for more recruits who you'll find out in the streets. Although they've done more with the recruits in this game, giving them their own missions we'll talk about later, but also giving some unique recruitment missions like a shop owner being harassed who needs your help, or a gravely injured man who sent you to help his family, ignoring his own pain for the good of those dear to him. All things I appreciate. When it comes to just playing the games, Revelations quickly becomes one of my favorite in this series. The city of Constantinople feels incredibly good to run through for reasons I just can't quite put my fingers on. With the hook blade and parachute aiding you in navigation across the city and combat feeling as good as it ever has, that means everything about the game in between missions just feels great. And on top of that, the actual missions are good too. So let's get into it. The story in Revelations is definitely a little bit different than those before it, but it follows a very logical line of character development. Ezio was always a man with wisdom beyond his years and spent his whole adult life trying to avoid the fight he was dragged into by his family. Now is no different as he travels far to lands he's never seen before in search of lost knowledge, specifically the knowledge in Altair's library in Masyaf. Oh, hold on, I should go back a bit. If you remember from Brotherhood, Desmond was left unconscious in the vault after stabbing Lucy. In an attempt to save his life, they will put him back into the Animus, which loads him into a safe mode as his mind is pretty damn messed up. He'll be greeted on Animus Island by 16, or what's left of him, as his body is long dead, but his mind has been preserved here, which makes absolutely no sense, but whatever. None of that's important right now, we'll come back to it in a bit. Back to what matters, the game opens with a letter from Ezio to his sister Claudia discussing his journey and where he's going. Clumsy exposition, but I'll allow it because it's spoken over a cinematic that goes insanely hard. Seriously, I'll link the whole thing down below in the description if you want to watch it for yourself with sound. Anyways, what you need to know is that Ezio gets to Masyaf to find a troop of Templars waiting for him, and even for all his skill, there's only so many he can take on in one go, so he'll get himself captured before escaping, kicking off the gameplay. So you end up following what appears to be a ghost of Altair throughout the area, but I'm kind of unclear on why. It's true that we did this with Desmond previously, but that was explained as a side effect of the Animus, where his own memories were overlapping with those of the ancestors he had experienced, which actually makes a level of sense in-game. Obviously, Ezio has never been in the Animus, but he acknowledges the presence of the ghost, so we know he sees it, so I'm unclear on exactly what's going on here. I mean, I'm aware that it's a navigation system to handhold players to the level, but I don't understand it within the confines of the narrative. Maybe it has something to do with their shared uses of pieces of Eden, I don't know. You'll work your way to the library where you'll find it needing keys to be opened and no way to force it, so you'll go after the Templar captain, leading to a carriage chase that I found to be pretty damn irritating. Also, assassin or not, I'm pretty sure this fall would have killed Ezio. You'll catch up to the leader, who will spill the beans on basically everything they're doing, and passing off the journal of Niccolo Polo, which apparently will lead you to the Masyaf keys. This will mark the end of our tutorial chapter and dump you as Desmond back on Animus Island, where 16 will explain that the Animus is trying to keep him out of the memories, but he's doing what he can to keep you in. It's at this point you'll also get to access some missions you can start on the island, but we'll talk about those later. The chapter is again led into by Ezio writing a letter to Claudia, something that will occur each time we shift to a different segment, and personally I enjoy it. As is required by opening cutscene law or whatever, Ezio will meet two of our main characters while getting off the ship and have no idea who they are at the time. Take your first steps into the city and enjoy a greeting from Yusuf, who is an immediate favorite for me.
Hoş geldin kardeşim. Unless the legend is a lie, you are the man I long to meet. Renowned master and mentor. Ezio Auditore de la. Prego.
Take a tour of the city using your brand spanking new walk and talk feature, where you'll be attacked by the Byzantine soldiers who will act as the antagonist troops for most of the game. But you'll get an interesting twist as the other city guards will move in to fight them off. Both sides are willing to kill you, but they hate each other just as much. Yusuf will introduce you to the other assassins at your hideout, and will have Ezio re-equip before giving him a hook blade, running him through how it works, and doing some training to practice what you've learned. After your practice, two of your bases will be attacked, and Ezio will attend to one while Yusuf does the other, giving you an intro into base defense that, unless you're like me, purposely antagonizing your enemies into attacking you, you will never need to do this again. Although it does get surprisingly hard and fun. With our position re-established, we will again start recruiting new assassins, along with doing our new Master Assassin missions. I consider talking about it now, but I think the interruption to our main story will be unwelcome, so we can circle back and discuss it later. The main purpose of your time in the city is to find the Masyaf library keys hidden in the area, and this will mean working with Sophia, who you met on the boat. She's running the bookstore that used to be the Polo's former trading post, which is where you'll begin your search for the keys. After finding a secret door and working your way through the area, the first key will be secured along with a map to help us find the others. Essentially, there's books hidden around the city which hide the clues of where to find the keys. You'll spend a decent portion of the game finding these books, having Sophia decode the location, and working through the tombs to find the keys. Ezio also has a quickly growing affection for Sophia that will catch up to him in the end, but in this moment, there's other work to be done. Ezio will link up with the local Romanis and offer them his aid in what will become a pretty fun mission. A group of Templars have stolen a box of gold from them, so you'll go around stealthily poisoning anyone who touches the box to create the illusion of a Romani curse surrounding it before returning it to its rightful place. Each of the 5 Masyaf keys has a memory from Altair inside of it for you to experience. I'll chat about them going forward when you need all this information to understand the end of the game. For now, just know that you'll learn a little bit more each time. The next mission you'll take up is probably one of my personal favorites in the game, if not the trilogy. Yusuf will learn about a plot to strike at the prince inside his palace during a party that night, and Ezio will volunteer to help them stop the attack. The plan is simple: dress as entertainers and move through the crowd, taking out would-be assassins as you spot them. Luckily, there are some Italian minstrels who were hired to serve as some of the entertainment, and Ezio is just as excited as we are about the chance to knock the crap out of them after all the time they spend annoying you across Italia. Play your way through the party while identifying Templar assassins and providing the distractions needed for them to be taken out quietly. Sometimes this feels super slick, but also, how the fuck weren't some of these kills noticed?
Look at Randy Orton slithering. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out!
Keep this up until there's one too many to handle silently, and using the power of music, defend Suleiman, who will, to his credit, recognize you immediately from your encounter on the ship. He will invite you to slip back into the palace on another day to talk with him, which you'll take him up on, and he'll have you spy on the leader of his Janissary Corps, who he suspects of treachery. It's also revealed in this conversation why the Janissaries don't think too much of the prince's uncle and sultan-to-be, Ahmet. They much prefer Suleiman's father, who is unfortunately not in line to rule. After this, we will get just a touch of fan service when we see Sofia down by the docks.
Mia cara, the strings of fate have drawn us together. Two Italiani, lost and alone in the Orient. Do you not feel the magnetismo?
I feel many things, Messere. Nausea above all.
Is this man bothering you, Sophia?
Excuse me, Messere, but the lady and I are... Oh! Oh, il diavolo in persona! Stay back!
Duccio, a pleasure.
Run, buona donna! Run for your life!
This is a pretty stupid moment, I must admit, but in the words of Steak Bentley, I am a fan and I do appreciate being serviced. Our time from here will be split between the search for keys, Altair's memories, and working to stop Tariq's plot with the Templars. Although over the course of that, you will have a cool mission to start a riot, allowing you to slip in and check out what the Templars are planning. Using a Janissary disguise, you'll follow a patrol back to their encampment, and after moving carefully using crowds, tents, and the environment in general to avoid those who would notice you as out of place, you can find a gap and kill Tariq. Unfortunately, you've made a mistake. He acted as a traitor would, but only out of loyalty, intending to learn the Templar plans and betray them. He holds no ill will towards you, however, understanding that it was his secretive nature that led to this outcome, overplaying his part to the point that even those he fought to protect didn't understand he was on their side. To their credit, this mistake will weigh heavily on both Ezio and Suleiman, but they will honor his last wish using the information he gathered to destroy their enemies. Ezio will also find time to get flowers for Sophia during that time, and isn't that just sweet? You'll recover the fourth of 5 keys, but since the last one is in Cappadocia, where the Templar Manuel has fled to, we'll have to go and get it. And while the prince was kind enough to have a ship prepared for us, there is one minor complication. In response to Ezio, murdering their boss in front of them, the Janissaries have raised the harbor chain to prevent our escape, meaning they will have to be dealt with first. It's pretty simple. Slip onto the lighthouse, blow the chain, then fight your way across the harbor to get to your ship. Oh, also, get on a Greek fire cannon burning as many ships as it can reach to a crisp to help facilitate the escape. If you see my Red Dead video, you'll know I'm a sucker for some smoke and fire. It doesn't hold a candle to the tobacco field burning, but looks damn good regardless, making you feel pretty damn cool running across it. The section in the Hidden City isn't particularly interesting, but neither is it long. You'll track down a friendly spy before she gets herself captured, and you'll need to get her out. After getting her out, you'll go to rescue what's left of her fellow spies who are being tortured by Shakulu, or as I like to call him, Angry Man. I'm extremely creative with the nicknames, guys. It's a pretty simple kill, but that's fine as we get a different feel to the embrace. Ezio shows no kindness for a man who would hurt and torture people for fun. Oh yeah, and he's not dead, which is a little surprise. Gotta give it to the guy. He's a fucking tank, absorbing damage like that, then getting up to fight, even if he isn't all that hard to beat. I forgot to mention part of the reason you're here is to disrupt the Templar plot to attack Istanbul. And so you'll do that to an extent, going out to the powder reserve, because blowing up a massive amount of gunpowder in an enclosed space has never gone poorly. At least I haven't heard of it going poorly. I love the speech we get from our Manuel here.
Citizens, soldiers, compose yourselves. Do not give in to fear. We are the true shepherds of Constantinople. We are the lords of Islam. We are Byzantines. Murayo, stand fast. Do not let anyone break it.
Let's not pretend any of us would do any different seeing fucking Ezio come to kill us, man. Also, can we just talk about this goofy-ass mission preview card? I don't know why, but it looks so damn funny to be like, oh no, he's coming to kill me, ah! So yeah, anyway, you will in fact chase down the dude, and after an interesting argument consisting of Templar versus assassin ideology, that I must admit I'm not sure I'm agreeing with the person they intended me to, we'll have it out. Back even a coward into a corner, and they will raise their hands to defend themselves. Unfortunately for him, this battle was always going to go our way. Now, a far more interesting enemy rose his way up in Ahmet, our future Sultan and current Templar. Unlike many of the others we faced, he at least has a compelling argument for the side he's chosen.
Disappoint me, Ahmet. Why the Templars?
Because I am tired of all of these pointless blood feuds that pit father against son, brother against brother. To achieve true peace, mankind must think and move as one body, with one mastermind.
With that, we'll fight our way back to the ship, and on the way back to the city, explore the last of Altair's memories he left behind for us. I promised when it was relevant I'd run you through Altair's memories, so let's do that. The first is a battle in Masyaf 2 years before the events of the first game will take place. You'll find the village under attack by Templars and a crusader who is apparently a former assassin turned traitor, although he would disagree, holding the master hostage. Altair will hatch a plan to free him, working with another assassin by the name of Abbas. When you take down our would-be conqueror, we will learn 2 things. 1. Al-Mualim has a hell of a right hand, and 2. Seemingly all of the most interesting moments are reserved for Altair.
You put too much faith in the hearts of men, Altair. The Templars know the truth. Humans are weak, base, and petty.
No. Our creed is evidence to the contrary.
Perhaps I am not wise enough to understand, but I suspect the opposite. That I am too wise to believe such rubbish.
You offered him a chance to salvage his dignity. Why?
No man should pass from this world without knowing some kindness.
But he shunned your graces.
As was his right.
Altair, I have watched you grow from a boy to a man in so short a time. It fills me with as much sadness as pride. You fit your father's shoes as if they had been tailored to your feet.
I did not know him well as a father. He was an assassin, above all.
You too were born into this order. Do you regret it?
How can I regret the only life I've ever known?
The second memory starts right at the end of the game, seemingly within minutes of having killed Al-Mualim. Altair chooses to burn his body, which Abbas takes serious issue with, stating that it is forbidden by the creed. Altair makes a valid point that the body could be another phantom produced with the apple, and this was the best way to be sure, but yet the cries of Defiler will come. We know how much Altair has grown and learned over the course of his redemption, but it's not hard for Abbas to turn his past actions against him and sway the crowd. Abbas will retrieve the apple in an attempt to turn it against us, but loses control, unable to handle its raw power. Altair is able to retrieve it and save him, and for his actions, Abbas apologizes, seemingly understanding now that this is something beyond his abilities. In our next memory, we will jump ahead by 30 years, which admittedly leaves some small gaps in my understanding of what happened in between, but as far as I can understand, Altair spent about 20 years building up the order, leaving with his wife Maria to confront the Mongols who were waging their war at the time while leaving Abbas in charge. They came back 10 years later to find the assassins in disarray and apparently executed Altair's youngest son for an unknown reason. Altair was filled with rage, wanting nothing more than to cut down Abbas on sight, but Maria preaches patience, telling him that he cannot solve any of the assassins' problems if he doesn't take an honorable route to restoring order. I really think Altair wanted to follow what she said and attempt a peaceful resolution, but then this asshole had to go and make a joke about killing his son, which I really wouldn't have recommended. Maria ends up dead because of this, and Altair is forced to flee with his one remaining son. Just FYI, getting to this point is when I had a repeated crash and tried several fixes before being baffled to find out that turning on VSync and locking to 60 FPS was in fact the fix all along. Anyways, they'll beat feet and Abbas will yell angrily. 26 years after the events of Part 3, Altair, now an old man, returns to Masyaf in order to find it in even worse condition than he left it in. It's explained to him that it's no longer really the home of the assassins, but some loyal to the creed are willing to help him. His orders to them are simple. Those that aren't true to the creed and have hurt the innocent must die. They should spare anyone who's remained true to the order. It's a slow, painful walk up the hill, but it does get increasingly satisfying as more join your cause along the way. You'll find a boss, and using your knowledge of the future gained from the apple, you just shoot him. Ezio tries to find peace with the boss before his death, but while I think Abbas tries to accept it, there just wasn't room in his heart for it. The last memory will show Altair speaking to his friend and apparent fellow assassin in Niccolo Polo before they are attacked and he has to get him out of the city. They will part as Altair hands him the keys, completing our backstory on how the keys changed hands from his to ours. When we return to the city, it will be on high alert, but that doesn't really change much. Return to Sophia's bookshops in hopes of protecting her, but unfortunately, we'll find only death. This moment right here.
Brother. Requiescat in pace.
Brothers, sisters, the whole city rises against us, while Yusuf's murderer waits and watches from the arson, laughing. Fight with me, and show him what it means to cross the assassins.
It has so much going for it. The context in which Yusuf promised to protect Sophia with his life and did just that, clearly fighting valiantly before he died. Removing the knife from his back and ignoring the note attached to it, showing first his respect for his fallen brother, and then the rage of his youth returning. On top of that, the music they play here is just perfect. Then he gives this speech rousing his troops before leading them into the battle. All this, and honestly for me, it really fell flat. I'm ashamed to say that as much as I liked Yusuf upon meeting him and generally across the story, I named this section Headband Dies in my notes because I honestly couldn't remember his name at this time. There was lots of potential here, but this just isn't a studio that's great on building side characters, unfortunately, and I find it lacking because of that. We'll ride on our enemies in a pretty cool battle, but it does fizzle out a bit when you remember he's holding a hostage and there isn't much Ezio can do in this moment.
I am sorry it had to come to this. Two men who should be friends, quarreling over the keys to a library. We both strive for the same end, Ezio. Only our methods differ. Do you not see that? Peace, stability, a world where men live without fear. People desire the truth, yes, but even when they have it, they refuse to look. How do we fight this kind of ignorance?
Liberty can be messy, Ahmet, but it is priceless.
Of course. And when things fall apart, and the lights of civilization dim, Ezio Auditore can stand above the darkness and say proudly, I stayed true to my creed.
I will harp on it again and again, but seeing the base ideals of the Assassins and Templars being debated will never be less exciting for me. When they're presented in ways like we see here between Ahmet and Ezio, they both have such valid perspective to share, each philosophy with strong points and failings alike. The concept of fighting not over an end goal, but simply the road we take to get there will always be such a fun story to tell, and they do it so well here. Unfortunate that it comes so late in the game. He gives you a time and a place to trade the keys for Sophia's life before you're forced to let him go. It turns out the Prince Suleiman was listening the whole time and has a very mature take on the subject, noting his uncle's sincerity, but finding the flaws in his logic. He also makes a request of us.
Ezio, spare my uncle if you can.
Or your father?
No.
The exchange is made, but naturally it's a double cross, and you'll have a very tense float down to the ground to save the real Sophia. The pair will be forced onto a carriage to make their escape out of the city, leading Ezio to being towed behind the carriage while on his parachute, which is actually pretty fun, consisting of avoiding buildings and dropping down to take out enemies on horseback, even throwing them at each other with your hook blade. We continue the tradition of Assassin's Creed games' final bosses being over-the-top fights instead of intricate assassinations, as you guys first have a knife fight, then a fist fight on the way down the mountain before pulling your parachute to survive the fall. Then, funny enough, before you get the chance to spare Ahmet, the father of Suleiman, Salim, shows up and, just like you both assumed, yeets that motherfucker off a cliff without a second's hesitation. He then talks some shit to Ezio, but Sophia pulls him away before he can start a fight.
I write these lines with a steady hand and a light heart. We are in Acre now, Sophia and I, with the 5 Masyaf keys in our possession, and all the time in the world. Sophia is a seasoned traveler and a fine companion to have so far from home. Tomorrow we will make our way to Masyaf, and once there, into Altair's library, to fulfill our father's forgotten dream. Forgive the shortness of this letter, dear sister, for it is late, and we are tired. Perhaps, with luck, the next words you hear from me will be in person. Con affetto, Ezio.
I like happy endings, along with quiet reflective moments where we get to consider all that led us to where we are, which is probably why Revelations is one of the games I hold in such high regard. The Assassin's Creed games and Ubisoft titles in general tend to end on a very abrupt note that, while probably intended to drum up intrigue for the next title, often do more to make for a lackluster ending. This is the only game of the 4 we've looked at so far that actually has what feels like a real ending, while still managing to end on a cliffhanger, as we'll explain later. They'll enter the library, and Ezio will find Altair waiting for him with one more memory in his hand for us to see. It's a short one, essentially just a goodbye to his son, before showing us where he hid the apple and sitting down for one last rest. Ezio will decide to leave the apple where it is, stating that he has seen enough of its power for a lifetime, but taking this time to speak directly to Desmond.
I heard your name once before, Desmond. A long time ago. And now lingers in my mind, like an image from an old dream. I do not know where you are, or by what means you can hear me, but I know you are listening.
I would have liked to have known what became of Ezio in his last years, and it still does feel a bit abrupt, but at the end of the day, the time to wind down the story made a huge difference in comparison to stories that came before it. And while I feel most of us probably don't care, this has always been Desmond's story, not Ezio's or Altair's. So to end on him being passed the knowledge needed through his ancestors is a good way to go when it's all said and done, as Ezio finishes his journey and passes along the baton. That concludes Ezio's journey, but before we wrap it up, I do want to talk about some of the side missions in the game that I believe are worth your time.
In a few short months, my life changed forever. I know my easiest days are behind me, but I don't want them back. Not now.
I've tended towards a light overview of side content so far because for the most part it's just more climbing or fighting with not much else to talk about. Revelations goes a bit further with it, however, and I'm happy to report that it became some of my favorite moments in the game. Just to start off light, the Merc and Thief guilds will have a mission for you to complete like the Romanis did, although neither are as interesting as playing with magic. The Mercs will have their captain's son kidnapped needing to be rescued, and the Thieves will have you tailing a snitch to find out who's been funding operations against them, which is an interesting idea, although it's nothing out of our normal wheelhouse. On to the interesting stuff as we return to Animus Island with Desmond. Assuming you've collected enough Animus fragments, which I promise you isn't too much of a chore, you can access 5 missions unique to Desmond himself. It's a weird Animus world that honestly isn't super fun to play through, but I guess it was just a way of adding gameplay to what would otherwise just be a storytelling section. Anyways, it will track back Desmond's life starting as a child growing up in a hidden community among the assassins that they refer to as the Farm. The way he speaks about the place, it sounds like a cult indoctrinating children to their ideology, and I have to say it doesn't shine a positive light on modern day assassins, although I'm not sure if any of the games have ever shined a positive light on them. Funny enough, Desmond wishes that he could go back and tell them he was sorry for not believing, and even knowing that they were right, I can't help but see him as a victim. In our next mission, he'll delve a little farther into what everyday life at the camp was like, mostly consisting of physical training, preparing to fight Templars. Also being warned about the evils of Abstergo, a Templar-run company that seemingly had their fingers in every pie. He speaks about how maybe if they hadn't hidden so much from him, explained more, shown him more, he might have been able to believe, he might have understood, but it was so much uncertainty around it that he couldn't. Part 3 will detail his escape taking off away from the ground and into the forest, walking through nature until he was far enough away to risk hitching a ride. One ride to Omaha and another to Chicago, then he was given some advice that would help him decide where to go.
If you've got nothing, you go to New York. That way, if you leave with nothing, people don't ask why. And if you leave with something, you are one lucky son of a bitch.
Part 4 gives more information on his time in New York, working as a bartender at a spot called Bad Weather, where he was apparently well received. Joking about his past life and the end of the world finally allowed a little bit of joy back into his life, which must have been a breath of fresh air. But it wasn't perfect, as he did find himself missing his family while wishing he didn't. He finally had the new life he ran towards, but he was struggling to live it. Part 5 will pick up 9 years later after he got to New York, yet again struggling to accept his current reality, feeling the bitterness towards the world he had on the farm returning. Just when he was considering that it might be time to go back, Abstergo came to get him, kicking off the events of the first game and completing our timeline up until now. I don't love these sections, and on a replay I probably wouldn't do them again, but it was fun to learn Desmond's story and I'm glad that these were here. The last missions I want to talk to you about are the Master Assassin missions. When you get an assassin to level 10, you will have the opportunity to install them as the master at one of your dens around the city, and when you do this, it will unlock a unique mission for you to participate in, as the recruit will take it as a learning opportunity. The first time you do this is actually part of a story mission, as I mentioned earlier, and it will have you going after Vali, a former assassin who has turned on the Brotherhood and is now hunting them down. Later, he will capture some younger assassins and use it as a distraction to attack our den. After beating back the attackers, Ezio and our apprentice will chase down and kill Vali, who explains why he turned against us.
Once your creed was as vital to me as air and water. But when the Turks marched into Wallachia, and you assassins did nothing to stop it, how could I continue to believe? If a man's philosophy does not let him protect his people, his home, and his family, what good can it do for the world?
Peace be with you.
God, I just love this. Actual, genuine motivation to fight against us, and within a few words, he has made us sympathetic towards him, all while giving us a reason to question the creed ourselves. I tip my hat to you, writer. Each district will have a problem unique to them, some more interesting than others. Before we get to some of my favorites, I have something that was too funny not to share. We'll be working towards tracking down a would-be murderer, and while searching for our target, the recruit will kill an innocent man by mistake. Ezio is harsh but forgiving, tasking the initiate with burying the man's body and committing it to the sea. We get there and, well...
Have it, Mentor. May the shame I feel never fade.
Oh, I feel so bad! Man, fuck this dude, though. Bro, you found a way to miss the ocean. It's literally the biggest target in the world. Come on, man. God. Next up, the actress turned serial killer is a fun one, as we'll track her back to yet another kill and miss our chance to end it there, but not before finding she left us a pile of corpses. On our second attempt, we will move in on her and finish the job. She has a relatively interesting death scene, but the audio is mixed so badly here that I don't have any reason to subject you to it. On to the last though, and one of my favorites, as we step in to help when an argument between the Romanis becomes violent. One will move to call another one out for her crimes and denounce her for how those actions have affected her people. You and your apprentice will work in secret on her journey there to keep her alive by taking out would-be assassins quietly, not wanting to get directly involved and make the situation even worse. Direct intervention will become necessary when our baddie poisons the woman speaking out against her, and the guards misinterpret who the actual killer was, but you'll simply disarm the guards as an attempt to avoid further escalation. Picking up the investigation at a market, Ezio will literally use his nose to track her down, which is kind of hilarious, but whatever. In a fitting end for her, you'll be prompted to kill her with poison, which sounds poetic, but it does have a bit of an awkward waiting period as you stare at her waiting for her to die. She makes no apologies for her actions, and while you certainly couldn't call her redeemed by any stretch, she certainly died with her dignity. I love going back to a game and being happy that I did. Of the 4 I've played so far, Revelations is probably the only one that was pretty much exactly as good as I remember it. The biggest accomplishment gameplay can ever have, the way I look at it, is to feel just as good as you remember it feeling 10 years ago, and that's what I got here with the hook blade and combat flow feeling like they had truly mastered the system they had started out with years before. The story is also for the most part very compelling, managing to have 3 interesting characters all at the same time, when before they sometimes struggled for 2. Both Ezio and Altair getting what felt like a true conclusion to their stories rather than them just ending was something I really appreciate. Not to mention that I think this is the first time Desmond really came alive as his own character. In reality, this has always been his story, and it's finally starting to feel like that here. On top of that, we have 16, who I've never even pretended to care about before, but he actually has a pretty tragic backstory in my eyes now, which surprised me. Getting Desmond's backstory was compelling to me, even with easily the worst gameplay in the series being the barrier to it. And when I finished the game, I was actually excited to find out what happens next. I have to admit that as much as I like this game, and think the gameplay is the best it's been up to this point, I still don't quite think it stacks up to the story of the first game. Funny enough, my favorite moments here were for the most part Altair's, so maybe it's Ezio's story that lets me down, not the game. That being said, if I had to guess which of these games I'll return to first after this project is done, it will probably be Revelations. It's been so long since I played Assassin's Creed 3 that it will effectively be a fresh playthrough for me, and being excited to go into it is refreshing. I just hope I'm not let down with it yet again. Well guys, that concludes part 4 along with Ezio's story. I'd like to say thank you to anyone who's still listening all the way at the end of this video, it means a ton to me. We'll be picking up right on time with Assassin's Creed 3, and I hope you'll join me for that one too. As always, this is Purple signing off. Have a wonderful night, and always remember to smile. Thanks guys. So I decided to hop down the Assassin's Creed rabbit hole and see how long ago they started this trend of releasing just terrible games that have no business being associated with the AC brand, and I didn't expect to find it quite this early. I had remembered not liking AC3 and hadn't played it since launch, so I was essentially going into this game fresh along with low expectations. It was the perfect recipe for it to surprise me with something good. But I didn't expect just how bad this game was going to be. There's definitely still the Assassin's Creed formula here, albeit a bit weak, but there's a battle between the Templar and Assassin ideology to some small degree, and it still feels Assassin's Creed-ish. This game hadn't gone quite off the deep end yet, I don't think at least, but it was certainly standing right on the edge. You can expect full spoilers going into this, and to be honest, you shouldn't worry about it, because whether you're a fan of the series or not, this game simply isn't worth your time. If everybody who wanted to hop off has, let's get into Assassin's Creed 3, unfortunately. Oh, holy shit. I don't even know where to start with just how much I hate this game. I really didn't want to, but it's just bad. It's not even like, oh, I'm just gonna put this down bad. It's bang my head against the desk kind of bad. The combat is a little harder than the last game, but it's not any more rewarding. The updates to the notoriety system make the getting around town part annoying and discourage you from doing any of the randomly generated side content they added just for this game. The parkour feels pretty good, but it's not any faster than just walking along the ground, so there's no reason to do it, meaning you probably won't. Playing through historic moments in US history should be really cool, but maybe it's because I'm American and know my history, or just the fact that the missions often fall flat that I find it kind of boring at the end. Connor is trained as an assassin, and your main antagonists are part of the Templar Order, but you don't have that as a personal reason to fight, as it's really just a revenge mission for Connor that, unlike Ezio, never evolves into anything more interesting. Connor himself is an incredibly irritating character who feels like someone very much wanted to write the good guy fighting an evil system, but didn't have any idea on how to do that. He rants and raves about how all people should be free, and I guess in a way acts on that, but for the most part he just bitches at people he's allied himself with before still helping them. He works alongside people who have proven to him that they don't have any notion of helping him or his people, and he goes along with it just choosing the lesser of two evils, which I'm not cool with. There's a world where this outline of a native fighting to help his own people and being betrayed by both sides of the conflict he finds himself in is really interesting. It's just not this one. Connor never seems to learn or grow over the course of the game. Altair went from an arrogant, short-sighted man to one who was patient, thoughtful, and led the assassins to new heights. Ezio was a child dragged into a war he fought tooth and nail to stay out of, wise beyond his years. But once he was in, he embraced the assassin's ideals and fought for them across his entire life, bettering the world around him. Connor was a boy who, filled with a thirst for revenge, sought his destiny only to spend his life trying to kill a man, not killing him several times for reasons I can't understand, we'll talk about it later, only to finally get to him, accomplish nothing, and resign himself to being bitter in defeat. Man, I'm just really fucking ranting right now. Roll the gameplay intro. Alright, let's get to the gameplay so I can go on a very long, angry tirade against the story. When it comes to the combat, I'm a fan.
Nice.
I definitely don't enjoy it as much as Revelations, but I can admit that it's a more challenging system and in a good way. The combat feels pretty fluid, but much slower than previous games. Connor has a much more brutal combat style that is more realistic than before, and he has to do a lot more to secure a kill than Ezio did. There's no dancing your way through a troop of enemies here. Connor cuts like he's an evil hotel executive.
I slice like a goddamn hammer.
There's also several unique enemy types that will catch you lacking if you're not paying attention, forcing you to actually use guard breaks to take them down, and that's a good thing. Guns are obviously far more prevalent here, but it doesn't really make much of a difference, to be honest. You'll be hitting that human shield button more often than before, but that's about it. The reality is that your single-shot pistol you have no reason to upgrade at any point is more of a fuck-off button than a weapon, and at most point, the troops you'll encounter will use their rifles as melee weapons far more often than they do as firearms. Speaking of gear, this is the first time in the series I've had the option to upgrade my equipment and never bothered to over the course of the game. The simple truth for me was that I didn't organically acquire money, and even when I had a little bit in my pocket, I couldn't find anything to spend it on other than consumables. The only weapon I bought was a cooler looking pistol that worked exactly the same as the one I was given for free, and I think the biggest problem this game has is that if you aren't really into the stuff in the store, there's nothing to work for. I'm willing to bet most people would rather have the cool-ass Assassin's Tomahawk than the plain-looking steel one that does more damage. It's the only truly iconic part of the game, and from a stats perspective, there's no reason to hold on to it. Thankfully, stats mean absolutely nothing here. There's also no armor to level up here, and again, no reason you'd need to, so bleh. Excited to get on my grind again in Black Flag next. Pistol swords, here I come. So that's combat, but what about movement? Well, that's a bit of a mixed bag. There's a ton of really well done animations here that you'll see moving through the trees or using the new chase breakers here that were found and lost in America. On the flip side, there's not a big chance you'll get to see a lot of this. In AC1, you moved across the rooftops because it was faster. In Ezio's games, you did it because it was cooler and more fun. Here, it's neither. I hope you like watching Connor run because frankly there's no faster way to get around town than just running through the streets. Whereas before you needed to climb viewpoints to find your way around, here the map will sort itself out as you move through the streets. A welcome change, but it means you'll likely not be climbing any viewpoints around town. although the eagle does spread its wings on the minimap when you sync with a viewpoint, and I think that's a very nice touch. There's also a decent amount of the game spent out on the frontier, and as much as I like the tree climbing mechanics, yet again, it's just not an efficient way to get around unless there's snow on the ground holding you back. And running everyone on flat surfaces does not make for an interesting Assassin's Creed. I swear, half the playtime in these games is dedicated to boring runs from objective to objective, which quickly drove me insane. I think I blame the setting more than anything else here, because a true-to-life 18th century USA just wasn't a setting that was going to play well to the series' strengths, but it doesn't mean the game was made poorly. Last thing I want to bring up is the notoriety system. To be blunt, it's annoying. Even at level 1, you'll have a hard time moving around town without starting a fight, and that's just irritating. It also means that when you see these random missions on the street encouraging you to help out citizens, you're likely to just ignore it because it's not worth the hassle of either fighting or fleeing from the guards and finding someone to bribe to lower your wanted level. I believe actions in games should have consequences, but those consequences shouldn't be that you don't want to play the game or use its mechanics. Overall, I like the gameplay here, but I hate that it feels as though Ubisoft would really prefer if I didn't partake in it. Anyways, let's move along to my real gripes in the story. Roll the tape.
America has no need for your services,
Send them back to Britain in a box! Death to the oppressor! Cut them down!
My name is Desmond Miles, and this is my story. When it comes to the story of Assassin's Creed 3, you need to know that it is fucking awful.
So the story of AC3 is probably my biggest issue with the whole thing because it's got layers to how bad it is. Let's start out with the first problem, and that's the first third of the game. No, I'm not even kidding. It's a 10-hour game. This is about 3 hours of it. You'll start the game as Haytham Kenway, who is a complicated issue, but let's start with what his part is before we get to the problems I have with it. You'll start with him attending a play where he makes his way across the theater in order to kill his target, which I have to say is pretty visually spectacular. Just something about the colors of the theater and the extravagance paired with his elegance really sets the right tone for the character and the game. There's no big fuss or fight when he reaches his target, just a man who knows he's been beaten, and another man doing what he must. Although I will say this moment where Haytham tells the boy to be quiet is straight out of a horror movie. The calm, measured nature he takes with the approach, the kill, and the escape make this an instant win for me when it comes to Haytham as a character. He'll return with this prize and be ordered to head to America in search of the precursor door the key he's just acquired from his target is supposed to open. He's given the names of 5 people sympathetic to the cause who he is to find while he's there in order to help him. Your journey will start on a ship and you can get into it with the crew a little bit and find yourselves at odds with the captain, but he needs your help. With talk of mutiny around the ship, he'll recruit you to find the traitors and unravel the plot. The twist comes in when it turns out while there has been talk of mutiny, that's not where the trouble brews from, as it turns out it's actually an assassin after Haytham that causes the conflict. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that Haytham is a Templar. They try to hide this by having him go about things in an assassin-ish way, along with wearing a hidden blade adorned with the assassin symbol, but there's no reason to hide it from you here in this context. The interesting note is that when confronted by the assassin, he's given the chance to surrender and avoid the bloodshed, but Haytham requests a sword instead, to which Mills agrees, and you have a pretty fun little duel, until it occurs to you to disarm him and batter the dude into a corner, but anyway. Some other stuff will happen, but all that matters is that you end up in Boston. You'll meet your first co-conspirator in Charles Lee and work on collecting the others while working to find the precursor door that you came here for. One of the missions you'll take part in is freeing native slaves from the British, and the woman who appears to be the leader will catch Haytham's eye. You'll track her down during the winter and convince her that you're on the same side, and she'll agree to work with you. You agree to take on the British commander that has been hounding you and leads the force to drive out the natives from their lands. First breaking into a fort to find out where his battle plans are, then organizing an ambush. After killing the leader, she will take you to the door you hope to find, only to learn it can't be opened with the key you have, but in other news, they smash and this will lead to Connor. Then you get the big twist that they've actually been following a Templar this whole time. Here's my problem with Haytham. He's too damn good of a character. You can't stick him with me for hours, then rip him out of my hands, declare that he's evil, and make me play whiny little bitch Connor. Haytham embodies a ton of what I want to see in my characters. He's intelligent, level-headed, with a controlled fire within him. Imperfect but aware of it, charismatic and loyal. Through him, you can see that the Templars aren't such bad people as has been shown through the other games plenty of times. He even works as a villain because for all his positive traits, it's still plain to see that Connor's ideals, whether from the assassins or his own personal viewpoint, will never align with Haytham's. I'm pissed off because I don't even have a good reason to be upset. It's like they wasted my time by having me play as Hatham, but it's also the best part of the game, so I don't even know where to stand on the topic. I don't know. Maybe I'll come back, but let's move it along for now. At least I can play as the main character of the game I bought. Oh, for fuck's sake! I have to spend an hour and a half as Child Connor now? Hold on, let me skim through this and figure out what the bare minimum I can talk about is so I don't bore you to death. Alright, so the big kicking off point is that you'll start off playing hide and seek with friends, blah blah blah, but then you'll be captured by Charles Lee, Hatham's second in command who we met earlier. This is very solid actually, as Connor will show his ironclad resolve even at a young age, spitting in Charles's face, telling him nothing about where his village is, then asking his name, promising to find him later on. None of this matters, however, as Charles Lee will proceed to knock you out, find the village, and then burn it down, but it's a great character moment as well, as making his way back to his village after he wakes up, ignoring the fires, he will try to find his mom. After demonstrating his strength rather than his intelligence, a very common trait throughout this game, by lifting a burning log he could have just walked under with no issues, he'll find his mother trapped and, unable to free her, have to suffer her loss. Connor will say later in the game that this attack was under Hatham's order, but if Connor finds that out here, it isn't shown. An older Connor will move on with the tribe and eventually set out with only a general area in the Assassin's Crest to guide him. After having a stubborn off and fighting some dudes off in the night, Achilles will finally agree to train Connor, although begrudgingly. I should mention that his name isn't actually Connor, it's... which I'm never going to try to pronounce, although it's very cool sounding. Achilles gave him the name Connor in order to try and help him integrate with a racist society a little bit better, something a black man in the colonies would certainly be aware of. They will travel to Boston, and when we see your dad, who I'm not quite sure how Connor recognizes, I mean, I guess he saw him for like 5 seconds from a bad angle in his spirit journey, dream, whatever, but alright. Achilles will have you tail the guy he's talking to because it looks like he's planning to turn his outrage into a riot. Turns out he's right, and we stop the shooter before he can pop things off. Dad is thorough though, and Charles Lee on a different rooftop will fire the shot that starts the Boston Massacre. I do enjoy the way Assassin's Creed fits their stories into real-life events in a believable way. Hatham then sees us and orders the guards to hunt us down. Thankfully, a very helpful Achilles, leaves? Okay. But we find ourselves in the care of Samuel Adams, who will tell us to go tear down one of the posters of ourselves and just kind of hopes for the best. He'll then introduce you to the series of underground tunnels that connect the city, which I never used again outside of missions requiring them. When you get home, Achilles will pretend it's all cool in the hood after leaving you to die, saying you needed experience. You'll then be introduced to the concept of homestead missions, where you can invite new people to your little plot of land and help them grow, which adds to your overall standard of living. I was actually really excited about this because before I started my replay, I happened to be watching a video that discussed AC3's homestead missions and how they were often missed by players but had some of the best moments in the game, showing a more interesting side of Connor along with a lot of his better character development.
So that was a fucking lie.
Yeah, fuck that. Don't let anyone lie to you. These missions are generic and boring. I did so many of these in good faith just wondering when they got good because, in fairness, it's not uncommon for games like this to have side content that's some of the best in the game but takes some time to open up. This is in fact not the case here, and apart from maybe Connor killing some poachers, which is good, these missions might actually detract from Connor as a character. I mean, look at this cringe.
Prudence.
Good day, Connor.
Norris is trying to court a woman. What do you women like in terms of gifts?
I can't emphasize enough how much of a waste of time these missions will be if you bother with them. Anyways, moving on, we'll get introduced to yet another gameplay addition that you'll basically never need to use again in sailing. Wait. Sailing, parkour, homestead missions, assassin recruits. Yeah, those exist here, but are so pointless I didn't bring them up. How many mechanics does this game have that you have no reason to use? Jesus, I found the problem. They had an Assassin's Creed game and made everything that set the game apart optional. Hunting too, now that I think about it. Man, what a Ubisoft move. Anyway, the ship combat here is fun. It's not as refined as Black Flag, but that's perfectly fine as it's the main mechanic there and one I almost never used here. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty of optional sailing content, but I try to be genuine when I do these playthroughs, dipping into everything but not wasting time with things I would never actually play if I weren't doing a review, and this is just one of those things I wouldn't take time out of my day to do. I often credit these videos with exposing me to great parts of games I would have never bothered with on my own, but honestly, AC3 side content is simply disappointment after disappointment, but I digress. No, I don't digress. I rant, and I'm sorry. Back to the story. For that, I'm also sorry. So about 4 hours into a 10-hour game, you'll be given your Assassin's Hood and finally get the chance to actually play the game. What a treat! It's at this point you're pulled out of the Animus to do a mission as Desmond when you're sent to recover a power source that will help unlock the door you've been working towards opening. Y'all ready for another angry sidetrack? It's been like 3 sentences since the last one, so I know you're ready for it. I want to comment on risking Desmond's life to do this. Like, I get it, he's the only one who actually does stuff, but like, if he dies, this has all been for nothing. He's the only one with the memories and the only one who can open the door. I'd like to comment on all that, but I'm stuck on what the fuck happened to Desmond's face. Everyone's faces, really. I mean, my god. I can understand this is just what happens when you move to a new generation of facial technology, but I mean, holy shit, they look like clay faces, and it's really off-putting. This is literally the last game Desmond will be in, and no one will care about new faces for Sean and Rebecca and their cameos in future games, so I mean, just damn, write it out for one more game, man. Don't do this to me. Anyways, the mission is actually pretty fun as they have the one hope for humanity yeet himself off a building and hope his parachute opens before confronting a gunman while unarmed, which could have gone very bad. You'll get back to playing Connor and the game kicks off when our friend from the tribe comes to tell us of a plot to steal the tribe's land from them, so Connor will bury a hatchet into the pillar of the house, to which Achilles promptly what the fucks because regardless of tradition, this is not your house, bro. Anyways, this is Connor's way of signifying he's going to war with any who would harm the tribe. You'll go see Sam Adams about finding this William Johnson who's the one looking to buy land out from under the tribe. So here's something I actually really like about Assassin's Creed and making these videos. I learned things. Let's let this conversation play out and then talk about it.
It's good to see the people finally taking a stand against injustice.
Says the man who owns a slave.
Ooh, sorry? I practice what I preach, my friend. She's not a slave, but a freed woman, at least on paper. Men's minds are not so easily turned. It's a tragedy that for all our progress, still we cling to such barbarism.
Then speak out against it.
We must focus first on defending our rights. When this is done, we'll have the luxury of addressing these other matters.
You speak as though your condition is equal to that of the slaves. It is not.
Tell that to my neighbor who is compelled to quarter British troops, or to my friend whose store was closed because he displeased the crown. The people here are no freer than Surrey.
You offer excuses instead of solutions. All people should be equal, and not in turns.
It's in turns, or not at all. We must compromise, Connor.
Alright, so I think Ubisoft's willingness to show the uglier side of American history is commendable, especially being a French developer who could have taken a lot of flack for it. I also appreciate how they have a genuine argument from the other side. Connor has the easiest side of the argument here, as it's simple to say slavery bad, no more, but it's more complicated from Adam's point of view. From his point of view, he's being oppressed to the same degree. Now, from the outside looking in, we know that being unfairly taxed and treated like a second-class citizen isn't in the same realm as slavery, but perspective is important when discussing these things. And to Sam Adams' credit, he has a leg to stand on by saying he can't change anything when he can't even vote on his own taxes. In turns or not at all is a great example of what Achilles said earlier.
What's true and what is aren't always the same.
I do appreciate the game made me look up and learn more about Sam Adams, learning he was in fact outspoken against slavery, but wasn't in fact in favor of outright abolishing slavery, stating that it would have to have been done gradually, which is interesting, and I feel as though his character is well represented in the game. This is the core character flaw we find in Connor, that he sees the world in black and white, always willing to speak out against something he views as wrong, but never willing to step back and look at the bigger picture of how we accomplish this goal, not only today, but keep it solved in the future. While it's a reality that we may not want to acknowledge, Sam Adams' view of taking things one step at a time and trying to change core issues in the system is probably better in the long term, something Connor refuses to even consider while not offering up any alternatives. So anyway, you save an angry French dude and then blow up some of Johnson's smuggled cargo he's using to fund his land grab. You'll then follow said angry French dude as he partakes in one of the most globally enjoyed pastimes in telling the British to go fuck themselves. After that, you'll join in on the Boston Tea Party, which even with damn near constant conflict, they managed to make boring. Don't really know how they managed that. Connor thinks that it's over because he destroyed the tea that Johnson was using as resources he needed to buy the land, so he retreated. Achilles disagrees, saying that you should have killed him and that he'll just come back, but Connor's a smart young lad and knows better than that old fart. So anyway, he comes back almost immediately and Connor will go and kill him. At least he doesn't make the same mistake twice. We also make a return to the Templar who you've just killed, making a little too much sense, then proceeding to tell you that your actions will doom them. He's also right about how events will play out in the end. Next up, we take part in Paul Revere's ride, which manages to take all the magic out of something I thought of as being super cool. Hopefully it was in real life. We then take part in the Battle of Lexington and Concord by riding back and forth and pressing B on different groups of troops in something that is, again, somehow less cool in a fictional game than it is in the real-life event. It's like they had a list of notable revolutionary events they had to hit, but had no idea how to make Connor relevant in any of them without tearing down what made them significant. Okay, so moving on to another moment that irks me more than it probably should. Connor will be here listening to a speech when he notices Charles Lee behind him. Okay, first of all, he's 1 row behind you in a 2-row room. How did you just notice him? Are you stupid? Well, we know the answer to that, but whatever. Also, I was led to believe that killing this man was Connor's singular goal in life, and he's just gonna let him walk out the door? No catch me outside, how about that? No tailing him after the meeting, nothing? I just don't believe the character who spends the whole game talking about being about that action and not letting injustice slide would give the dude who burned his village down and killed his mom a free pass. But there's a war on, so whatever, we head off to the Battle of Bunker Hill, and after a jaunt through the town, take out 2 of the ships bombing the town so that we can take the town and search for our newest target, John Pitcairn. Following this, we get the big set piece of the game as we run across a battlefield from cover to cover in order to get behind enemy lines and assassinate said Pitcairn, whose security detail immediately stops caring the moment you kill him. Like, what is this? The man claims that he only wanted to open Discord for talks of peace, but we've ruined any chance for that. Connor's last words to this man are that it is better to believe in something than nothing at all. Which makes absolutely no sense in the context of 2 people who were just arguing about what they believe. I feel like they just really wanted him to say that, but didn't think it through and hoped no one would think about it. It's like the end of fucking Black Panther. Next up, we get Connor throwing a temper tantrum after getting cooked by Achilles. The argument is broken up when we find out we have company as Connor is whisked away to New York in search of Thomas Hickey, who we'll begin our search for by tailing some counterfeiters. This goes poorly when you're caught with Hickey and a bag full of fake money. Believe it or not, the "that's not mine" approach did not keep him from getting arrested. I should mention the whole reason you were after him was to spoil a plot to kill George Washington, something that'll be pretty difficult from inside prison, so you'll escape, or at least give it your best try. The Templars are a step ahead and will use your ill-fated escape attempt in order to use your execution as bait to draw out and kill Washington. Thankfully, Achilles and the assassins have your back, and we get what I think was supposed to be a blood-pumping life-or-death moment where we stop Hickey right before he takes down Washington, but in my game, he bumped into an NPC and I had him in like seconds. Although he might actually be my favorite character in the game. Check out his last words.
The Templars, Lee, the big man, Haytham, they has the money, they has the power. That's the reason I threw in with them. That's the only reason. Sure, they have some sort of vision for the future too. I didn't give a damn about any of that. They can sing their songs about mankind and its troubles. They can make their plans and spring their traps. Don't bother me none. They paid me, so I said yes. Didn't bother to ask who, or how, or why. Didn't care.
You chose to side with men who would rob us of our humanity simply because it was more profitable?
What else is there? I'm not some blind fool who give up all I've got on principle. What is principle anyway? Can you bring it to the bank? Don't look at me like that. We're different, you and I. You're just some blind fool who's always chasing butterflies. Whereas I'm the type of guy who likes to have a beer in one hand and a tea in the other. Thing is, boy, I can have what I seek. Had it even. Your hands will always be empty.
Not all villains have some grand worldview. Some are just men who care not for your views on morality, simply throwing in with who will pay them. It doesn't make for spectacular storylines, but it does make for a more grounded one. And as with many of the final words Connor will hear over the game, they will ring a little too true as he tells Connor his hands will always be empty. We'll pop into the signing of the Declaration of Independence before being dragged out again to find another power source as Desmond. And again, it's pretty damn crazy to send him, but it's a pretty fun mission as you work through a sports venue on your way to steal another power source that's, and I quote, being worn as a bracelet by some tycoon's wife. In what fucking world does this remotely resemble something that can be considered a bracelet? I mean, what? I can't with these people, bro. Send me back to Connor. He has an argument with Achilles, and while he has the elegance of a buttered-up rhino falling down the stairs, he makes some valid points about how, while he may be doing too much, Achilles has been doing too little. We ride for Valley Forge to warn Washington of the plot on his life, where he tells us about how they're missing wagonfuls of supplies and he suspects a traitor named Benjamin Church, also a Templar, is behind it, so Connor tells him he'll help. When asked why he would volunteer his help, Connor responds by asking why it matters, and I like that George doesn't push the issue. It aligns very well with the man he was at the time, just pushing ahead for the cause, taking any win he can get. We go to ambush Church at the church. Oh, come on, guys! And we're ambushed by our dad, who immediately decided to kill Connor like the smarter than our main character kind of guy he is. Thankfully for Connor, Hatham reconsidered and presents that since he's also after Church, they have a reason to work together and maybe he can sway you into joining his side. You'll track Church's movements through the forest and sneak into his camp to eavesdrop on his men before Dad gets caught and you need to go rescue him. He'll just up and leave in the middle of the fight that you started to rescue him, telling you to meet him in New York, and man, he's doing a really great job at winning us over. You do meet Dad in New York, and they have a conversation in which Connor asks what it is the Templars want. In his own words, order, purpose, and direction, stating that it was the assassins who were misguided in their aimless goal of freedom, and that they used to at least dream of peace. It's interesting because both father and son show their ignorance here. Connor will say how freedom is peace, which everyone who isn't 16 knows isn't true, but Hatham makes a mistake here too. The Templars also used to dream of peace, a goal he doesn't list among the others they search for today. Both of them seem ignorant of the history of their orders, which, when they started, were both after the same goal of peace. They only differed on how to get there, one through order, one through freedom. It's a very well done metaphor for political ideology, but I'm not sure if I'm willing to give the writers here credit for that, as based on everything else around it, they might have just accidentally stumbled into something intelligent. Now that I've noticed how much the core values have been lost from both sides, at this point I'll be interested to see how each side defines themselves in future games as we explore different timelines. You'll steal an enemy uniform and use Hatham's connections to Church in order to get into the building. Then we get a randomly good scene between the two, which is better to just watch.
Must be strange for you, discovering my existence as you have.
I'm actually curious to know what your mother might have said about me. Always wondered what life might have been like had she and I stayed together. How is she, by the way?
Dead. Murdered.
What? I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, you're sorry? I found my mother burning alive. I'll never forget her face as she sent me away. Charles Lee is responsible for her death by your order. And you're sorry.
It's impossible. I gave no such order. I spoke the opposite, in fact. I told them to give up the search for the precursor site. We were to focus on more practical pursuits.
It is done, and I'm all out of forgiveness.
I really don't think Hatham knew what happened here, and I'm positive he didn't order it. He might be the antagonist here, but I don't think he's straight up a villain, which is nice. Anyways, it's a fake church that leads to an ambush, but we're able to learn that he sailed away, so we take the Aquila to pursue him. Dad bitches and moans as we tail a smaller ship through small passageways, but then we learn naturally it's another trap, and it's a man of war he's actually on. Disable Church's ship, destroy the escorts, and climb aboard to get after our man. We catch up to Dad beating the piss out of the dude. Connor will step in so we can learn the location of the supplies before he dies. Church spouts some shit about how the British aren't the bad guys, and my knee-jerk reaction is to call him stupid, but then he hits on the argument I just made a few pages back. Connor's refusal to at any point consider a point of view other than his own is what makes him such a painful protagonist. He never seems to learn or grow over the course of the game, seeing himself as correct regardless of the evidence he finds to the contrary. To be honest, off the top of my head, I can't think of a worse person in the game. Maybe Charles Lee, I guess. There are many flawed people in the game, but for all Connor's strength, he does walk his path with his eyes closed, or at least with blinders on. On top of that, he looks dumb as fuck in his My Little Sailor outfit. Wait. Hold up. Is he? Oh my god, guys. I think he's using his brain. This is wild. Actually considering the points Dad made and thinking critically? I never thought I'd see the day. Let's see if he contradicts himself almost immediately, or afterwards decides that, in fact, no, he's right. Coming home to Achilles with an apology is a good start, but then he's talking about teaming up with the Templars, which is bold as hell, but we can see how it plays out. Hatham, who actually does adjust his plans as things change, now intends to take the fight to the Loyalists and help get rid of the crown, so we'll go after some officers and attempt to gain info on their plans. We interrogate them, then kill them, to which Connor says, we shouldn't have killed them, you didn't have to do that, like he didn't do it one at a time, a foot away from him while he watched. First one's a surprise, my man, but the third one's gotta be on you, right? Connor chooses to report this info to Washington, who Hatham continues to try to convince you isn't the good guy. We then happen to find out that he sent men to kill your tribe, burn your village down, and salt their fields. super not cool, George. Connor actually does the right thing here, telling them both to go fuck themselves. When Dad tries to play hero, Connor is hearing none of it, saying that he was probably sitting on this information the whole time to use in a moment like this. Which, logically, he's probably right about. He'll then chase down and kill Washington's riders, proving his loyalty to his people above all else, which is nice. He shows up to find out that Charles Lee is already there leading the tribe to battle against the Patriots, although we never see him, clearly intending to start a war. You take down all the other guys non-lethally, but will be forced to kill your friend who, for some reason, believes Charles Lee over you. He was never very bright, to be fair. Lee rides out to betray the Patriots to the Loyalists, so Connor will ride to help the Patriots by manning a cannon and covering the retreat. Washington is finally convinced that Lee might be a traitor and promises to look into it. Connor tells him plainly that if he doesn't kill Lee, we will. So we're back on our I'm gonna kill Charles Lee above anything else thing, I guess. Feels like that keeps getting pushed to the side. So anyways, we'll push it to the side as we get pulled out of the Animus. Desmond's dad went to get the third power source they located, but naturally gets captured, so we'll head to Abstergo headquarters to get him out. Desmond gets, extremely violent during this section. Like, seriously, I know these guards are working for the evil machine or whatever, but just look at the way he cuts into them. It's downright brutal. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's super impressive, but just, damn. Then after stabbing 4 people to death, he just casually hops in the elevator. God, he's ugly in this game. Ugh. He proceeds to kill his way through the building until he runs into Wesley's dad from Wanted, who makes a point I've been screaming about this whole time.
Let's not draw this out. You got nowhere to go, and I've got a gun. Speaking of which, it's the 21st century and you're still running around with only a tiny knife for protection? It's stupid. All right, Desmond. Game's over.
Then, because they wanted to have this aha, I've got a gun moment, but wrote themselves into a corner, he falls victim to Deus Ex Machina spirit magic, forcing him to run away from us, and we, for some reason, chase him through the facility. We then get his gun, but for some reason it can only hold 1 bullet at a time, which looks really stupid with the extended magazine you took the time to model. You then scare the secretary, who's still there for some reason, who lets us in, where we find Dad being held hostage in a room full of gunmen. Desmond then goes on a pretty dark power trip where he has some of the gunmen take out Vidic before forcing them all to self-forever sleep, which I'm pretty sure I can't show on YouTube. You can actually make like dozens of guards do this on the way out, but I'm not quite the monster that Claymation Desmond is, so I just chose to walk out instead. You'll get back in the Animus, and it seems like Achilles dies, but I see him pop up later in a Homestead mission, and Connor kind of seems to gloss over it here, so I'm not really clear if he's dead or dying in this moment, I don't know. Connor will focus his efforts on getting into Fort George so he can kill Charles Lee. This will involve a battle for the Chesapeake Bay where you'll pilot the Aquila against the British Navy's onslaught, which is pretty damn great. Then, using the coastal dominance you've acquired to shell, yourself? Great plan, Connor, seriously, 10 out of 10, IGN. He will literally say the words, "I'm in no condition to fight," as he tumbles towards Lee's position only to find Dad there instead, who's pulling no punches. You then have a very exciting we're both super hurt fight where you defeat him by pushing him into several barrels and a table that the camera rejects. You then pull out the most anticlimactic kill I've ever seen by simply stabbing him with no fanfare. Hatham goes out like he lived, sure of his ideals and with no apologies. Connor then cuts his hair and shows up to Dad's funeral so he can kill Lee. His plan, as it turns out, is just to walk up to him and get captured without a fight so he can add another 45 minutes to this game for some annoying-ass reason. You'll also play this section with your hood down so everyone can see your new haircut. It's not really as cool as they think it is. Use some stuff that doesn't matter to track him down, and during the final chase, I'm 100% sure that if it wasn't for scripting, I would have caught him like halfway through right here. Again, we succumb to even more padding, as this isn't even the end, as you have to get on a boat, walk your ass across the frontier just to meet him at a bar, stab him unceremoniously, and leave. There seems to be this moment of mutual respect between the two that I can understand coming from Charles, but not Connor. I can't imagine any world in which Connor would share a last drink with this dude who burned his mother alive. Anyways, there's no death scene where he gets to say his piece and Connor shows him kindness, so I guess that's neat, at least. He heads back to the village to find it abandoned with only the piece of Eden left behind for him to find, which has orders in it from Juno in which he needs to hide the key where no one will ever find it, essentially telling him what everyone else in the game did, that he strives for that which doesn't exist and he'll never find what he's looking for. He'll then dig up Achilles' dead son, who it turns out was named Connor. There's actually a good amount of emotional weight on that one, finding out just how much he meant to Achilles, who clearly saw him as a son. So anyway, we'll dig up Achilles' other son's grave to hide the key, but when the camera shifts, you can see that they did not, in fact, dig a hole. I don't know why I have to say this, but if you're not going to bother to model the hole, just don't let me move the camera to see that it isn't there. Jesus, it's fucking amateur hour around here. So we return to present day, go get the key, open the door, and watch as 5 games of Desmond's story collapses in on itself in one of the worst endings I've ever seen in a video game. Maybe media in general. I don't even know where to begin with how maddeningly stupid this is. Okay, let's start by rolling this back a little to the core concepts of the series. I'm willing to acknowledge that Desmond spent most of his life wanting nothing to do with the Assassins, but this has clearly changed as of his time in the loading program in Revelations and over the course of this game. He's fully embraced his life as an assassin and falls in with their ideals at this point. So, what ideals do I speak of? The entire concept of the Assassins was to fight for a world in which every man, woman, and child was free. For better or for worse, they believed a free people given the tools to make a great society is how the world should be. No overarching power making decisions for people, favoring the chaos of freedom over being controlled. Their core idea is to allow humanity to make its own decisions and end up where it will. That's been their whole thing, right? Okay, so let's talk about what's happening here. Minerva will show up and tell us we've been duped. While the other precursors fought to save the world, Juno sought to control it, so she was locked away. But now she managed to trick us in almost releasing her, which is where we are now. While our ancestors, along with us, thought that we were fighting to find a solution left behind for us, we didn't understand. The Assassins and Templars have spent centuries in conflict looking for the answer, not understanding that what in fact was left behind was the tools to find the answer instead. But now it's too late and there's no way to stop the coming end. Juno tells Minerva to show us what will happen. It turns out that if the solar flare does in fact hit Earth, then it won't be the end of the world, just the end of the world as we know it. In her words, the ground will crack and spit fire and all of humanity will burn. But Desmond will emerge and gather what's left of humanity, becoming a symbol to those who survive of hope, helping to rebuild and stop this from ever happening again. The world will heal, and in time, you will die. And over time, the religion will form around your image, and the words you pass on in an effort to preserve life will be used to justify taking it. I'm mad at the game right now, so I'm not even going to argue for either side about how religious symbols affect the world for better or for worse. They don't deserve that argument. The alternative Juno provides is that if you free her, she will prevent this tragedy. Minerva warns that she will make slaves out of humanity, which Juno doesn't even pretend to argue she won't do. Then Minerva pleads with Desmond, talking about exactly what I did earlier, that you spent this whole fight working to ensure that mankind would be free, and that freeing Juno would go against everything we stand for. Desmond isn't having it though, choosing to lay down and die, allowing the world to become slaves to Juno, which I can't even begin to discuss how stupid it is. He says that no matter what happens, we will find a way to stop her, but no, we won't. Everyone you leave behind will have to deal with that. This is played off as the morally right decision because saving everyone is the right thing to do, but I wholeheartedly disagree. You see in the future, you know humanity will survive and that we will rebuild. But rather than that, you've chosen to just beg at the feet of a would-be deity and just endure? I've played a better game that had this exact line of logic, and funny enough, he was the villain in that game.
Is submission not preferable to extinction?
This isn't even the right choice by any means, and I have no idea why they chose to make a villain out of their protagonist at the end of the game. You don't even get a choice here, you just have to sit and watch Desmond damn the world and be treated as a hero for doing it. At the very least, true to her word, Juno will in fact use this power to save the world, so that's nice, I guess. Oh, and then we get the epilogue, in where Connor finds that the world he fought to help free will move on with different masters, allowing for slavery and betraying the promises they made of a better future. Well, isn't that a little bit on the nose? Yeah, maybe this is saying that, like in America, the world under Juno could get better over time. I'm proud of the progress we made as a nation, but we made that progress because regardless of the mistakes we made in the beginning, the core value of this country was the ability to change and do better. Something that is not found in the core beliefs of Juno! So there you go, you spent 5 games and dozens of hours to watch your main character doom mankind. Now, of course, none of this will be brought up in future games because we don't have the balls for that, but that's not what we're talking about here, I suppose. I really wanted to call this a nothing burger of a game, and in a lot of ways it is, but in reality it's worse than that. We got an upgraded combat system just for any combat outside of missions to be punished by making sure you can't walk around town. The same with the all-new spontaneous side content you're discouraged from participating in. They give us awesome new free running animations and refine the system even further, making it in a lot of ways feel better than before, but you'd never know because they put it in a setting where the best way between 2 points is just to do a boring run where you're going to be at ground level. There's no reason to climb anything. You gave me exciting new naval combat and no reason to use it, gaining me nothing outside the experience of doing it, which isn't enough for side content. You make me play a third of the game as someone who not only isn't the main character, but someone who would have made an infinitely better main character. If Hatham had been the one going after Charles Lee, this game would have been like an hour long, I swear. Then again, if Connor actually went after Charles Lee, the game also would have been an hour long, so who the fuck cares? Oh, we've got a homestead to take care of now. Look forward to asking what girls like and playing bowls, the national game of English retirement homes everywhere. We get an annoying little asshole of a protagonist who refuses to ever learn, grow, or consider the bigger picture, only to find out in the end, after freeing a country that would allow slavery, destroy his tribes and hundreds like it, killing his best friend and his own father, that everything he did was essentially for nothing, just a pawn to be moved around the board by Juno, a mystery he couldn't even comprehend, let alone solve. This game is a nothing burger of food poisoning. It doesn't deserve to be spoken of in the same world as the games that came before it. For all their faults, they were better than this. Assassin's Creed 3 is one of the single most infuriating games I've ever played, and definitely the most infuriating I've ever talked about. It shouldn't have been made a decade ago, it shouldn't be played today, nor spoken of tomorrow. This is not a game to be tossed aside lightly, it should be thrown with great force. Yeah, I stole that quote and I couldn't care less. This game stole 12 hours of my fucking life. Double that if you count my first playthrough a decade ago. God, I fucking hate this game. No outro. Black Flag next. Goodbye. Fucking hell. I fucking hate this shit. Fucking stupid ass goddamn fucking game. Fucking pissed off. I don't fucking talk about anything with my fucking milk. I need a banana. So here we are with probably the most conflicting video I'm going to do in this series, at least for me personally. I'm going to come right out and say it, I love Black Flag, while simultaneously thinking it's a terrible Assassin's Creed game. Coming off AC3, I was angry and considering scrapping this whole project because I just didn't want to play another game in this series, but I pushed on and remembered why I'd adored Black Flag oh so long ago. And I'm guessing if you've played it, you can name some of those reasons right off the top of your head. Sailing the seas as a pirate in charge of your merry band is just downright fun. Two of my biggest gripes with the previous games is there was no sense of progression as upgrades were unneeded and pointless, along with the side content feeling like something that you should be avoiding, lest you make the game somehow even worse. What we got here were systems that made me want to do everything but take part in the story, which I'll admit is a problem in itself, but we'll get back to that later, it's more complicated. What matters is I never got tired of sailing around, listening to shanties, taking prizes, and upgrading my precious jackdaw. Black Flag is very far from perfect, and I'll be sad to shine a light on those areas of the game, but we have far more to talk about in a positive manner, so don't expect a Debbie Downer here. There will be no restraint on spoilers here, so if that bothers you, you'll have time to click off now, but let me be perfectly honest with you. There's nothing I could spoil that would detract from the game itself. The story is an inconvenience the majority of the time, and the beauty of this game is found in ignoring it, so don't feel shy about sticking around. That being said, if everyone who wanted to hop off has, let's get into the game that I believe caused permanent damage to the Assassin's Creed franchise, while simultaneously being one of the best games they've produced. Let's get into Black Flag.
I think I'll keep her. All hands aft, lads. We're taking this one home.
I murdered William Moore as I sailed. I spied 3 ships from Spain as I sailed, as I sailed. I spied 3 ships from Spain as I sailed. I spied 3 ships from Spain, I fired on them amain, and most of them I slain as I sailed, as I sailed. And most of them I slain as I sailed.
We'll start with the great strength of the game, and that is simply playing it. The combat here is the fastest and most aggressive we've seen in the series up to this point. Edward prefers dual swords as our ideal pirate captain would, along with up to 4 pistols that I recommend crafting the holsters for as soon as you can. It's worth it. There's no real way to talk about Edward's combat style without talking about him fighting ship to ship, so let's start with the big centerpiece of the game in the naval combat and exploration. Once you finish the tutorial chapters of the game, you'll find yourself taking a ship and sailing through the storm to freedom. When you reach the other side, Edward will decide to keep the ship and name it the Jackdaw. This will become your home for the rest of the game, and to be honest, I couldn't be happier. It's a modest ship with 7 guns and relatively weak armor, but she's got heart, along with being faster than most ships you'll come across, having the ram synonymous with a brig, and being very upgradable. The list of upgrades you can make to the ship is pretty long, so let's run through it. The hull for added protection, more cannons for more firepower, adding more chase cannons to better tear through an opponent's rigging with chain shot, helping to slow them down, a bigger, stronger ram that is way more useful than you think. You can add mortars to increase your long-range damage output, better swivels will allow you to better exploit weaknesses you create in enemy ships, and you can also upgrade your ammunition such as your round shot, chain shot, and my personal favorite, heavy shot for those up-close and personal encounters. There's also... No, that's it. Ship-to-ship combat is awesome in its own right, with the wide array of ship types and tactics they use forcing you to adjust to their combat styles. Especially in the early game when your damage output is limited and your weak hull leaves you vulnerable. While all this is fine and dandy inside the story missions, it's elevated to a much higher degree in free play. I really feel like it's the first time in these games since ACR Story that I felt my decision making was important, and for more than one reason. Taking a prize is about more than just fun. It means bettering your lot in life when you take the materials needed to make your ship stronger. Upgrades do cost money, but they also require materials, and you can't just buy those at the Harbor Master, which means if you want that new set of cannons, you'll be out searching for ships with metal on board you can use to upgrade. As the resource costs increase throughout the game, this makes deciding what ships to attack more and more important. Don't get me wrong, by the halfway point in the game, you could probably destroy anything outside the legendary ships, but it doesn't mean you'll want to. Every engagement is a time investment, and the amount of it you'll do means that by the time you're going after elite upgrades, you'll need so much of a specific material that you won't want to waste your time with anything other than that material. It was a ton of fun to look through the spyglass deciding on my prey, sometimes charging at a man of war for the bountiful supply of wealth it carried on board, and other times taking a schooner over a frigate because it had 90% of the value on board and required a fifth of the effort to take down. There's a time in the game where even a frigate is something that would be enough to steer the Jackdaw away from because the tough fight simply isn't worth the reward. But by the time you're in the endgame, only the mightiest ships will pose a threat to you. The sense of progression is phenomenal as you go from a ship full of men taking what you can, to a fearsome crew taking what you want. Speaking of progression, I mentioned how there was never a need to upgrade an AC3, and for Edward at least, that's true, but earning cool gear is so much fun that you'll absolutely want to. In Ezio's games, I wanted the legendary armor sets because I wanted the upgrade, but here when I look at my gilded sails and think of all the work capturing forts and doing missions from one end of the map and back time and time again, it puts a smile on my face. I did that. Those are mine. This head can be same for the golden flintlocks I loved seeing upon my person. I'll admit the pistol swords didn't quite feel as good for me in comparison. Doing 15 mostly unique naval contracts with a climactic final mission fighting against waves of bigger and bigger ships in a storm feels incredible. Doing 30 assassin contracts that feel pretty much the same and require no real effort for a pair of swords with a couple of unique animations doesn't really hit the same. Especially once you get the blowpipe, which pretty much just acts as an I win button. Get in range of your target, stick them, and watch they fight their own crew to death as you collect your stealth bonus since nobody saw you. Also, the so-called stealth outfit you unlock doesn't seem to make you any harder to detect, so I wouldn't really bother. Besides, it looks ridiculous, and Edward has plenty of better fits available. So you're a fearsome crew out stalking the seas for a prize to take. You've won the fight, but now it's time to board. How is it? One word. Phenomenal. Attacking smaller ships like a schooner can be over in an instant, especially as you become a true sniper with the swivel gun over the course of the game. But when boarding a man of war, there's no chance of avoiding the chaos, so you best be ready to wade into the fray wielding sharp steel and a will to use it. Challenges required to complete a boarding like killing the captain, destroying powder reserves, yeeting a scout off the top bunk, a general number of kills, and tearing down the ship's flag give each boarding just a touch of variety that keeps staleness at bay. Doesn't matter how many times I do it, launching off the rope swing to come down on deck in slow motion, sword in hand, will always feel awesome. The soundtrack here is worth mentioning, but it's so good we're going to see the return of the music section after we wrap up our conversation here, so don't think I forgot. That being said, what we should talk about here is everyone's favorite part of Black Flag, in the shanties. This was simply one of the best adds to the game as it makes the simple act of floating through the Caribbean something enjoyable. I do have to make a concession though, in the pursuit of fairness. For all the joy this game brought me, and for how good of a game it isn't a good Assassin's Creed game. I suspected this game was the beginning of the design philosophy that would lead us to Origins, and from where I'm sitting, it looks like I was right. All the worst parts of this game are the moments where it's clear they went, crap, we gotta do like assassin stuff. Tailing is tailing, but when many of your missions won't require stealth, the ones that do grind the game to a halt. I'll get into more specific examples when I go through the story, but long and short of it is that this game is at its best when it's doing this. And at its worst when it's trying to do this. You may meet the assassins in the first half of the game, but you won't even attempt to join them until like the last 2-ish hours of the game, and that's just not enough time to develop a whole story that I would care about. I'm off track again, but part of the reason is I want to talk about the rope dart, which you get right here at the end of the game. But I really, really wish I had it all along, because while in stealth it's pretty so-so, really was more clearly meant for Connor's time in the trees in that regard, in open combat it leads to awesome kills like this, and a new way to reach out and touch your enemies. If they had added this around, say, the time you were marooned, then I would have really enjoyed playing through it with the rest of the game. It is what it is, though. Oh yeah, I guess I should mention there's actually more to do outside of what I've already mentioned. I touched on the concept of elite upgrades. Well, these are the last step of an upgrade line for parts of the ship and will require you to find the matching plan for them. These can be found via treasure maps leading you to digging up a chest containing them, but they are more likely found under the sea as a result of going diving. I hate this. But it's a great addition that fits extremely well, and I can see a lot of people enjoying it. Personally, I don't like doing what's essentially an underwater stealth mission that sometimes contains jump scares. Sorry, but whatever floats your boat, they don't take too long. Outside of general exploration and hunting, the other activities you can take part in is gathering Mayan keystones to unlock a set of armor that looks cool but doesn't feel super cool. I wouldn't bother. Along with whaling. Now, I have to be honest, through all my other playthroughs, I thought whaling was a bit of a violent activity that fit well with the realities of the game, and considering that's entirely optional, it wasn't something that bothered me very much. That being said, someone on the subreddit literally compared it to genocide, saying it was harder to watch than, for example, and I'm seriously not kidding here, movies like Schindler's List. I'm going to quote word for word here, when asking about how much whaling you had to do because he was sensitive to the imagery, which I remind you, I agree with and is a very valid take. It's not a pleasant sight. Then someone replies, bro, it's a video game, you aren't skinning them for real. Which is kind of a dickish reply, but again, also fair. But then this motherfucker hopped all the way out of pocket when he said, and again, I'm quoting word for word, why would somebody cry during Schindler's List? It's not as if they're real Jewish people being put to death. So for you, sir, out there comparing whaling to the Holocaust and pretending that's not insane, I present to you my new reaction to going whaling in the game. I'd like to point out that at the time of writing this has been living in my head rent-free for 44 days. It's just insane. So yeah, to wrap it up with a nice little bow, I highly recommend the gameplay in Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Sail the seas with your merry band of pirates, sing shanties, and take prizes. There's dozens of hours of fun to be had out there, and I couldn't get enough of it. Just don't go looking for what made the Assassin's Creed games good in the first place. Speaking of which, on to the story. You know what, I was feeling negative about the story, but the reality is that what I dislike about it is that it gets in the way of the gameplay. I love the cast we get here, and there's some very strong character moments, so let's get into it. We start out in the midst of a storm and a desperate battle between two ships before being blown into a flashback where we see how Edward got here, privateering in the hopes of earning enough for a better life for himself and his beloved Caroline. When he washes up on shore, an assassin by the name of Duncan Whirlpool will crawl up on the beach saying he needs to get to Havana. We get into a bit of a spat when he tries the carrot and then the stick to try and get Edward to help him, so naturally Edward will kill him, take his stuff and his clothes before searching for a way to get to Havana and cash in on what he was doing there. It's at this point I realize the game ran like shit. It's no secret I often emulate my favorite YouTubers, so let's have our Mandalore moment. What worked for me is the frame drop fix on Nexus mods by Yassine980. It can be a little weird to get it working, so I'll walk you through it quickly. Download the RAR file and extract it. I had to use WinZip for this, which I absolutely do not recommend. Now attempt to launch it, and if it works first try, great, but it never did for me, so what I had to do was open the task manager, go to details, find your DED overrider, right click, go to analyze weight chain, click all the boxes, and click end. Now try it again, and you should open in the tray this time, but sometimes you have to do this step more than once. Then just hit the add button and select the single player file and you're good to go. I'll link this in the description, of course. With that sorted, you'll make a friend instead bonnet and head for Havana, before being pulled out of the Animus to be bored when learning that you're apparently an Abstergo employee working with Desmond's memories. Also, they tease Japan even though we still haven't been there. It's been 10 years. Rebecca makes a cameo and we return to the game we want to play. After a couple inconveniences, we head to the governor's house in the guise of Duncan Whirlpool, where we have a friendly shooting competition before showing off our assassination skills. It's not a great tutorial, but it's not the worst. We hand over what we brought and join the Templar Order before robbing everyone at the table. To be clear, Edward knows nothing of Templars and assassins. He's here for the cash. You're told there's more cash in it for you to help escort the man they called the Sage, so we go and do so, helping fend off an assassin attack. Then Edward does exactly what he does and gets greedy, going after the Sage himself, only to end up getting caught and exposed as the fraud he is. We wake up in chains alongside Adewale, and working together you'll escape, free enough sailors for a crew, and steal the ship that will become the Jackdaw. You'll have a chat with Addy, and come to the conclusion that he'll be your quartermaster before stopping off to hunt and resupply, then heading to Nassau. You'll recruit a crew and take to the seas to take your first prizes alongside Benjamin Hornigold, and make your first upgrades to the Jackdaw before taking part in a plantation heist. None of that is super exciting, but we'll meet a few of our main characters here in James Kidd, although not really. Ed Thatch, aka Blackbeard, and Benjamin Hornigold, one of the more level-headed of the group. Thatch will hatch a plan to steal a man of war and use it to help defend Nassau, which will lead to us tailing and killing the captain who happens to be Ducasse, who we met earlier, the assassin hunter. We steal his life, his ship, and his cove, which will become Edward's home base. It's really quite a nice little spot, and upgrading it with a tavern, bonfire, and stores is really good. You get dragged out again to go to a meeting with your boss, and you'll actually end up hacking a coworker's system for the IT guy. This will become the theme for your Out of the Animus activities, but we'll get to each of those as they come. For now, you deliver some data to Sean and Rebecca and get back to work. Kid will invite you to meet him on Tulum, so you'll head there and get your first taste of this game attempting to live up to the franchise it's a part of, forcing you to stealth your way through and not allowed to kill anyone. This bugs me for two reasons. One, stealth in this game, while easy, is boring. And two, in what world would Edward have not just cut a bloody swath through these guys like he has everyone else in the game? I mean, seriously, he pulls a leader on the leader of the assassins immediately after seeing Kid. Anyway, you'll solve a puzzle and confirm the man you saw in Havana is in fact the Sage. To the game's credit, at least they don't just go, "Oh, you know Kid, we cool." They're very upset about you killing a bunch of them and are expressly told you're not welcome here. When you get out of the Sage Cave, you'll see that apparently significantly more time has passed than you're aware of somehow, as your entire crew along with most of the assassins have been captured and you'll have to work to free them. Before you leave, Kid will offer you the chance to work on assassin's contracts, which I'd already done a dozen of at that point, but whatever, and showing you where the Mayan keystones go. Vane and Rackham will show up in Nassau with a lead on a pile of gold being held in a fort, so we go to take a look at it. I had already captured most of the forts in the game at this point, so it was no bother, and we find Governor Torres inside and make a little deal with him. We have to convince Kid to stay his blade for a moment so we can tail Torres and the slaver Prince to where the Sage is being held. I would like to point out not only here, but at several points in the game, Torres will be outspoken against slavery, which I just really enjoy as a character trait for one of our antagonists. Prince sniffs out our trail and we'll have to make a second run at it that night. James Kidd will reveal that she's actually Mary Reed, and I mean like, duh. He'll kill the slaver, but the Sage will escape. Nassau will find itself in need of medicine, and to keep Thatch from doing something rash to get it, we'll buy a diving bell and search an underwater wreck for it instead, although we'll come up empty-handed. With that having failed, Thatch will indeed do something drastic, charging headfirst at a man of war that will have you pulling his ass out of the fire and then piloting his Queen's Revenge in combat, which is pretty damn cool. You'll secure some medicine, but not enough, so Blackbeard will resort to more drastic measures, capturing hostages and trying to force a town governor to get him the medicine. This will lead to us doing what I think the one stealth sequence in the game is that I found fun. Ship stealth is really and truly stupid, especially in this context, and I'm not even going to try to defend it, but running through the swamp is something that I, for the most part, enjoyed. You'll be pulled out again, this time hacking the security system before handing that info off to Rebecca. Blackbeard will decide that his time is done and say his goodbyes, more or less, sailing for retirement. Soon after that, Woods Rogers, who you met earlier in the game, will come to Nassau with offers of a pardon for all pirates, and being the type, Hornigold will hear him out, bringing a few others along with him. You'll tail the meeting to eavesdrop before stealing what info you can. With the conclusion that Nassau experiment is over, you will hatch a plan with Vane to turn Rackham's schooner into a fire ship and use it to break the blockade they're running to keep everyone inside. This will include stealing some gunpowder barrels and killing the Chamberlain, who has an all-around more violent approach when compared to Rogers. Running the blockade is pretty fun, even if I would have absolutely soloed it and plundered every ship out there without need of a fire ship. Edward and Vane will set off to see Thatch and find his retirement party. Vane isn't too happy with him, but Kenway is a little more neutral, saying that he isn't done yet but understands why he's choosing to walk away. Thatch will pass a lead on about the Sage before kicking off the party. Unfortunately, we see something that feels wrong and follow a guy away from the party where he will find out he's in fact a spy reporting in, and this will kick off an attack from the British Navy. It's an epic set piece that will have us bounding across flaming rooftops to get to the Jackdaw to fight it out, heading into the breach once more with our dear friend Edward Thatch before getting one of the most powerful moments in the game, along with a line that stayed in my head from the first moment I heard it. This is seriously one of the best moments across any of the Assassin's Creed games, and I think that it's worth acknowledging that while this story doesn't have much to do with Assassin's Creed, it's very solid on its own. Sailing away in this moment is something that weighed much heavier on me than I would have imagined.
What of Thatch, sir? Did he fall? Captain?
He drinks damnation.
We'll use the lead Thatch gave us and go after a Royal Africa Company ship in search of the princess, the ship we believe the sage to be aboard. This goes a bit poorly when the crew members mutiny alongside Rackham and we end up marooned alongside Vane, who goes just a bit crazy on the island. You'll have to take him down before your escape comes up and it's time for you to leave. This mission is pretty much pointless, as you'll end up back with your crew in charge of the Jackdaw like nothing happened. It seems Rackham proved a poor captain yet again and ended up fleeing back to Nassau and taking the pardon. Speaking of traitors, Ben Hornigold will also switch sides and actually ends up working directly with the Templars. We end up trailing him and Rogers back to Torres and eavesdrop getting what info you can about the sage's location. I actually really like this moment in which Ben looks over at the dock, sees the Jackdaw and goes, "Oh, I bet Edward's here somewhere." It's incredibly reasonable that a large and identifiable ship would stand out and that someone would take notice. The info you learned here will lead to finally catching up to Roberts, and after freeing him of Templar burden, he will agree to take you to the observatory. On the way there, Hornigold will rear his ugly head and you'll have to go after and deal with the traitor once and for all. First taking on his ship, then after running it aground, going after him to finish the job, which I did by having one of his own men shoot him. Get to the location Robert told you about and clear the jungle of the tribesmen who guard the observatory. When that's done, you'll get to the door and the sage will shoot all of his men, telling you that what's inside would destroy their lesser minds, something that will actually come up later. He will activate the observatory and show you its wonders. The ability to literally see through a person's eyes, sometimes. The perspective changes based on the needs of the scene, it's weird, I don't know. He then immediately betrays you, of course, before walking out to live the way he wants to. A short life and a merry one, he says. You then wake up in the modern day to find out that apparently you work for just the worst company in the world. Crazy how well they predicted Amazon's working conditions, as you were drugged and locked in a room and then told you can always pass the time by working. The IT guy, Sam, who you've been working for, lets you out though so you can help cover your tracks. You hack the security terminal and then get the in-game commercial for Black Flag before Juno pops up and Sam has a fucking meltdown as you casually stroll back into your room, which is just so damn funny.
Now! Living in that goddamned head of yours! Fuck, 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 fuck! Why did she spare you? Why are you still here?
We find Edward was dropped off by Roberts into the hands of the Crown after the Jackdaw left him. We happen to be in prison with Mary Reed and Anne Bonny, who are also in prison for piracy. With the help of Atabai, the leader of the assassins, you escape and will help him break into the prison and rescue your friends, but not without seeing a few others first. You find the remains of Jack in a cage outside, and Edward shows the softer side of himself here.
You weren't much of a friend, Jack Rackham, nor an able sailor neither. But you were strange and lively, and you made me laugh more than once. And that's enough to make me sorry for seeing you like this. I hope you found a lasting peace, down there among the dead.
I tend to more or less share Edward's opinion on Jack, and I was surprised to find myself upset by what had happened to him. I said it before, and I meant it. This game has a wonderful cast of characters and awesome character moments. Inside the prison, you'll also run into Vane, who was apparently captured and brought here after your experience on the island together. Edward will say goodbye by wishing him the best and saying he wished they had parted as friends. You find Mary and Bonnie, but Mary is in a bad way, so you'll have to carry her out, refusing to leave her no matter how bad it gets. But it's all for naught, as she will die in your arms with freedom just feet away.
Don't die on my account. Go.
This is such a pain in the ass. Damn it. You should have been the one to outlast me.
I've done my part. Will you?
If you came with me, I could. Mary.
I'll be with you, can we? I will.
This changes something in our fun-loving pirate captain. From the word go, he never claimed to be the good guy. He was a man out to get rich and didn't care about what he destroyed to get where he wanted to be. And this made for an excellent character. He wasn't an evil person, but certainly a bad one, although he was surrounded by people who saw the good in him and believed in him. It was simply his ambition to live a better life that led to him being the man he was, persevering through all the setbacks, confident that if he kept pushing forward, he could live the life he aspired to. But this was one too many losses. He watched Blackbeard want for peace at the end of a hard life, only to be cut down the very night. He watched a friend in Charles Vane go mad and had to fight with him just to survive. His crew on the Jackdaw left him more than once, and he found a man who was little more than a fool playing at being a pirate rotting in a cage, the once cheerful Calico Jack. Not to mention the only other level-headed captain in Ben Hornigold had betrayed him and forced to fight to the death. Now here lies Mary in his arms, a woman who believed in his better nature, and who trusted him time and time again to be more than what he is now. She wasn't the one who was supposed to die. She was the best of them, and in this moment I think Edward Kenway decided to live up to her memory. He is given some of the very best character development in the series, right up there with assassin mentors like Altair and Ezio, but he did it without a creed to guide him. When this is all said and done, he may well end up being my favorite character in the series. We return to the home of the assassins in Tulum, and after finally being given the rope dart, we help defend this place we once helped to destroy, only if through our actions. With this, we will have redeemed ourselves in the eyes of Atabai, and will join the assassins to hunt down the Templars in Woods and Torres. Addie will decide to stay among the assassins and sail no further under your flag, but Anne will take his place, and she's just as welcome in that spot as he is. Unfortunately, this will be for the most part the end of our fun as we're forced to act as an assassin for no known reason. At least in the next mission. Our gear is stripped away from us as we're sent to tail a diplomat, steal his clothes, and sneak into a party to kill Woods Rogers. I understand that we're meant to be acting as assassin for the first time here, but that doesn't mean you need to take away my tools. Just add in the stipulation my kills need to be undetected. I didn't feel like I had to make a more skillful approach to my target, just that my options were limited, and that wasn't cool, either gameplay-wise or as part of the narrative. We do get a lead on Roberts, though, and we set sail for Principe. We sneak through the encampment, which is really pretty pointless as we just end up chasing down his ship anyway, and because he refuses to engage in it, we just end up spamming mortar fire and chain shot, which isn't very interesting. Board the Royal Fortune and say goodbye to Dread Pirate Roberts in one of the most gangster send-offs ever.
A merry life and a short one, as promised. How well I know myself.
Take the skull from the observatory and use it to locate Governor Torres, then head to kill him. It's actually just his double, but you can at least get rid of his bodyguard El Tiburon before returning to the observatory to kill the real Torres. It's actually pretty cool as you'll get in and see his guards going crazy, seemingly the madness Roberts had warned of. Killing Torres is essentially the end of the story, although there is another ending we will get to in just a second. Before that, though, we're woken up in the modern day, and would you believe it, the IT guy we've been working with happens to have a very familiar face, a modern-day sage still in search of Juno. Security comes in and will drop his ass to make sure we don't have any consequences of that to deal with in future games. You're then given the worst apology from your boss, and as a thank you for everything you've done up to here, you're given the trailer to the game and encouraged to go back to work. And I guess we just do? Kind of insane, but whatever. Then Sean and Rebecca call and are like, hey, sorry for all the blackmail and stuff. If you want to help us, we're like assassins, so that would be cool. I've heard from more than one person about how the assassins are always shown as the good guys before Rogue, and while that's absolutely not true, this isn't even the worst thing they've done in this series, and yet it might bother me the most. Anyways, though, we return to Edward and get what I think is the best ending to any of the games so far. Edward has given his home to the assassins in place of Tulum and plans to return to England. We'll be gently caressed into the credit by Anne's song, which tugs at my heartstrings every time as he welcomes Jennifer, his daughter. They will sail for England together, and I just love them. Edward has grown into the type of man capable of raising a child, and in the short time we know her, Jennifer is a charismatic and fun person. The game will end where the previous one began, at the theater in London, where an older Edward surrounded by his daughter and new son Hatham Kenway. I like this a lot. Part of me wishes you couldn't play the game after this, because it just feels like such a perfect way to say goodbye. And it'll be mine.
And all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit, to memory now I count. So parting glass, good night and joy be with you all.
I'm certainly not the first one to tell you that the soundtrack to Black Flag is fantastic. Alongside the shanties, just the overall music is phenomenal and easily hits my top 3 in gaming. Regardless of the fact that you already know, let's enjoy the soundtrack for a little bit. That was nice. Alright, let's wrap it up. You may not walk in the shoes of an assassin for any meaningful amount of time in Black Flag, but there's so much more beyond that to love. Edward, on reflection, is easily my second favorite character in the series, if not the first. I'll have to let recency bias fade a bit to be sure. Regardless of that, though, what won't change is that he's an excellent character with excellent development that the writers should be proud of. Along with him is one of my favorite casts of characters outside of games like Mass Effect that live and die on charismatic casts. The deaths of Thatch and Mary were heartbreaking. Seeing Addie walk away left me feeling alone and broken. Finding the fates of Jack and Vane made me feel the weight of the world around me. I loved everyone, and I will miss them when it's time for me to move on. The open world they created for us to explore was phenomenal and one I could get lost in forever. From feeling like a pirate out for loot and plunder, taking what you please and destroying any who would get in your way, to an explorer on land and below the waves. Taming all aspects of the oceans, from swimming with sharks, hunting the elusive white whale, to boarding a man of war, only to come face to face with even deadlier foes in the name of legendary ships that will take all you have to defeat. The combat style is perfectly suited to a pirate captain, and you can be as efficient or as flash as you want to. The simple truth is that if this had been called Ubisoft's Black Flag instead of Assassin's Creed, it would have been one of the best games of all time, but it wasn't to be. Even with that being said, it was a blast to replay for my 6th or 7th time, and I would heartily recommend it to anybody. Well guys, that's going to wrap up this chapter of Assassin's Creed in review. From the lowest of lows last time to complicated highs this time, I find myself sad because I have to put this game down for the time being, but excited again to continue this project. If you're still listening, know that I appreciate you. Assuming nothing has changed, the next project will be out the same time as the others. We'll be tackling Rogue next, and I expect that it should be interesting one way or another. Until then, this is Purple signing off. Have a wonderful night, and always remember to smile. We find ourselves with the game I wasn't planning on covering as part of this series we're working on, but here we are as I find myself pleasantly surprised by Rogue. Not because it's great by any means, but because it's just fine. The story doesn't offer much in the way of originality, regardless of what anyone tells you. The Templars might be shown as the good guys here, but there was always a grayness to the morality in the better stories told by this series, and they didn't exactly put any effort into making the assassins compelling villains. That being said, this was just one of the few games I've played in the series that just worked when I launched it, with a refreshingly solid 60 FPS that never dipped during my playthrough. The world didn't engage with me in the same way Black Flags did, yet I enjoyed it the entire time, loving the new toys I got to play with and some of the neat new stuff they added. Anyways, if this is the first video in this series you found, I'm reviewing each Assassin's Creed game in the lead up to Mirage to see if we can figure out what made this such a good series in the first place, how they ruined it, and how Mirage may be able to fix it. There will be no restraint on spoilers here, so if you're ready to hop in with me, let's go talk about Assassin's Creed Rogue.
Could be anywhere in the world by now. It may take years to find it.
It may take your lifetime. Are you up for the challenge? Good.
The gameplay found in Rogue is absolutely what makes it worth talking about because frankly, it's fantastic, taking the formula we got in Black Flag, adopting it to a different character, and then expanding on it. Almost everything Edward did can be found here, and even with Shay preferring a sword and dagger combo over full dual swords, you'll see plenty of reuse animations, which is absolutely good game design in my book. There's a couple differences though. Edward was a pirate first, and his equipment was largely designed for open combat clearing the deck of a ship during a boarding. Shay was an assassin first, and the new tools he requires will fit well into the more city-based and stealth-centric gameplay we see here in Rogue. While it's true that Shay can cut a bloody swath through a group of troops, his maximum of 2 pistols will limit his crowd-clearing ability, but he makes up for it with his own solution. Early in the game, we get the air rifle, essentially the blowpipe firing sleep and berserk darts, but we also get a new addition in the firecrackers we can fire to distract enemies. Think cherry bombs from Revelations. A little bit later, we get the attachment for the air rifle that will allow him to fire grenades, allowing us to affect large groups with sleeping gas to create a very large gap quietly, or hit them with berserk darts to create a gap through chaos. Or just blow them up, because why not? If they're not alive, they can't see you. These are awesome additions to the toolkit on land, but what about the sea? The Morgian is smaller than the Jackdaw, meaning less firepower, but we move faster, allowing us to outmaneuver larger ships, which makes for very interesting ship-to-ship combat. She has some of the same tools, broadside cannons that fire regular shot or heavy shot, bow cannons that fire explosive ammos instead of chain shot but with the same effect, and a ram that's good in combat and also allows you to cut through the ice that's so prevalent in this area of the world. Then we start to differ a little bit more as we get liquid fire out the back instead of fire barrels, which is so much better, and something I actually used. In place of traditional swivel guns, we get the automatic puckle guns, which are the bane of gunboats and way overpowered during boardings. It's overall a familiar but fresh experience coming off of Black Flag, and I couldn't have asked for anything better to come out of it. All these changes are great, they really are, but there's a single gameplay change that they made that alone makes this game worth playing, and that's Stalkers. You are a Templar after all, so of course they would send assassins after you, and it's incredibly fun. Stalkers will hide the same way as you would, in the brush, inside a hay bale or a closet, maybe even above you. You know there's one nearby when you can hear the whispers. Before having played this game, I would have told you that anything that makes me stop in place during an Assassin's Creed game would be a bad idea, but I would have been wrong. The moment you know one's around, the game of cat and mouse has begun. It's not the hardest thing in the world, but using the repurposed multiplayer indicator to track them down is great fun and means you can't be careless. Getting caught off guard can be deadly, and even in a fair fight, if you're too slow, you can end up eating a ton of damage before watching them beat feet. They are probably my favorite addition to any AC game, and I wish they would have made a return, and at least if they have, I don't remember them. The gameplay here is absolutely what keeps the game going, but while the story has its problems that would cause me to label it as poor at best from a writing perspective, it was still enjoyable. So let's get into it.
You are now a Templar, harbinger of a new world. May the Father of Understanding guide us.
May the Father of Understanding guide us.
Rogue will take place mostly in between Black Flag and AC3, although also after AC3, but only for a little bit. Pre-Revolution, mostly the 7 Years' War that you won't really take part in for the most part. Did I clear that up? Did I make that simple, easy, and digestible for you guys to understand? I think I did. Anyway, we get a pretty short intro to our main character Shay, along with his assassin friend Liam, and a more experienced assassin who will be calling Frenchie McSurrenderpants, as it's no more disrespectful than me trying to pronounce his name. We capture the ship that will become the Morgan. I'm calling it the Morgan, guys. Whatever. Anyways, after that, we get a nice little title drop before we're pulled out of the Animus to be given possibly the worst attempt at exposition of all time. Seriously, watch this.
Sorry for the rough exit. Earpiece working, check. You were just in an Animus. Animus, yes? You were using it to access a genetic memory file in Helix labeled Shay Cormac? You work for Abstergo Entertainment, remember? Any of this ringing a bell?
If you looked up in a textbook from writing classes that said how not to do exposition, it would somehow just be a physical link to this section of this game. That was just, wow. We're also going to spend all of our Out of the Animus time literally doing her job, so that's cool. I'll probably just gloss over it. Back into the Animus, and we find ourselves at the Davenport homestead, aka Achilles' house, when Addie shows up. We'll optionally eavesdrop on their conversation, then proceed to training. There's a couple of missions in between here and where we're going, but they're pretty much break down to kill a couple of Templars while working to recover a precursor box and a manuscript that will lead you to another one of the precursor sites in the city of Lisbon. Shay is sent to Lisbon to recover the piece of Eden from inside a convent, but when he gets there and tries to take it, it sets off an earthquake that would go down to destroy the city. I have two problems with this. The first is that Shay will go on to blame Achilles for this tragedy, but I can't really figure out why. He seems to take the info we get from eavesdropping on his conversation with Addie about what happened in Haiti, but what he shares is that there was a horrible earthquake and they don't know if their assassin brothers even reached the precursor site before it happened, and they can't find them. I don't understand how he can think that Achilles is just doing this out of some wanton disregard for human life. It seems like he just didn't know. I'm sorry if there's something I missed, but for the life of me, I've listened to these conversations more than once, and I just can't figure out what Shay bases this accusation off of. Even late in the game, it seems as though Achilles is still ignorant as to what these sites exactly do, but is wary of Shay's warning. And to Hope's credit, she makes a valid point that a person couldn't just set off an earthquake that would destroy a whole city, at least no way that they know. This is the entire basis for Shay's betrayal, and I just can't seem to wrap my head around it. After this, it's portrayed as though the assassins are just outright evil, but just like the Templars in other games, they don't seem downright evil to me, just written as antagonists for the story. This earthquake and Shay's assumption that Achilles knew it would happen is kind of the whole story when you get down to it, and I just don't find it that believable. And yet I enjoyed the majority of the story, even if I didn't really care. Funny how engaging gameplay in a game that runs well can really improve things. Oh yeah, I mentioned there was two things that bothered me about the earthquake. The other is that for some reason I couldn't get Speed 2 cruise control out of my head the whole time it was happening. It really killed the tension, but God, it was funny. Anyways, Shay gets shot and wakes up in the care of some nice people, and when they're bothered by a local gang, he'll do the logical thing and take over their headquarters before meeting Captain Monroe, a Templar even if he doesn't tell you for a while, who will introduce you to making renovations throughout the city. He'll then ask you to go save a man by the name of Gist, who, after helping you retake the Morgan as a thank you for rescuing him, will become your first mate, and he's a fun guy. Drunk most of the time, but fun. I mean, his first idea is to rob from the French, and I can get down with that. You'll also take down a fort during this time that contains a spy who worked for the assassins that you met earlier, and you're forced to kill him in a fight that has some truly terrible camera work. I get a little shaky on the details of this next mission. You're told by Monroe that the local gang is working with Ben Franklin and an unknown woman, presumably Hope, considering she's the only woman in the game, to mix large quantities of toxic gas to use against the populace. I'm a little confused for a couple reasons. First, I don't remember ever learning what they intended to do with said gas. Also, when you blow the tanks, it appears to just be sleeping gas like you use yourself. The implication from Monroe is that the assassins are planning to kill everyone in the city, or at least that's what I got from how he framed it. I'm not sure if he's misinformed, if I'm reading between lines that aren't there, or he's just lying, and that bothers me a bit. Speaking of Monroe, however, you'll receive a letter and head to save him and his troops from a part assassin, part French ambush led by one of your former brothers. You'll then take on a fort and use all of your training, skill, and talent learned from a lifetime training as an assassin to defeat him.
Yeah.
Although, unfortunately, despite your efforts, you cannot save Monroe from Liam. With the death of Monroe, and on the strength of his recommendation, along with your actions serving the Order, you'll be inducted as a Templar under Hatham. We fill him in on the precursor sites, and how the assassins may continue to tear down cities through their ignorance, and he takes the threat seriously. They'll travel together, and when given the reins of a man of war, sink a French fleet, but miss a chance at Adewale, in the process who becomes your next target. We'll catch up to Addy, and while his death somehow lacked any real depth for me, we do get a great line out of Shay here.
Forgive me, Adewale.
You dare beg forgiveness, child? Hell welcomes traitors like you.
Then I go there proudly, knowing I have done right.
Shay manages to overhear a meeting of the remaining assassins, and it's revealed that Hope has figured out how to power the precursor box, and they aim to reveal the next site and set sail. So after getting the British Army's help dealing with Hope's gangs, we'll go after her next. She poisons us with the most confusing poison of all time, moving dulls the effects, and stopping will have it sap away at your life. I'm pretty sure an elevated heart rate makes blood move throughout the body faster, making poison work faster, but what do I know, I'm not a doctor. Maybe it's reverse poison. It's also dumb that she gives me a poison that I can hold off by running and then leads me on a foot chase. I feel like it would have been in her favor to stand and fight, but whatever, I know there's a reason she's trying to distract me rather than kill me. But trying to kill someone's a really good way to distract them, just saying. We decode the assassin communications and head out after them, only to find Frenchie McWhat's-his-face, who we have a very fun naval battle with before boarding his ship and killing him. Okay, I've been trying to avoid it, but it's been driving me nuts, so we need to talk about it. Why does every damn named assassin have the exact same death scene? It's literally, you're a traitor, and haha, I was just giving Liam time to run away. Seriously, Kesagawase, you're a traitor, but I was buying time for Liam to kill Monroe. Addie's like, you're a traitor, but it's cool because Achilles has already gotten to the thing. Then Hope, I'm sad you betrayed us, but it's cool, I was just giving Liam time to escape. Then Frenchie McSurrenderpants, I was just giving Liam and Achilles time to get out the head of you, aha! Seriously, how much time does Liam need to escape? Holy shit. They also ultimately all fail because Hatham and Shay do in fact catch up to Liam and Achilles anyway. Maybe if you just try to kill Shay instead of just dying after distracting him, you might have won. This is what bugs me. Shay doesn't outsmart the assassins. He isn't so much more skilled or use what he knows against them. They just get the bad guy nerf that makes them stupid for no reason. Anyways, we catch up to them at the final precursor site just in time to see Achilles attempt to have his character salvage, as he acknowledges Shay might have been right and that they need to be careful. It's like canonically he's a good guy after this again, so we have to redeem him or something, I don't know. So anyways, after a very brief conversation, everyone agrees we shouldn't touch the earthquake murder death button, and it's all cool, so... oh, no, hold on. We need to have a final set piece, so Liam gets mad and accidentally knocks it over, giving him time to escape. We chase him down and have an epic final battle. Then we go and make sure no one created a time paradox by saving Achilles from Hatham before being pulled out for one last server repair. Seriously, it's your job. Do your job. Our boss, who no one could have guessed was a bad guy, has us upload Shay's story to the Assassin Network that we somehow, as Abstergo, have access to. Then we get one last memory with Shay before the credits roll. It will later turn out to be the beginning of AC Unity, which we'll get to next. Then when the credits roll, it's revealed to us that all our bosses are Templars. Duh. And we, the silent protagonist, are offered the chance to join or die. I really would have liked to hear that. I really like how we try to have this whole, the Templars are the good guys story, but at the end we have to erase all notion of that as to not muddy the morality of the next game. It's not unexpected coming from Ubisoft, it's just disappointing. I know I've been a little down on it in the end, but I do like the story here. It just isn't very good. You know, I'd like to pretend that I came into Rogue with no expectations, but the reality is that I came in expecting it to be a speed bump on my way to covering the other major titles. At the end of the day, I had fun playing it, and I think that's what games are about, right? Don't let people pretend there's something to this game that there isn't. There's no super interesting story here where we see the world from a different perspective. The truth is, there was more of an argument for the Templars in conversations Altair had back in the first game, when the groups were two sides of the same coin rather than the extremes they're now becoming. I think the biggest letdown here, however, is that all the characters feel very bland. Shay Cormac grows on me, but that's really about it. Everyone else acts as more of a personality than a person. It's probably tough to try and make characters seem interesting coming off Black Flag, which had the best cast in the series, but that doesn't mean they're excused from being boring. Overall, the story was something that I found enjoyable, but not something that I'll think about tomorrow. The gameplay, however, is in fact something to write home about. I'll likely replay this game just for the stalkers because I enjoy them that much, and the additions made to keep naval combat feeling fresh were fantastic. The reality is that that's kind of it. It was an alright story, and it had some really good gameplay, but that's all I have to say about this game, and I'm not going to stretch it out to try to make it longer. We're done here. Next time out, we've got Unity, which I haven't played since launch, so that ought to be exciting. Just for fun, if you're still here, leave a question in the comments, and I'll answer it at the end of the next video. That's going to be it for me, though, guys. I appreciate you staying to the end, and please consider hitting that sub button so you don't miss the next one. With that being said, this is Purple signing off. Have a wonderful night, and always remember to smile. Thanks, guys. I've played a lot of Assassin's Creed in the last few months. I've fought Crusaders, I've danced through Italy, raged against riders in America, sailed the Caribbean, singing shanties and burying friends. I've even been a confused Templar. But now I find myself in Paris. I walked in the shoes of Arnaud Dorian, someone who, in some moments I loved, others I hated, and most days, like today, I felt nothing for. The streets of Paris mesmerized me at first. The density and liveliness of the crowd spanned across my screen like a vast ocean of excitement, and I dove in only to find myself hitting the bottom. The parkour has an unmatched flair here, something not seen before or after an Assassin's Creed game, which is beautiful to look at until you're just really trying to get somewhere.
Go up, Arno!
The story returns to a true Assassins versus Templar tale until it doesn't. This is a true roller coaster of a game, and for every up there's a down, but I'm going to try to unpack it all over the course of this essay. All you need to know is that this is part whatever of my series exploring Assassin's Creed in the lead up to Assassin's Creed Mirage, and there will be no restraint on spoilers, so if you'd like to join me as I decide if I like Assassin's Creed Unity or not, come along. So, how do we define the gameplay in Unity? If I had to pick a word, I'd probably say slow, both the combat and the navigation. This isn't actually a bad thing on paper. I've very much been in the camp of getting closer to the roots of the game, not the spectacle it's moved towards, and when it comes to the assassination missions, I would easily say they're the best in the series. When you get to a target, Arno will take it all in looking for opportunities. I won't lie to you, I'm not very good at this part of the game, but that's my fault, and the reality is that I enjoyed every moment of it. Outside of when the game mechanics would break or the rules would just seem to change randomly, I always felt like the kills I pulled off, spectacular, stealthy, or a mess, were a result of my action, and I'm super into that. The few times I actually pulled off something I was happy with were great, and this is part of the game I'd be interested in replaying. The rest, however, is a different story. The talking points when Unity came out were twofold, mostly the bugs, which certainly still exist to a smaller degree, but there was also the elegance of the parkour. Altair was methodical and efficient when he climbed. Ezio was youthful and brave, always pushing the boundaries, learning something new. Connor sucked. Edward was a pirate who learned how to climb in the rigging. Arno, though. Arno is an artist. He pulls off beautiful maneuvers that I could never even imagine myself attempting, let alone doing, and when it works, it's fantastic to watch. In my first hours in the game, I loved just moving across the rooftops of Paris, watching Arno turn, twist, and flip from one handhold to another, or moving through buildings, an idea started in AC3 and perfected here. Also, I don't know how this is the first time we had a free run down button, but it was certainly a welcome change. That being said, there's a but in there. You'll be running across a lot of Paris over the game, and that means that you're going to encounter a lot of bugs, which over the course of the game will pile up, becoming more and more frustrating. It reminded me a lot of another Ubisoft title in Siege. The more I learned and the better I got, the more I started to realize how broken the game was. I generally just assume that I'm bad at a game when I can't get my character to respond how I want them to, but at some point I realized that sometimes it seemed that my controller inputs were irrelevant to the moves Arno would make. I take notes when I play these games to help me remember smaller details that I might forget after a week of playing. Would you like to know what I wrote about the movement about halfway through my playthrough? I noted that Arno has a mind of his own, but the problem is that he isn't very bright. Sometimes Arno simply just can't reach the next handhold above him. Sometimes he can. And sometimes you have to move him farther away before he will. What causes this? I don't know, but it's annoying. Sometimes Arno just decides he doesn't want to be here anymore and fucks off. I can't really figure out why he does the things he does most of the time. This isn't really an issue inside of free play because, well, it doesn't really matter. But inside story missions, especially right at the end of a chase, it can be so infuriating watching Arno simply decide to stop participating. The only consolation I can give it is the assumption that in these moments, the system isn't working as intended, but at the end of the day, this game is almost a decade old, and I don't think that's in any way a valid excuse. Speaking of free play, however, Paris is entirely unique when it comes to the series, mostly in terms of crowds. The first game felt cramped because the streets were small, but here it's genuinely spectacular to see the crowd density they achieved here, especially on the hardware that was available at the time. For the first time in the series, getting lost in a crowd really is possible, and it feels fantastic. This does come at a cost, however. I was incredibly excited to see for the first time I could run this game at higher frame rates. I had problems at 165, but 120 I was able to play the game without falling through the floor, so that was enough for me. Unfortunately, Ubisoft still doesn't know exactly how to make a PC port, which means there's no way to change the render distance. At least, I didn't see it in the settings. If you've been following me for a while, you know I may comment on visuals and how much I love them in a game, but I'd never comment on graphics. It's just not really my thing. I don't understand it to a depth that I'd be willing to discuss it. But this game, it has to be talked about. When you're just wandering around, far off buildings being rendered in low res is fine. But when you can see how bad everything looks during a viewpoint synchronization, a moment that was synonymous with spectacular visuals throughout the rest of the series, it's really easy to get pulled out of the experience. This is also possibly the first ever game that has made me stop and look at how bad a texture is up close. Seriously, Ferris said if you don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it. Unity is very much the opposite. If you slow down and look around, you could ruin it. Unfortunately, unlike life, Arno doesn't move very fast, or at least it feels like he's always running in slow motion. This ties really well into the crowd events, so let's talk about them for a moment. Remember chasing down thieves or couriers in literally any of the other games? Those dudes were fast and actually required some attention to catch. The ones in Paris couldn't outrun a Biggest Loser contestant on the first day of the competition, and that's entirely because if they were as fast as the runners in Black Flag, you'd never catch them. That being said, crowd events are, for the most part, fun only because you can do them at full speed and it rarely interrupts you for more than a few seconds. At least once you get the double assassination, which you have to unlock for some reason, I don't know. Also, the police have a really weird decision-making process. Murdering someone right in front of them seems to be cool, but murdering the guys who did it, not so much. Also, the criminals don't seem to be capable of noticing when the person they're threatening is no longer alive. There's plenty of problems that make running the streets of Paris something that you might not want to participate in, but for me, there's one big one. I despise gear-based progression. I hate not being able to look how I want because I need to pass a stat check. I hate feeling like the game is easier or harder, not because my skill level isn't appropriate, but because whatever piece of clothing I'm wearing or whatever piece of steel I'm swinging doesn't have the right numbers attached to it. There are so few games that get progression right, and Kingdom Come Deliverance is right at the top of my list. Yes, you get better gear over the game, and that helps, but it doesn't make you better, or at least not for no reason. Yes, money to buy a nice sword in that game will make you more effective, but that's because a long sword crafted for battle is better than this blade meant for someone who works a farm. Tell me, with all honesty, why did the game go from challenging to comically easy when I switched from my starter sword to this one? No, really, please, tell me. When Henry upgrades his armor, it becomes harder to kill him because he goes from a kid running around in leggings and a shirt to an armored knight adorned with padded gambeson, mail, and plate steel to protect him. Tell me why Arno's health goes up because he swaps from this shirt to this one. And yes, I know there are options that have a breastplate, but you know that they don't make anywhere near the difference they should. I know it's a stupid thing to rant about, but I have a point, I promise. In my first few hours with the game, I was all over the place doing mission after mission, from basic one-off assassinations to defending some woman who wanted all the smoke, to duels around the city and saving the prince. Sort of. I was joyfully bounding through the world, just happy to have a big new city to explore and upgrades to be had. As soon as I got the cafe that becomes Arno's home, I happily paid for all the upgrades and did all the missions because I enjoyed it. Side note, but all the game's best music is inside the cafe, but we can discuss that later. For hours, I explored Paris doing whatever caught my fancy, occasionally doing story missions that I felt like, but then I realized something. Once I got my new sword, the game got so much easier. The thing is, I gathered so much money so early from doing a level 4 mission that I was still very early on, so I spent my reward on a level 4 sword that made the game crazy easy all of a sudden. So, then I spent my time grinding to get the rest of my gear to level 4, which is where I had a problem. Level 4 gear is between 20 and 30 grand, which is a grind, but nowhere near impossible. Level 5 gear starts well into the 6-figure range and just wasn't worth it. At no point did I feel as though I needed level 5 gear. If anything, being slightly underleveled made combat fun. So I didn't need it for progression, I didn't care how any of it looked, I certainly wasn't going to pay for it through the Ubisoft store, and there was no fun challenges to get it. The only gear you get from doing a long quest is a cool but not very interesting or fitting outfit for solving all the Nostradamus mysteries, which I found boring. So then all of a sudden the world got very boring for me. I wasn't doing all these missions because I wanted to, I did them so I could afford upgrades. I wasn't exploring, I was grinding. I loved exploring from start to finish in Black Flag. The only reason I slowed down is because I had climbed a lot of the mountains I had decided to. I was happy just sailing around and enjoying the fruits of my labors. In Unity I stopped because I didn't have any reason to keep going. Once I realized I didn't actually like Paris, it lost its magic for me. I don't want to have a negative tone here, I really don't. But I just felt like Unity was this ocean that I was so happy to swim in until I realized that I could stand in even the deepest parts. Assassin's Creed games always felt like they were just a year of development away from greatness, and I guess Unity just fits that bill. I wouldn't struggle to recommend the gameplay in Unity, but I'd struggle to recommend it if it was more than $10. There was so much potential here, but well, there's always a but in Unity. The parkour looks so fantastic, but sometimes it will get you killed. The combat can be genuinely challenging for the first time in the series, but your ability to properly scale your gear into the challenge will determine if that's true. Paris is a wonderful city to explore, but not once you realize you don't have to. For me, it all just felt like a waste of time now that I'm done with it. The story felt much the same feeling for me, so I guess this would just be a good time to get into that. If this gameplay section felt like I was leading you to some grand finale and now you find yourself a little disappointed, that's about right.
Do you trust me? I haven't changed that much, Elise. I'm still the same boy who distracted the cook while you stole the jam. The same one who helped you over the wall into that dog-infested orchard.
All right. Take me to your brotherhood. I'll hear the raw fare.
Offer may be a bit strong.
Unity has an odd story. It's surrounded by Assassin's themes, but in reality both Assassin and Templar ideology is irrelevant to the story, and I can't decide if that makes the story better or worse. In theory, the force driving the plot is an Assassin-Templar romance between Arno and Elise, but she spends the game hunted by Templars, and Arno spends most of his time at odds with the Assassins, ending the game no longer an Assassin. At least, it's not shown how he gets back in, and if I don't see it, it didn't happen. Maybe I'll have a conclusion by the end. Let's get into it. You begin Unity as you ended Rogue, in more ways than one, as a Templar. It's pretty cool short section in ancient France that really just happens because it looks cool, and it's showing you where you'll find this game's piece of Eden later on, even if it doesn't really matter. We're then pulled out by modern-day assassins to... Do you care? It literally makes no difference to the plot. I'm skipping it. Move on. We then again pick up where Rogue left off as we run around as young Arno, only to come back and find out Shay had killed our father. This is one small detail, but in this moment in Rogue, I passed Arno and Elise, and in Unity, he didn't pass me, which I find annoying. Anyway. Dad dies, and Arno grows up to be kind of an asshole as we first see him trying to steal back his watch he lost gambling against someone. This isn't an original idea, but I hate it. The idea that our protagonist is gambling with something so precious to him and not even out of desperation, but through sheer, pride? Stupidity? It doesn't matter. It immediately takes me out of the character, and it doesn't matter when you try to say, oh, well, everyone knows he's a cheater. Why would you play? This isn't Casino Royale, you don't have to play. God, I'm rambling, this is barely started, this isn't gonna go well. Next up, a note arrives, or attempts to arrive, for our adoptive father, who happens to be Elise's father, and Arnold will take on a reasonable attempt to catch him and deliver it, but it doesn't succeed after getting chased out of the party when he gets into a fight with the brothers he stole the watch back from earlier. Instead of trying again, he decided to slip the note under his door and head out to a party Elise is at instead. One really cool note for this is that if you pop on Eagle Vision when you're walking through the party, you'll see all the conspirators who will become your targets highlighted in gold. That's a neat touch. This will lead to the death of Monsieur Delaserre and will generate the guilt that propels Arno throughout the game. I actually like this moment for Arno. He's not the best guy in the world, but he couldn't have known that delivering that note was literally a matter of life and death. He knew not of the war in the shadows because no one had ever told him. No kid would come to the conclusion that his actions could actually lead to someone's death, especially someone he only knew was kind and generous. But the fact that this one mistake would weigh on Arno and guide his direction through life speaks highly of his character and morality. Above all things, Arno was loyal to those who he loved, and I really respect that. When Arno is blamed for the death of Delaserre, he will find himself locked in the Bastille along with a master assassin by the name of Bellic, who takes to training Arno when he realizes he has the sense to see what others cannot and recognizes his father's watch. When presented the opportunity, the two will make their escape and Arno will be invited to seek out the assassins. Before that, however, Arno will seek out Elise only to find out that she isn't exactly the person he remembered, and we get a surprisingly moving scene as we learn that while Arno didn't know about the family he was born into or the one he grew up with, Elise did. This is the moment where Arno learns that the letter he failed to deliver would have saved the life of Elise's father. She asks him to leave, and he will, stumbling into a strange new world. We track down the assassins, and after some weird ritual that reminds me a lot of Batman's League of Shadows initiation in Arkham City, I guess we're just in? The story will pick up after a year of training when we're sent with Bellic on your first mission. With this success, Arno will then complete his first solo mission and we get introduced to the assassins. I talked about it in gameplay, but I'd like to reiterate that these are awesome. Finding a unique way into the building with something like recovering a priest's keys, stalking your target, looking for that moment to strike, and then moving in for the kill is all incredibly satisfying. Then we get this scene after our kill where Arno watches the target's recent memories, which comes way out of left field. Doing a little bit of searching, it appears that some data book says that it's related to his eagle vision, but it's not brought up how he does it in the game, and I just think it's weird as fuck. One of my favorite parts of Assassin's Creed was watching as the assassin and their target shared a last moment together, with room for an honesty that wouldn't have been believable elsewhere. The level of conversation was lost after Altair and Ezio, but this is worse. Anyways, after this mission, you'll get some BS about Abstergo looking for you that exists only to have these set pieces from different time periods that aren't very cool. This one has you climbing Lady Liberty in a storm. It's boring, moving on. We get the Phantom Blade next, which is awesome. A silent knife thrower that can take down targets quietly at a distance before being given our next target in the King of Beggars, who you will naturally find in the sewers after getting the information out of his second in Les Touches. It's actually a pretty fun mission as we get a fake out that leads us to land in an arena-style boss fight that I made irrelevant by just shooting him immediately. I seriously didn't even realize he was dead. I thought he just retreated until I had fought off the first wave of enemies. With two of our conspirators dead, Arno will report in and be sent to investigate the next lead, a silversmith named Germain, who forged the weapon that killed Delaserre. This will lead you to a warehouse full of guns and your next target in La Frenière, as you learn of some unknown sinister plot he has and move to stop it. This was probably my favorite assassination in the game, as you get to his meeting place early, learn of his plan and route, then pick a place to hide and ambush him. This is probably the most fun sitting around doing nothing I've had in a game, as you wait for him to cross your path and pull off a very satisfying kill. This, while awesome, was a bit of a fucky-wucky, as it turns out the assassin mentors aren't actually cool with you just up and deciding to kill someone. Here's the problem. Why does this guy matter, but all the random guards I kill on a daily basis don't? Arno had info on what he believed to be an imminent attack on the assassin order and took action. They act like this is insanely out of pocket, but I'm not sure I agree. Apart from that, it's perfectly in line with Arno's character. His inaction cost the life of a loved one once, and he is set to never let that happen again. That's narrative consistency in my eyes. They do at least get past it based on his reasoning, so that's cool. You're sent to spy on a Templar meeting, and we learn the Templars will soon move on Elise. We save her, and when she finds herself out of allies with only Arno to turn to, she agrees to meet with the assassins in search of help finding her father's killer. An uneasy alliance is formed, and we head to check in on our pal Germain, who turns out to be more than he appears, both the sage, and leader of the new Templar movement, along with being responsible for the killing of its last Grandmaster, Monsieur Delaserre. Things take a turn for the worse when we go to share this info with the assassin mentor Mirabeau, and find him dead with Elise standing alongside him. We begin an investigation, and while she's an obvious red herring, it is cool that you can accuse her. We'll do a decent amount of detective work and find out that it was none other than our personal mentor Bellic who did it, poisoning Mirabeau when they disagreed over the course the Brotherhood should be on. It's a decently fun boss fight, especially at the end when you'll no longer be given parry window indicators. Unfortunately, while this was an emotional moment for Arno, it wasn't for me. After this, we get the worst time period jump in the game. We find ourselves in occupied France in 1944, with our return point being at the top of the Eiffel Tower, and it's seriously just dumb. Just climbing the tower itself is actually pretty spectacular of a moment, and could have been enough, but for some reason you'll find yourself harassed by a set of Messerschmitts who apparently have nothing better to do than fire at some random guy climbing the Eiffel Tower at night. I'd like to comment about how dumb it is that they can see Arno, let alone would try these ridiculous strafing runs, but can I just mention that a literal turret section has no place in an Assassin's Creed game? I get it guys, COD was big at the time, but do something else. I mean, look at this climb. It's actually really cool, but I can't enjoy it because they surround me with reasons to hurry up and leave. I can't believe that the Saboteur had a less immersion breaking and more fun Eiffel Tower scene. This is what I was talking about. With Unity, there's always a but. They could just never quite figure it out, could they? Anyways, with the death of Mirabeau, we find out that he had some risky correspondence with the king that could expose the assassins and are sent to dispose of it, where we bump into Napoleon, which is cool, but outside the next mission where he gives us some info on our next target, it doesn't matter much. We're nearing the end of our list of conspirators, and next up we have the woman who was put in charge of starving France. We'll tail a boat, which is possibly the worst mission in the game, while Elise tries a different route to uncover her location. Arno is relatively successful finding out where the party's going to be. Elise, not so much.
What?
No time to explain! Run!
So we go on this stupid hot air balloon chase that was kind enough to show off all the worst parts of the parkour again and drive me nearly insane. You have a sword in your hand. Why would you put it away to cut something?
Good! Oh, you don't say! The wind is picking up. You'd better hurry.
Oh my god.
Yes,
what
you.
What is happening right now?
Are you coming or not?
I'm trying! But, I told you there's always a but. It gives us one of the best scenes between Arno and Elise in the game.
Next time, I plan the escape route. It's beautiful.
From up here, you'd never know the nation is tearing itself apart.
Can things ever go back to the way they were before, do you think?
Do you? After everything that's happened? Everything we've lost?
So that's it then. The course of history forever altered, never again to return.
Maybe we can't go back. But going forward isn't necessarily an ending.
Elise, You cheated.
You took too long.
I love you.
We'll take part in some other cool assassinations that I enjoyed that will lead us to info on Germain that we will take to Elise and go after him. What happens next might surprise a lot of you. It certainly surprised Arno. It was a trap, of course. You weren't going to kill the final bad guy this easily, but when Elise swings in to help and tells Arno to go after Germain, he refuses to leave her side and they miss their chance. This infuriates Elise and shows how different they are. Listen in her own words.
You were given a golden opportunity to end his life and you refused to take it.
To save your life?
It isn't yours to save.
What are you saying?
I'm willing to risk everything to put Germain down. If you don't have the stomach for revenge, then I don't need your help.
Elise. Elise!
These two are so perfectly written and I love watching them bounce off of each other, always with what seems to be the same goal yet so very far apart in their desires. All she cares about is revenge and all he cares about is her. It's fantastic. Arno's day is only going to get worse as the assassins are sick of him acting out on his own and ignoring the Creed. They're right, he only ever cared about avenging his father and not about the Creed, but he never claimed otherwise, so I don't know what they expected. After being banished, he legally acquires and consumes a small amount of wine. Just seems like my mom on a Tuesday night, to be honest, so no big deal. Elise comes to find him because she still does care for him, and she still does need his help. As his first act, he will do something he should have done long ago as he kills Latouche. This mission kind of annoyed me, but figuring out how to get to the assassination opportunity was worth it. You'll hop through one last breach that I cannot be bothered with and head back to Paris with Elise. We get a very fun mission up next, and some parts of it were probably my favorite in the game, and possibly the only time since AC1 I felt immersed enough in the AC game to actually choose to walk place to place because it felt right rather than running. The plan is to discredit one of Germain's top men so that you can get to him and extract the info you need. You'll do that by stealing some documents from his tent and pass them off to important crowd members who would be very curious to know he's plotting against them, along with drugging his drink. Really fun note here, it turns out if you pick something up with the disguise on, it'll play the scene as the person you're pretending to be, along with turning back to Arno if the timer runs out. I thought it was a nice touch that didn't need to be there, but I enjoyed. Done playing CIA, it'll turn out you did a little too good of a job and we'll have to chase down Robespierre and sneak into the place hiding him from the angry mob we created. We get in, and as Arno begins his interrogation, Elise comes in to remind us that 1, we're on a clock, and 2, she isn't one to be fucked with.
Elise.
We don't have much time. Where is Germain?
I will never talk.
Then right.
I mean, holy shit, is she the most gangster character in this entire series? I think so. We head down to where Germain is hiding, and we go into our usual assassination rhythm, but this one is different, as Arno notes that he cannot see any opportunities and that it's a real fortress. But I actually found this to be one of the easiest in the game. I don't know if it's because I just gotten better, if it really was easier, or if that I just looked for the easiest way rather than try to get whatever opportunity they had pointed out to me. You catch up to Germain, who whips out his Sword of Eden, to which Arno has a very valid response to.
What the hell was that?
Chase him down to the catacombs, and we can have what honestly is a pretty terrible boss fight that mostly consists of waiting for him to turn around and then walking up behind him. The ending, however, was a surprise as both of our characters live up to who they've been the entire time. I think it's better shown than told.
He's getting away.
Wait, I'm almost free.
I can take him.
No, you can't. Not alone. Wait for me.
I'm sorry.
Elise! 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 Elise!
This ending is, for me, fantastic. Revenge plots shouldn't have fairy tale endings, and outside of switching who died, I can't think of a better way to have ended this. That being said, Arno finally fulfilling Elise's request and being the one to leave her under rubble and die tasting Germain while she delivered the killing blow would have been an amazing twist to end it, but I still like what we have here. I wasn't sure how I felt about Arno when I finished the game, and I'm not sure if I still know now, but for what it's worth, I think I like him. His character defines tragedy. He lost not one father but two and spent his life desperately trying to make up for the mistakes that led to his losses. Arno thought he found a home in the Assassins only to have to kill his mentor, who had betrayed him and was thrown out for staying loyal to Elise. He wanted nothing more but to keep safe the one person who had in his life, and that was Elise, but he couldn't save her from herself. Watching her chase revenge into her final moment, I can't imagine what it must have been like for Arno. Everyone he loved died in his arms, and to differing degrees, he could be blamed for all of them. He didn't deserve to carry the weight of their lives on his conscience, but we all know that he did. I've spoken before on how I like games without a happy ending, and I guess I'll be adding this one to the list. I like the story here. I made up my mind.
You look like hell.
You look like you want something from me.
That's a fine thing to say after you up and vanished.
You made it fairly clear you no longer required my services.
Don't. Don't you dare talk to me like that.
What do you expect me to say, Elise? Forgive me for not letting you die? I'm sorry that I care more about you than about killing Germain.
I thought we wanted the same thing.
What I wanted was you. I can't bear the fact that my carelessness got your father killed. Everything I've done since then has been to fix that mistake. And to prevent it from happening again.
There's a couple of things that I failed to mention because I didn't think they fit in the other sections, so I might as well bring them up now. One of the many interesting things you can find inside the cafe is a study containing letters Arno will receive from Elise over the course of the story. I found them a little easy to miss, and I often forgot to check back for them, but I was happy each time I did notice them. With only 5 in total, they have a profound impact on how I view the character of Elise. While I wish that their presence was a little more noticeable, I did enjoy the fact that you're gently guided towards them after the game ends, so it's likely that many players will have some sort of positive experience on the way out. Another thing I failed to mention is the investigations you can take part in across the city. They're good, and I can see why people enjoy them, but if I'm honest, they're not for me, and that's partially my fault. I didn't bother to do them before I hit my wall of disappointment with the game, and that certainly had an effect on how much I cared about them. Generally, I leave stuff like this to the end of the game, and I go back and enjoy it after the story, but it was too late by the time I got around to them. The simple truth is that returning to the game to do a bunch of running around the city, clicking on characters, and firing up the old brain for a few seconds at a time just didn't grasp me in the way that it did for many others. I highly recommend doing them if you play the game, but like most of the other parts of the game, they fell flat for me. I think that overall I have a positive opinion on Unity at this point, but I suspect it's because I haven't played it in a couple of days. It's easy to look back and only see the good when in reality it wasn't so great at the time. My evaluation of Unity remains the same. It's a game of butts. What has changed is that I think now looking back I'm able to look at the light side of the coin and see all the good that was there. Yes, the parkour is slow and gets very frustrating because it still doesn't work a lot of the time. But some group of people out there took the time to painstakingly animate and script the movement, and it's worth remembering how great it looked when it worked. The story may have felt a little like it had assassins and Templars tacked on at the end, but it was tacked onto a tragic love story about 2 characters that I ended up really enjoying by the end. I didn't mention it earlier, but I think the music here is some of the worst implemented in the series.
You all right, monsieur? Too much of the king's champagne? Monsieur? Monsieur de la Serre? Monsieur de la Serre!
Sivir, come away! Guards! Help! Murder!
Bon Dieu, he's killed Lord de la Serre.
But the music itself is phenomenal when you actually get to hear it. Unity may very well be the best game in the series, unless you're playing it. I don't have negative feelings about this game, but I sound negative because there's just as much bad to say as good, but it's so much easier to shout about the bad parts. The bad parts make me want to scream, they make me want to throw my mouse and my keyboard and toss my monitor out the window, whereas the best parts leave me quiet and reflective. I was just along for the ride and I was enjoying it every step of the way. I'm extremely curious to hear what any of you who have played the game thought about it. I'm assuming there's some rather strong opinions out there, so sound off in the comments. Speaking of comments, just like last week, drop any questions you have down there and I'll answer them at the end of the next video. You should be able to expect Dead Kings next week with Syndicate the week after that. As always, thank you to anyone who's still listening at the end, I really appreciate you guys. If you're new here, please consider hitting that sub button so you don't miss out on what's next. The channel should be very active through at least October. We've got the rest of Assassin's Creed coming up, we've got Cyberpunk, all of it. It's going to be very exciting. After that, I'm not sure. Maybe I'll finally get around to Outer Worlds. We'll see.
Aliens. I'm talking about aliens.
Anyways, this is Purple signing off. Have a wonderful night, and always remember to smile. Thanks, guys. Well, I have to say, it feels like I've turned a corner, and for the first time in this project, the finish line is in sight. It's still far, I've got a lot of race left to run, but we're definitely closer to the finish line than the start at this point. Outside of the DLC we'll cover next week, we could in a lot of ways consider Syndicate to be the last Assassin's Creed game. Whether you like them or not, it's hard not to argue that the next 3 games following this entry feel as though they don't belong in the same series. That being said, though, here at the end, we already find ourselves so far removed from what the first entry defined as Assassin's Creed that it's hard to view even this as part of that series. The skeleton is here, but for my money, the heart's on its last leg and the soul has long since departed. I don't want to get into that right now, so for the time being, we can just talk about our little trip to London. This one was a little weird for me. I probably spent more time in this world than any other outside of Black Flag, but I find myself with no urge to return. It's not from any hatred after completion like Unity or Connor's entry, but it's certainly a different feeling than the others. When I finished Black Flag and Revelations, I thought, man, I can't wait to let this sit for a year and give it another playthrough. With Rogue and Brotherhood, I thought that I would really enjoy being brought back for a replay, maybe streaming it or needing it for another video. But with Syndicate, I did damn near everything there is to do in the game, coming far closer to 100% than I usually do, and yet at the end of it, I found myself relieved. Not hating it, but certainly not wanting to come back. I have a lot of feelings on basically every aspect of this game, so let's get into it. There will be no restraint on spoilers, and that's been your warning. If you're ready, let's go.
And deem it but a faded light which beams within your eyes, when hollow hearts must wear a mask.
Mr. Starrick.
I told you not to disturb me!
I find myself loving the streets of London like no other Assassin's Creed game, and yet it ties into one of my biggest problems with the game. So here when playing as the Fry Twins, you'll find yourself at the head of a gang known as the Rooks, with the majority of your enemies being the rival gang, the Blighters. There's this really cool feeling in the game as you take over more and more territory, you will find yourself with a ton of friendly faces around you rather than the constant harassment you dealt with early in this game or in all the other games. I loved walking down the streets and being greeted by one of my Rooks, just a little was such a nice change of pace. Also, seeing them act out on their own, getting into fights with Blighters when they're walking down the street or coming to your aid when you get into a scrap around them. And apart from the gangs, it feels like everyone in London is having an interesting conversation, which makes walking the streets feel so much livelier than ever before in the series. It's true, they can't compete to match the crowd density found in Unity, but there wasn't a lot of individual personality there. It made the city feel very unique, but not the people. This is a problem for me, however, no matter how much I like it. Yes, it's awesome to walk through town and feel like you're right at home, but it shouldn't be that way. An assassin should never have his or her name on the lips of half the town. Edward became one of the most notorious pirates in the world at the height of the Jackdaw's power, but he was still relatively unknown by the common guard. On top of that, he wasn't actually an assassin for most of the game. Altair, Ezio, and Connor had to be careful to keep a low profile, especially as their kill counts grew, but it was always the hood that guards looked for, not the men. That's how it always was, and how it always should have been. Assassins work in the shadows. Being known is a sign of failure, not success. Yes, it's true in the canon this is more of a problem for Jacob than Evie, but that's because he did so much more, but we can talk about that a little later. Let's roll this back a bit so I can contextualize what I'm saying here. The Rooks will take over a district as you tear down various Blighter strongholds in the name of various friends you make early on. Detective Abeline will have you helping to arrest various mid to high level criminals, preferring them brought in alive. You'll also free kids from their forced labor in the name of Clara, and take out Blighter stronghold in what's presented as Mr. Henry Green's area, but it's more about the gang itself. Last but not least, you'll assassinate various targets, which does in fact make more sense for our local assassin mentor in Henry. Once you've done damage in a district, the gang leader will show up, and while you have the option of killing them in the moment, and some of them seem to really want you to kill them in the moment, I suggest not doing it, so you can let them get away and the throwdown later will be more dramatic. Said throwdown will occur when you complete all parts of a district, opening up a gang fight where the Rooks and Blighters will go at it, and victory against the gang and local leader will allow you to declare yourself in charge of the area. Is this cooler than Borgia Towers and Assassin's Dens? Yeah, fuck yeah it is. I get to have a posh referee in a carriage lay down the rules before I get to have my Gangs of New York style throwdown. It's also awesome to have a variety of objectives I can approach in any way I want, although this is a problem in itself. The only time you have a solid incentive to stay in stealth is when you find yourself grossly underleveled for an area, but I found myself later on pulling up to so-called stealth missions, with a carriage full of Rooks kicking off an all-out brawl before taking in the one guy I wanted alive. There's no real consequences to failing stealth outside of having to fight. It reminds me of Far Cry's gameplay loop in that way, but without the super fun gameplay loop that game had that made it fun. Anyways, back to my original point. Is running a gang and fighting another one a ton of fun and for the most part just pretty cool? Yeah, but it doesn't feel like Assassin's Creed. I used to recruit those talented, lowly individuals I found out in the street looking for a cause. Now I'm recruiting dudes who start knife fights in the streets. We used to stalk the streets, an assassin under a hood, striking fear with just the sight of us, slipping away into a crowd, never to be seen again. Now I'm stealing trains and fighting in bars. Like, what are we doing? This just feels like another one of those games that they really wish didn't have Assassin's Creed in the title, and that shows elsewhere. Parkour has been a staple of the series, and I think this is probably one of the best iterations we've seen, but we're given two very good reasons not to use it. Those two reasons are that when you need to cover large distances, free running is never the fastest option, and I mean, not even close. There's so many damn missions in this game that require you to get across a noticeable chunk of the city, and the simple truth is that the fastest way to do that is to hop in a carriage. It's not fun or something that requires a lot of skill, it's just the easiest way from point A to point B. On the other side, if you need to climb vertically, there's very little incentive not to use the grappling hook that you get early in the game. I mean, seriously, look at the side by side here. It's not even close. You can either use one input and travel faster, or you can have active inputs all the way up to the top and be slower. This isn't even a tough call. Along with the large gaps from one side of the street to the other where, yeah, you could find a cable or a rope connecting them, or you could use the one attached to your arm. I really love the parkour here, I mean that. It has all the speed of Unity without all the wasted motion, it's great. I just so rarely found it to be the better option given the choice. I still did it quite a bit because I enjoyed it, but it was never the right thing to do. It's really the same with stealth in a lot of ways. You're given plenty of tools to sneak your way through every level, and when you use them, it feels awesome. We've had smoke grenades since the second game, and I don't think I've ever used them as often as I did here, as part of the attack instead of part of the escape. They feel so good when you pull off that sneaky kill, literally there and gone in a cloud of smoke. No one knew what happened. Throwing knives actually feel really good for the first time since the first game, and were actually a mainstay tool for me. Assassinations look great no matter how you pull them off, whether it be from cover, up in the air, or just strolling up to a guy. There's things you can't quite explain in games like how things feel to actually do, but I can only describe kills from stealth as feeling good. Stealth itself, I can't totally say the same about. Physical stealth feels great, but social stealth always feels like it leads you to getting caught, so I tended to avoid it whenever possible. The kidnapping feature was good, and I often found it better when it was my choice rather than a scripted segment, either allowing me to move through blocked areas or at least plan my route through. The biggest problem with the stealth is that it's really just not necessary the majority of the time, and the combat is fun. Outside of assassination missions, I just didn't really care when I was caught. The weapon you choose, whether it be kukri, cane sword, or brass knuckles, really doesn't matter much as it's really only a way to change the animations you see when killing people. We still have gear-based progression here, but it's done so much better than Unity, with the outfits you wear being mostly meaningless and not tied to your stats outside things that don't matter like slightly more damage or carrying capacity for tools. You can look however you want to look while tearing through the Templars, and I really appreciate that. Yes, it's still annoying, you have to constantly grind levels to stay ahead of the area the main story has you operating in, but considering for the most part it's fun and you have tons of ways to do it, it's not the end of the world here. In terms of side content, there's something for basically everyone here, even beyond the area takeover quests. You can go after your enemies by stealing their cargo, either by land or by sea. You can compete in races across the city, taking you both on foot and in a carriage. You can compete in underground fight clubs that, while a little boring after the first couple of visits and seeing the same animations over and over again, do at least look pretty damn cool. There's also several storylines you can follow, like helping Charles Dickens track down the occult, which is sometimes a weird dude in an attic, and sometimes the real Spring Heel Jack just running around on rooftops doing magic and shit. You can help people who have good ideas, you can help people who have bad ideas. There's a plethora of content for you to enjoy, and I encourage you to hop into it. I will say, for all the good things I can say about Syndicate, it needs to be talked about alongside Unity for the amount of bugs that are contained within this damn game. It's actually generally not a bad thing, often more funny than infuriating. Like, people not spawning in cutscenes or whatever force is driving carriage physics. I swear those things do some of the most ridiculous stuff I've ever seen in gaming, just out there being kooky. We do get the occasional moment where a character will just refuse to climb something, which can get under my skin in any context, But the biggest thing I found hilarious is that this game is so easy to break by accident. I just don't go out of my way to ruin my own gaming experience, but there was just times in this game where I clearly got ahead of the scripting and the game didn't know how to react. Like when I was chasing this guy around and killed him with a throwing knife as he rounded a corner just to watch him fall as he was supposed to be taking a hostage. It left me stuck in what was supposed to be a quick draw, save the hostage moment, while a timer on a set of bombs ran down, forcing me to just watch because it needed me to kill the guy to allow me to run and deal with the bombs, but the guy was dead, so it triggered the timer, meaning that I just had to sit there for 2 minutes and scroll through Instagram. There was also the time I caught a guy in apparently the wrong spot and ended up literally kicking his ass from one end of the street to the other, trying to get the game to cooperate with me. These were funny, but kind of crazy that they were allowed to happen. There's really only 2 more things to talk about, and that's the Fry twins. We can talk about them as characters later, but for now let's talk about them from a gameplay perspective. In theory, there should be a noticeable difference between the two, with Evie's advanced stealth abilities and Jacob's more robust combat stats making them feel different, but it really doesn't. Considering they level together and will share the same or similar gear, it just doesn't change that much. Yes, it's true I got caught sneaking a little more often with Jacob, but that's just because I didn't care as much about getting caught with him as I rarely brought him with the intention of being stealthy. It really boils down to the problem of that I didn't change my playstyle to fit the character I was playing. I changed the character I was playing to fit my playstyle. I wish there had been more done to distinguish the two in gameplay, but I'm not sure how much of a difference it would have made in the long run. At the end of the day, I don't think Syndicate reached any new heights gameplay-wise for the series. I just don't think it did anything very badly. If anything, everything it did was kind of like a 6-7 out of 10 for me. In the second half of the game, I was mostly doing side content to level rather than because it was fun, but it certainly wasn't awful for the most part. I enjoyed being the leader of the Rooks, and I thought that it was pretty great to do so. And during assassination missions, I really enjoyed being an assassin. I just wish that more often being an assassin was the experience that was the most prevalent, not a welcome change of pace occasionally throughout the game. There's good systems in place to like a great free running mechanic, hampered by a map that makes no attempt to accommodate it, and good stealth held back by better combat. I think I'm a little burnt out here, but honestly, if I could play through the game again without having to grind so much, I would probably do it just to take part in some of those assassination missions again, like the bank, which was a total standout for me. Man, I feel like I haven't spoken this much about gameplay at any point in this series, and it feels really good to have so much to say. I just wish more of it was a ringing endorsement and not a grand old blech. However, I'm rambling and it's time to move on to the story, so I'll leave you with this. The silent revolver is a fucking lie. That wasn't quiet at all!
The assassins have brought nature's fury into our homes. Men have become monsters, barreling toward us, teeth out. Our civilization must survive this onslaught. To prevent a return of the Dark Ages, I will start anew. London must be reborn.
So, I have to be honest, I find the plot of Syndicate to be right up there, if not at the top of the most forgettable in the series, and definitely at the top of the most lackluster endings because, well, we can get into that later. We open on a modern day segment that, as usual, I don't care about. I seriously don't understand why they bother. It was bad enough when I had to do first-person fetch quests, but they're seriously just cutscenes now? Just give it up. Anyways, the real game first starts on a letter from Henry Green begging for aid in the battle for London against Crawford Sterrick, our main villain in this game, who we oh so rarely see. Our two leads will be working outside of London at the start in Croydon, and we get a mission with either of them working to take down a different target for each. The missions are meant to demonstrate the differing personalities, with Jacob taking a loud approach and encouraging Evie to be more subtle, but I actually found it funny as my kill with Jacob was very assassin-like, moving quietly, getting the drop on my enemy, whereas with Evie, I got my kill at full sprint. It's just how it worked out. The two of them will elect to leave for London without orders to do so and hop on a train heading to new adventures. Upon arriving, we pretty quickly meet Mr. Green, the local and only assassin who is hanging on by a thread, and I'm sorry but I need a minute. Yeah, I'll be straightforward. I don't like Henry because he's just kind of a little bitch, But for the love of God, why is he stuck on an island fighting for London, essentially the center of the world at the time, all by himself? This is why the assassins are always losing, I swear to God. We could have been in a losing battle for London when we started, but no, we just roll up and find this mess and have to deal with it. It's really not Henry's fault. Then we get this gang war thing. It makes sense for both sides to use a powerful local gang to do their bidding. Ezio was no stranger to using various dubious groups to help him, but this isn't that. Starrick actually uses them pretty well, staying at arm's length while using them to maintain control both of industry and the populace, while not really causing too much mayhem, to be honest. It makes total sense for the assassins to fight against this and even co-opt the Blighters' smaller rivals to do so, but they should be working with a gang, not joining it. It also makes no sense how they maintain control of the Rooks. It's not money, they don't have any to pay them, and they're not doing any crime I'm aware of. It's not an ideal, as they're not part of the Brotherhood, so what's anyone's motivation to be a part of this group outside of, well, I'm already in a gang, it might as well be theirs? On top of the fact that they make no overall difference to the plot, they at no point do anything. You're required to take over districts to progress the story, but not for any good reason, just because they say so. The Assassin's Guilds always had a place in the plot, whether big or small, but in the end here, the Assassins walk alone. It just doesn't mean anything, and I hate that. You'll do a couple of missions taking over the first district as Jacob, then meeting Alexander Graham Bell and helping him out as Evie. This is when the two will essentially split for the rest of the campaign. It's not particularly dramatic at first, but the divide did start here. Jacob will focus his efforts on tearing down Starrick's empire and building up his own influence in the city, while Evie will focus her efforts on the Piece of Eden, this time known as the Shroud. The main problem for me becomes the fact that it gets way too easy to become less and less interested in Evie, as the majority of the story missions will involve Jacob, and doing city takeover, which is the majority of the side content, feels far more relevant to him than her. I actually made an active effort to play as both of them as equally as I could, and yet I just found myself drifting farther and further into Jacob once I felt I had enough footage of Evie. We'll just use this first chapter in London as an example of the time difference. With Jacob, you will go after Starrick's soothing syrup by first tailing, then interrogating the local distributor to find out where it's produced. You'll bump into Charles Darwin at the distillery where it's made, where you'll work together to destroy it. Track down an employee of the local asylum who can tell you who's behind the syrup production, and scare him into telling you who it is by stealing his carriage and scaring him senseless. You'll then test out your new berserk darts while recovering some cable lines from Mr. Bell before experiencing possibly the worst poison effect in the history of gaming. Look at this shit.
Jokes, 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 make them laugh until they choke fairly, slay them in the aisle, make them fair and Princess Charming. Thrills, 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 dashing fits and bloody spin, but I guarantee you'll never see the ending coming.
Then, to end the chapter, you will infiltrate the asylum and take out the doctor behind the soothing syrup, effectively removing its influences from the city in what's actually a pretty cool assassination mission. Evie, on the other hand, will steal a box, with the help of Jacob, and visit the home of Edward Kenway alongside Henry, which is cool but doesn't feel like much outside of some nostalgia. And that's it, that's her whole role in the chapter, which goes for most of the chapters. She's doing important work, don't get me wrong, but it certainly feels like she's doing far less in the end. So here's the funny thing, I started writing this sentence with what each of them is doing, but I realized Evie will be doing the same thing for all 8 chapters, and maybe that's why it feels like Jacob is doing so much more, it's just more diverse. Here in Chapter 5, Jacob will be going after the bus company the Templars are forming and will align himself with Pearl Attaway, who he was misinformed to be a competitor of the Stair Company, but is in fact working alongside him. They're cousins. When Jacob eventually figures it out, she will become the chapter's target in what's definitely the worst assassination in the game. Evie will help out Florence Nightingale, and after solving a puzzle to locate a key to the Piece of Eden, be confronted by the Templar Lucy Thorne in Starrick's right hand. During this confrontation, she will remind us that Jacob is not the only one in the family who's occasionally dumb as hell. Look at this.
Coming with me? I have other plans. Damn it!
I mean, I would have just taken the opportunity to stab her. It was like an extra 4 inches away and not have to worry about this anymore, but whatever. The next chapter will have Jacob going after the banks, but will kick off with an awesome mission where Evie goes after Miss Thorne, correcting her earlier mistake. It can feel a little on rails when you zoom out, but weaving your way through Templars disguised as guards, trying not to kill innocents as you work your way in for a slick kill, is right up there with my favorite in the game. It may be on rails if you want this particular outcome, but so are roller coasters, and they're great. On top of that, she goes out like a total gangster, defiant to her last.
You are so short-sighted. You'd hoard power and never use it, when we would better the condition of humanity. I hope you never find the Shroud. You have no idea what it truly can do.
Tell me then.
No.
Evie will also start a trend of cleaning up the mess Jacob makes as she helps to try and allow for the rebuilding of buses meant for public transit. Jacob will go after a bank plot that will lead you to the head of said bank, who also happens to be a Templar in Twopenny, in a mission in which I screwed up the approach and yet still found myself having plenty of fun getting it done. Next up, we take a trip into politics as Jacob will befriend the Prime Minister and his wife, saving them from assassination, while Evie will go on a mission with Henry where he gets caught and has to be rescued. She also returns some money plates that were stolen during the chaos Jacob caused at the banks, effectively avoiding another calamity. We end up killing the Earl of Cardigan, who is known as the hero of Balaclava, and also happens to be behind this chapter's plot to kill the Prime Minister. This has gotta be the sloppiest mission I did, as I literally stacked bodies a few feet from the door, but was still awarded a stealth kill as I had checked the right boxes. Just wild, but okay. The next chapter will be short but interesting one as we spend it hanging out with the leader of the Blighters, Maxwell Roth, who's willing to go after Steric just for the fun of it, which frankly is pretty damn awesome. Naturally, it all goes wrong when you remember that he's crazy and he tricks you into blowing up a building full of kids, but hey, the assassination is plenty of fun too, as once he's got you right where he wants you, Roth will really get the party started.
Now, before our final act, I would like to toast all you brave people who joined us tonight to celebrate life and death. Go on! Toast them! Your move, Jacob, my dear! Burn! Burn! Burn!
And I have to say, it was pretty satisfying to see it coming and already be above him as he kicked it off and just be ready to kill him. We also get a very real moment from Jacob after, as he begins to panic more and more when he fails to find a way out.
I'll never make it out alive.
You can hear real fear in his voice as he loses hope of escape. It's a nice moment for him. Well, probably not nice for him, but you know what I mean. He does get out, however, and that leads us to our endgame. It's been revealed that the Shroud, our piece of Eden this time, is under Buckingham Palace, and both parties will attend the Queen's party to get to it. It's fun as you will play with both the twins fulfilling different roles. Evie finding the blueprints to the palace while Jacob is rooting out Steric's men, both doing so while maintaining stealth and looking quite good if I do say so myself. This will then lead to what's possibly the worst boss fight in all of gaming. Seriously, Rick the Door Technician tops this. Look, it's got problems, but play Jedi Survivor, it's so much fun. First, Jacob gets caught, so Evie will come in and have this epic exchange. The Shroud continues to heal his wounds, so the two of them will literally just take turns beating him and accomplishing nothing. Until it occurs to them to take off his damn invincibility cloak. What a fucking idea. They make up, get knighted by the Queen, and that's the end of our story. Yeah, Henry, I feel you. Oh, well, that's not entirely true. There's a cutscene where the modern-day assassins suck at their job per usual, and the assassins get the Shroud where it's revealed they're trying to bring a precursor back to life. I haven't ever played past the first 10 hours of Origins, so I can't comment on how this will play into future titles like I usually can, but we get to find out together in the next entry. I genuinely don't mean to end these sections so abruptly, but it's how the games end themselves most of the time, so it just kind of flows naturally as I write a script outlining the plot. That being said, I don't really have any feelings about this plot. It's not like the end of Unity where I really needed to sit down and think about it to form my opinion. I'm not conflicted, I'm uninterested. Jacob and Evie both failed to elicit any kind of emotional response from me. It felt like when choosing to write a narrative about twins, they went for the two halves of the same coin approach, but they didn't do nearly enough to differentiate them. They feel different, to be sure, but neither feels like a complete character worthy of further attention beyond their overt traits. Evie is the one who sees the big picture, Jacob is the one who actually makes progress, for better or for worse. When you make it really simple, they sound like two sides of the same coin. Only whole when together, but they're just not that deep. You know, we say characters like Batman and the Joker compete with each other, but they are each their own character. There's just a piece that binds them. Jacob and Evie feel like one character they split up the pieces for. I know that part of the plot was them not really talking to each other, but their lack of interaction really made them weaker from where I'm sitting. It's a story about twins, and the twins never communicate with each other. It's just not, I don't know. I found myself falling into this character that felt right to play, and I feel as though most players will feel the same way, and like me, find themselves alienated from the character they spent less time with. The way I felt that, hey, at least Jacob is out there making moves against Starrick. He's killing Templars, he's saving kids from factories, he's building relationships with key figures around the city. Someone probably feels the same way about Evie. Speaking of Evie, I felt her relationship with Henry just kind of felt, I don't know, off and out of nowhere. But who knows, maybe if I spent more time with her, I'd see it. I don't know, I just never found myself invested in any part of the plot. Just about every character was unremarkable to me outside of Lucy, but only because she had a memorable end. I never found myself attached to any of the side missions, from Darwin to Dickens to Churchill, who we will talk about in a little bit, I promise. The Templars versus Assassins ideals felt like they took a very big backseat to everything else here, and that certainly didn't help. The problem becomes I care neither for the small details or the big picture when it comes to the Fry twins' time in London, and in my eyes that is an abject failure. At least I cared enough to be angry at Assassin's Creed 3. Of all the things you can be, to be boring is by far the most criminal, and that's the only way I can think to discuss Syndicate's story. Boring. Shame that. It could have been great. So I'm in a weird spot with this because I've really talked about all the other side content, but this didn't fit there, nor did it feel right inside the narrative, so I'd like to just kind of gloss over it here. At the end of the Thames, there's a portal that will transport you to World War I in the shoes of Lydia Fry, whose name I totally didn't just have to Google, as you root out a Templar spy network alongside Winston Churchill. This will open up after level 6. Is it the most amazing hour you're going to spend inside of Syndicate? No. But since they control the level and skill set of the character you're using, it's probably the best balanced section in the game, and that's at least worth appreciating. Also, I really appreciate the complete and utter lack of attempt to reskin the Rooks and Blighters, showing that in the end, the entire gang war was for nothing. After most, but not all of the missions around the district, you'll get some info from Juno about herself, arguing that if Desmond trusted her, why can't the rest of us?
Minerva's right! There will be no pain.
You mustn't.
It's done, Minerva. The decision's made.
It's the wrong one!
Yeah, good luck with that argument on this channel. Yet again, I find myself in turret segments inside of an Assassin's Creed game and confirm it felt just as out of place here as it did in Unity. This isn't a super big part of the game, but I felt it was worth at least touching on. Also, can we just talk about this game's attempt to read my intentions on this free run down? Because holy shit.
What are you... Bro.
Anyways, let's give a little look to the music, shall we? Or a listen, I don't know. Well, actually, as I'm writing this, I'm remembering that even though I literally played the game today, I don't really remember the music. I do remember liking it though. Give me a minute and I'll check it out. Alright, I have now listened to the whole album and confirmed my suspicions that there are in fact bangers to be found inside. Enjoy. So, I'm curious, I seem to remember liking the music throughout the entire thing, but it all seemed to feel like one song the entire time. I don't know, bit interesting. Good overall though, good soundtrack. Well, we find ourselves at the end of Syndicate, and I find myself a bit down. I know I still have Jack the Ripper to put out next week, but in reality, this is the end of what I really consider to be Assassin's Creed games. While it's true, I think the series was on a downward slide for years before this, what followed is an entirely different beast. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is something Assassin's Creed to be found in Origins. We're both just gonna have to wait to find out, I guess. For now though, back to Syndicate. It's a game that I really, even 5,500 words in and 20 hours played, I somehow feel nothing for. The city and its liveliness do stand out for me, and I think that will be a positive I take from this game. I'm trying to take at least one positive from each, but everything else just has me so bleh. I can confidently say I've played a lot of Assassin's Creed lately, and while this doesn't offend me as some titles in the series have, it doesn't scratch that itch for me either. There's a hell of a lot of characters in this game when you include all the side missions you take part in, and yet I can barely remember anyone's name. For all the famous people here like Darwin, Dickens, and Marx, they just don't stand up to even the paltry amount of Leonardo we get in Brotherhood. We have a pretty perfectly sized cast of Templars here to deal with, few enough to get real stories unlike the Pazzi conspirators, but enough to actually feel like they're a real threat. Yet even with Miss Thorne and Mr. Roth creating unique personas, I won't be remembering them like I did Sabrand. Henry is our only fellow assassin, and let's be honest, he's pretty weak as a character, with basically no exciting moments to speak of. For the first time, we have a pair of protagonists, and yet neither of them alone, or even together, are as interesting as Altair, Ezio, Edward. Hell, at least I hated Connor. I feel nothing for the Fry twins. With this entry, you can see how we ended up with Origins. I just wish we had returned to what had made the series great, not abandoned it entirely. As usual, the DLC and Jack the Ripper next week, which I've never actually played, so that should be fun. I'm writing this months before you'll see it, so I have no idea how the first Q&A went, so if you have questions or beef, drop it in the comments and I'll get back to you on the next one. That's going to be the end of Syndicate though, guys. Thank you so very much for hanging around to the end, and if you wouldn't mind dropping me a sub, I would very much appreciate it. Jack the Ripper next week, Origins after that. I hope to see you then. This is Purple signing off. Have a wonderful night, and always remember to smile. Thanks, guys. I was a longtime fan of the Assassin's Creed franchise, playing all the way from the first up until around Unity when I moved cities to go to college and just didn't have time between school and work, but I did tend to buy new releases, even if I wasn't paying as much attention to them as I had when I was younger. I was a big fan of the first, and the Ezio trilogy was a blessing when it came out, holding a special place in my heart. AC3 fell down for me, and I skipped Rogue, but I liked Black Flag and dabbled in the others. Then we come to 2017. I'm a busy guy, but my love for gaming hasn't gone away by any means. Now, I need you to understand. I'm not one for change. I've done quite a lot of unwanted change in my life, but I had a couple of comforts, and one was gaming, Mass Effect being the biggest. So when Andromeda dropped and was one of the most disappointing experiences of my life, I was primed to overreact when one of my other comfort titles in Assassin's Creed dropped a game that was very much in opposition to what I was expecting from the title on the box. I didn't get very far into Origins the first time I played it before selling it back to GameStop, and if I'm honest with you, if I hadn't been committed to getting it through it this time for the project I'm working on, I would have put it down again. On paper, Origins is a better game than any of the others that have come before it. Combat has far more depth, Egypt is massive in comparison to any world that came before it, the story is longer and has many more parts in it, and I just hated it. Not all the time, mind you, but most of it. I have not and will never enjoy being forced to grind in a game. Grinding should never be a core mechanic in a narrative-based experience, which is what the title of Assassin's Creed would lead you to believe this game is. I really don't appreciate the direction the story inside the game went, but I probably could have gotten into it if I was just allowed to play the damn thing. But every time I got on a roll, I would get kicked in the teeth by level requirements, unable to progress without dragging myself through hours of boring, repetitive side content I had no interest in doing. There was probably some good missions in there, but man, I just could not bring myself to care when I was doing them entirely to raise my stats so that I could go participate in missions that I did want to be doing. And after hours of grinding mindlessly, I had forgotten what I was doing in the main narrative and struggled to care. I think Bayek was a good character, but honestly, I experienced the story in such a spaced out, piecemeal fashion that I can't really say that I know so. I never really had time to sink my teeth in and get to know the character. I thought I was questing for the sake of questing in Syndicate and Unity, but this took it to a whole new level. I was never allowed to just enjoy the game, it became an occupation. When I unlocked the legendary armors in Italy, mentored assassins in Istanbul, or completed contracts across the Caribbean, I was having a great time because I wanted to be doing all of those things. I wanted that sexy outfit and feeling of accomplishment. I wanted to adorn my jackdaw with gilded sails and adorn myself with gilded pistols. I liked defeating enemies that dropped a legendary weapon I could use for Bayek, but the dual swords are really the only drop I got excited about, and that was a happy accident, not something I was working towards. I often go back to a game to do a review, and I find myself so delighted to learn that it was so much better than I remembered, and find myself loving it more and more as I explore depth I didn't know was there. This is one of the few times that I've gone back to find that I hated a game more than I remembered, and it only got worse as I went deeper and deeper into it. I will not be saving you from any spoilers ahead, so this is your warning here. If you don't want that, hop off. Don't worry, I don't expect this to turn into a rant like it did against Connor's entry, but maybe a more disappointing version of Unity. For what it's worth, I don't think Ubisoft Origins is a bad game. It's certainly not my cup of tea, and not something I'd play on my own time, but I'd recommend it to people who enjoy the genre. What I do think is a bad game, however, is Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed Origins, and that's what we're talking about today.
Good. Bayek of Siwa. What are you of now?
A new creed. Ours is finished.
Victory for the Guardians of Siwa! The new darlings of the arena! Who knows how far they can go?
Okay, look, I don't love the gameplay here in Origins, nor do I hate it, assuming you're properly leveled, an issue we can talk about in a minute. But it would be disingenuous at best to say that the combat system here is anything but an improvement from previous titles. I have a gripe about the fact that the focus of an Assassin's Creed game was clearly combat when that's so opposed to the philosophies of the franchise. However, that being said, the combat here absolutely does have a depth not found in the series before this entry. Where before we had a simple counter and attack combat system that focused on finding your flow in combat, here we find something with far more options. To start with, right away, there's just more buttons dedicated to combat. What used to be buttons dedicated to interacting with your environment are now intended to be used to interact with your enemies. We have light attacks, heavy attacks that can be charged to break defenses, a shield that can be used with most weapons, a variety of bows that can be quickly accessed with the left trigger, the ability to block, parry, or dodge, along with quickly switching between 2 ranged and 2 melee weapons, along with various tools such as sleep darts, fire bombs, and smoke bombs. The weapon variety is staggering, and actually will change how you play. Or, if you're like me, allow you to pick a playstyle that works for you. To start off with, you have a light bow for rapid fire, a warrior bow that is stupid, a hunter bow which became my trusted companion firing off powerful headshots while maintaining a solid ammo capacity, and a predator bow for when you randomly want to go first person for some reason. Best used for the stealth damage bonus. There's even more melee options, a traditional sword, usually in the form of a gladius. It's the middle of the road all-purpose but great at nothing option. You have your long heavy weapons like axes or maces. Personally, I never enjoyed these, but perfect for those with slower playstyles. Along with your heavy options is their opposite in spears and scepters, long ranges but faster with an emphasis on chipping away your enemies from distance. Again, not something I enjoyed using, but I did find spear wielders to be one of the more challenging weapons in the game to overcome. Then we get into what I did like. The sickle sword, which I really enjoyed on horseback or tearing through unshielded enemies while hiding behind mine. Last but not least, and certainly my favorite, in the dual swords. With a high speed and short range, these really force you to manage your distance and get your dodge timing down, but really became easily my preferred way to engage with almost any enemy type, often switching them out of necessity when my other weapon was failing me in an engagement. I will admit that even with my preferred melee weapons, I often found myself falling back on my bow in do-or-die situations. Combat is truly, well, a combat system here in Origins, and it really should be commented on how good it is, when you're properly leveled. Yeah, I gotta talk about it. Here's my beef. In Assassin's Creed, the combat lacked depth, to be sure, and especially in earlier titles could get boring, but two things were true. It was more often than not optional, stealth being the primary function of the game after all, and more importantly, you were always in a fair situation. Yes, it's true the series was in need of real challenge, but that should be done in the form of better depth, allowing for more challenging interaction with the enemies, not constantly having to have the right number at the top of your screen. For the first time in the game, we have difficulty levels, which is great, but why is normal, what I assume to be the default experience, so damn annoying if you dare to play a mission just a little bit above your level? For example, here I am, level 34, taking on a level 35 mission, and I'm just getting absolutely ran through by the enemies around me because they're just a level above where the game decided I am. If I was playing on hard or higher difficulty, I would say fine, that's what I signed up for, but it's not. And I know what you're thinking, why not lower it to easy? And that's valid, but I didn't for two reasons. One, I try to experience games as most people will. I may bump the slider up past normal in games that I find not challenging enough, but I will never go down to easy. I just don't feel as though that's a fair review. And second, by calling it normal, you're telling me this is how it's supposed to be. And all I can think is that you'd really like to sell me a better weapon from the store or a time saver pack to upgrade what I already have. I had boss fights that were less challenging than normal enemies with a bigger number over their head than mine, and that drives me crazy. And this is where gameplay interferes with the narrative. Every time I would get into the story, I would play one too many missions, and get my teeth kicked in, sending me back to level up and try again. Skill issue? Probably. But look, when you take away the ability to stealth through levels because I can't stealth kill enemies because I'm too low level, or even worse, I just have forced combat sections that I have no way of avoiding, you force me to play side content that I don't want to. And as soon as I'm forced to play side stories rather than playing them because I want to, I check out at best and get angry at worst. I actually stopped recording side missions about halfway through because I realized that for the most part, they were only actually two different side quests available in the game. Either, hey Medjay, I fucked up and as a result I need you to go get something for me. Or, hey Medjay, someone else fucked up and I need you to go get them for me. Although there's a series of side quests where you kill some tax collectors and I'm all the way on board with that. I will also say I had a hard time separating side quests from main quest footage when organizing my recordings, and I thought that was going to be a compliment to the side content until I realized that no, not really, it was that the main content was for the most part boring and uninspired. I actually did notice that while I remember moments from cutscenes, there was really no mission that I can remember as being, well, cool or interesting. Nothing stood out. I can think of a mission that stands out for me in essentially every game that was good that I've ever played. Whether it's exploring the Geth consciousness in Mass Effect 3, drinking with the priest in Kingdom Come Deliverance, hell, like half the damn missions in that game stand out for me, walking through the Eiffel Tower in the Saboteur, fighting Braco in Alpha Protocol, oh, hell, I should just, yeah, I'm gonna try to run through AC off the top of my head. King Richard's Camp, the Flying Machine, the Banker Assassination, starting a riot, stealing the Jackdaw, the first Stalker encounter, chasing the balloon, and fleeing the burning building. All off the top of my head. Unique, positive experiences in gameplay, but every one of Bayek's missions, whether simple fetch quests or major assassinations, felt, well, the same. Nothing stands out. Oh no, that's not entirely true. Putting some thought into it, I guess the arena was pretty cool, but I shouldn't have had to stress to find something in the game that I played the most recently. Please, tell me what your favorite mission was inside the story. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe something stands out to me, but please, tell me what you found interesting. Alright, I got off on a tangent. Where was I? I seriously have no idea. So let's talk about how they got rid of the most unique feature Assassin's Creed had in social stealth. It's bad enough that stealth is now just playing Far Cry in third person, but actually somehow worse because sometimes your takedowns just don't work because, you know, imaginary sky numbers, but social stealth defined Assassin's Creed. It was bad enough that it was becoming less and less relevant in the series, but to remove it entirely, I just don't know how you can call it an Assassin's Creed game. Seriously, this is just a generic open-world third-person game that happens to have a hidden blade and a plot that involves an animus and a piece of Eden. The biggest thing is that they didn't change up their game to make it stand out, they changed it to make it blend in. It seems to be the world we live in now where the best thing seemingly you can do is to make your media look like all those around it, but I miss when Ubisoft created trends rather than being slaves to them. Look, at the end of the day, like I said, this isn't a bad game, per se. The combat system has fallen in line with what many would expect from this genre, the scale of the world is bigger than ever, and while it doesn't feel empty for me, it wasn't in any way spectacular. It probably would have knocked your socks off when it came out, to be fair, but so did Rise Son of Rome, and that game has borderline faded into obscurity. Graphical fidelity's only impressive inside its console cycle, and years later when we look back to the art style and visuals, which, for me, were most of the time just bland. Maybe that's because I live in the desert, but I don't know. There's exceptions for sure, but I never stopped to look around like I did in other titles. The biggest weakness this game has for me is when you remove the AC title from it, is that its gameplay interferes with the narrative and makes me play the game in a way I don't find enjoyable. Exploration should be an option, not an expectation. Make a world worth walking through and trust that I'll do it. Don't force me to spend hours having a terrible time doing the same things over and over and over again. Skyrim is a great game to endlessly explore and level your character in, but it's because it's entirely optional and they made that option fun. Black Flag was the same way. I didn't need golden flintlocks or pistol swords, I just wanted them. So it wasn't a grind, it was a project to be undertaken and enjoyed. The moment the story ended and I was exploring because I wanted to, I found the game fun again. It was breathing some new life into it, and then I happened to play a mission that I was just a little too low level for, but that's for another time. I said that the gameplay got in the way of the narrative. Let's talk about why that isn't really as big of a deal as I make it out to be.
Every morning of my childhood, my father and I spoke the prayer of the Magi, a promise to those in need. I am a Magi. I am a feather in the eagle's wing, a living dagger plunged from the sky into the heart of chaos. I am a truth unknown, a scabbard unfilled, a son of the Nile, and a defender of the people. You cannot kill me, for I walk among the dead. Come forth by day, and I will guide you home. My son should have learned this prayer from me.
I hate to break it to you, but this game starts off so damn well and never reaches this peak again. You know what, screw it, roll the clip, you should see this.
You are the Magi from Siwa. I thought Magi was supposed to protect the Pharaoh. I am Magi to no Pharaoh. You see this? I can read my own name, Nak! We will find you. We will find you in your sleep! Sleep? I never sleep. I just wait in the shadows, and I will kill you all! Everyone who sniffed the air that day in Siwa!
I mean, come on, that is the definition of gangster as hell, as we get dropped into a brutal revenge plot right from the word go. I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but the cause of this is that these three Bayek has marked on his arm, along with a few others, are responsible for the death of his son in search of access to this precursor vault under Siwa that Bayek couldn't open if he wanted to. You would think that fighting these three, well, two now I guess, would become the entire runtime of the game, and that would have been an epic adventure. A brutal, dark assassin fueled by the fires of revenge, ravaging Egypt in search of the lives of those who had taken his family from him. We didn't get this, however, which is fine. There's more than one way to tell a revenge plot. It's just Bayek switches so quickly back and forth from, I have no joy in my life, only this, to, hey yo, what's up, man? You want to grab a beer? I know the implication is that he's just putting on a happy face for those around him to conceal his darkness from the world, and I can empathize with that, but I don't know, I just never found myself attached to Bayek or his plight. We didn't get much time with Ezio's family, but at least we got some. We get a few minutes with Bayek's son, but I found him pretty blah, and he was just kind of bitchy and annoying the entire time we spent with him. This starts a trend of the game giving Bayek reasons to care about things in the game and making that believable, but failing to have me personally invested at any point. I like a character putting on a brave face, but it felt more like one with split personalities that just shoved themselves in the plot's convenience. Like, for example, I'm going to skip way ahead. You'll spend somewhere around the first hour of the game with Bayek's best friend Hepzibah, whose name I totally didn't have to look up. He gets you out of the tomb where you killed the Haron, and then you help him stop some soldiers from burning down his house. He gives you some info on your target here in Siwa, the Ibis, some leads on side quests to help you level before you go after him. Then after you kill the guy, take the Apple of Eden, which of course you have no idea what it is at this point. You'll share a drink and say goodbye before heading off to Alexandria. Then about 30 to 40-ish hours later, you'll return to Siwa at the closing hours of the main quest and find him dead. Of course, this upsets Bayek. It's his oldest friend, but to me, this was just some dude I saw for a few minutes at the beginning of the game, and Bayek's performance isn't strong enough for his grief to become mine. This becomes a trend of the game. He loses people I don't know, and I guess I'm expected to care, but I don't. Small spoilers for both Kingdom Come Deliverance and Alpha Protocol here. I just want to give some examples of things here being done better somewhere else. You don't spend much more time with Henry's parents than you do with Bayek's kid or Hepzibah, but when he loses them, it's so clear that his whole world has changed in this moment, and he spends the entire game openly reeling from this loss. He wasn't a Medjay, he was a child, but he waded through fire just to bury his parents, and it nearly cost him his life. This endears you to the character. You don't need a ton of time with a character to emphasize with a character's grief, it just needs to be well acted. I felt more finally catching up to Runt than I did at any of the assassinations that Bayek took part in. On the flip side is Madison from Alpha Protocol. You'll meet her in Rome and spend a notable chunk of that hub interacting with her before, after, and sometimes during missions. So when regardless of whether or not you pursue a romance with her, you're forced to let her die for the greater good, which is actually a choice you have to make. It's not one that the game makes for you. The way in which she dies, the loss is felt by Mike, and that is mirrored by the player. The murder of his son is the defining point in Bayek's life and the fuel that drives the plot, yet I just simply don't care for the majority of it. Although there was one scene that stood above the rest. We can talk about that later, though. For now, we have a modern day segment that I refuse to even discuss because it's worth exactly nobody's time, and then the first of many title drops before we head to Alexandria. Now, of course, at this point, your level will be too low to play the missions in Alexandria, so be gently encouraged to go quest in the small nearby town, but that's not part of our story. You get to the city, and after a little cloak and dagger, be reunited with Aya, Bayek's wife. I'm conflicted about how I feel in regard to Bayek's relationship with Aya. On one hand, they are an awesome pair, and having this one tether to a life gives Bayek a reason to be more positive than you would expect. But that being said, I feel as though she is simultaneously a better character than Bayek, and one who only exists as a plot device to rip one more thing from him later in the game. I'll see how my feelings on the subject develop over the course of the essay. Spoiler alert, they didn't change much. She provides you with the hidden blade, 2 new targets, and the info that she has killed 2 of those responsible, leaving only the snake left to be killed as part of the conspiracy, along with Gennadios because he's hunting Aya, which has her stuck in hiding. Killing Gennadios will actually be the triggering factor for sending the Falakis after you, essentially roaming mini-bosses. They're fun, I guess, although often more annoying when you're just trying to get somewhere in a boss fight pulls up. You'll track the snake to the bathhouse and head in with nothing but your hidden blade, although there's a super obvious path for getting in and out without getting detected, so that's no big deal. Bayek cuts off his own finger using the blade. The origins of the missing finger assassins before Ezio were adorned with, like Altair. Personally, I always thought the missing finger was way cooler, but I wish it had been a conscious decision rather than an accident, although this does mirror real life where sometimes cool things have lame backstories. We return to Aya and tell her of our triumph, but something weighs heavy on Bayek. It's almost as if he knows there's no possible way we finished our quest 3 hours into the game. I just have a hard time with this because frankly the 5 who we needed to kill to avenge the loss of our son felt like they were of such little consequence that I couldn't care about them. Hell, we only actually killed one of them after we learned why we were doing it, and only personally killed 2 of the 5. I would have enjoyed tracking down and dismantling 5 well-developed characters over blowing through them and then getting a bunch more targets with reduced meaning to me. I didn't like it when AC2 had a massive list of targets that felt impersonal, and it feels the same here. When the original title had 9 targets that all fed into each other to give you the pieces to understanding a larger conspiracy, that was fantastic, and I feel like that concept could have worked here, but alas. It's at this point Aya sends us to Apollodoros to make sure we really have killed all those responsible, and this is the point Cleopatra will make her introduction.
I will sleep with anyone, as long as they agree to be executed in the morning.
Like Xantivis.
He was well satisfied with his bargain.
It really is hard not to love her. She doesn't have the magnetism that I would expect, but I can appreciate how you never feel entirely sure where you stand with her, only knowing that she will always have her own self-interest at the forefront of her mind. I also love how Bayek is told to kneel when he meets her and promptly ignores this. It's a nice little addition to his character. It's at this point that the real plot is laid out for us. We stumbled into the Order of the Ancients, where Bayek's hidden ones are the origins of the Assassins, the Order is the origins of the Templars, at least in ideology, as I was pretty sure I remember the Templars being formed in the first game during the Crusades, but whatever. We learned that the man we killed, who we believed to be the snake, was actually the hippo, and the snake is actually the whole organization. We learn of new targets, and Bayek isn't happy about it, but he agrees that this is the course of action he must embark on. And I like how clear Cleopatra is, straight up saying that it's time to kill some people. She provides him with a new Medjay badge, and they did not bother to animate him removing the old one because it's so clearly still there when he takes it off, and I find that hilarious. The first target I chose to go after, and likely everyone else's considering he's the lowest leveled, is the Scarab, known for taking dissenters out to the desert and burying them up to the neck in sand to kill them slowly. Your contact will be Tarak, and I'll just spoil it for you. He's the Scarab and will poison Bayek to leave him in the same fate, but that doesn't really work on main characters, so we get the best of him. It's at this point where the game started mixing in missions where Aya is commanding a trireme out in the ocean, having pretty fun naval battles. Then I went to handle the Hyena. She's apparently like being all evil to the people out there, but all she seemed to care about when I got there was using magic to bring her kid back to life. Could have been a really good character, but if we didn't immediately kill her after she spelled out her desperate ploy, but it's a pretty interesting boss fight, I guess. It's just crazy to me that they can make targets so uninteresting. We had a phenomenal plot that was so deeply personal and interesting, and we just dumped it a few hours in to have a padded game full of uninteresting missions. Yeah, we circle back to it being personal at the end, but again, I have to argue that this is a very personal story to Bayek, not me. And he's failed to make me care about his plight. Next up, I went to the city of Memphis to deal with a lizard and apparently a cursed bull. However, we start off by going to seek the advice of the seer, and while we're there, help the pregnant wife of the chief by having a super weird trip and fighting a god. Interesting. With this, we come to the conclusion someone is poisoning people and we should go deal with that. Just a personal gripe, that's true of damn near every game in the series. If you're going to end a cutscene, then have me walk 10 feet just to play another cutscene. Please just make them into one scene. Anyways, we walk out to find Aya waiting for us and travel with her to find out what so-called curse is affecting the bulls that's like a god or something. I don't know, man. Turns out, surprise, surprise, it's not a curse, but some people poisoning the bull, and it's the twin priestesses who are being blackmailed by the lizard who are keeping their brother hostage. I'm sorry, editor's note here. Why do you just have that with you? Like, why? Why? Who just carries around a finger in a box? Whatever. To force them to his will. So, we go and get him. The brother will give us the info we need to track down the lizard. A priest, of course, which even Bayek mentions is becoming a trend, and we race back to tell Cleopatra. I really enjoyed this little character detail as Aya bows and Bayek couldn't care less, showing how he has only ever cared for his purpose while Aya has gotten wrapped up in other affairs. Also, when they reveal it's the twins who poisoned the bull, Cleopatra with no hesitation orders they should be boiled to death inside a bronze bull. A reference to the brazen bull, and I think a hint of the Greek influence on Egypt we had heard so much about over the course of the game. Also, when you Google brazen bull, one of the top recommended searches is whether or not it hurts. And I mean, Jesus, what a world we live in. Does being boiled alive hurt, guys? I don't know. I better Google that. Jesus. I do like the assassination as you're just given the info that the priest wears a blue scarf and has a cough, meaning you might have to use, 5-10% of your brain capacity to find him, which is at least better than the whole 0 we've been at before, so I'm grateful. It took me a whole, 11 seconds to figure out which one was him. I also love how Bayek assumed I wanted to kill the random innocent guard behind the lizard, not the lizard. That poor guy caught a tremendous stray on this one. After this victory, we will celebrate for the night, then head out to challenge the crocodile, who resides in Crocodipolis. Which I know is a real city in Egypt, or was, and I mean, it's probably hard to resist the temptation, but come on, guys. Okay, it's a little funny, and I probably would have done the same thing. The crocodile is probably the strongest of the assassination stories in my eyes, outside of the final boss. Maybe the best. Again, with the editor's notes, if you're not gonna have him actually take the badge off, just don't show me the arm that it would be on, that it's still on when he's holding it in his hand. Thank you. The only problem becomes the big moment is that the daughter of our contacts will be killed by the crocodile, and it was extremely predictable. When an innocent character actually says the words, "I can never die" out loud, it's essentially putting on a red shirt and was actually the first thing I said when I heard her say it.
Thank you, Shadia. You should go back to your mother now. It might get dangerous.
Nothing bad will ever happen to me. Incept can fight, you know. She will protect me.
Oh, that girl's dead. Again, it's a super strong moment from Bayek's perspective, but for me it was just a character who had essentially no time to grow on me, die in a way I saw coming a mile away. It was clear that the writers wanted an emotional gut punch and didn't know how to write it. The fun part of this investigation is fighting inside the arena, where you actually lie to an old friend to get in on her name. We get in to track down the ones who we believe killed the girl, and we think it's these gladiator brothers, who are definitely my favorite boss fight in the game. Then there's a falling out when your partner finds out your true intentions. She actually seems a little bit hurt about this, and ends up as the crocodile's personal bodyguard, which in any well-written game would lead to an incredibly emotional fight that we would struggle through because of the emotional burden it lays upon us. But this is Assassin's Creed Origins. Her death is given as much love and care as any moment in this game that could have been so great. I do like the post-death scene here for the crocodile, even if I don't think Bayek's voice actor really lives up to the moment.
Shadia!
Murdered by one of you.
Shadia.
Who?
Shadia!
She was the child you drowned!
Like all of your kind, you fail to see what greatness lies in store for Egypt.
Is that what you tell yourself? You do not remember those you killed. She was the child of Henut and Hotefres.
Henot was a stubborn rock. That ledger would have meant the end to all our hopes.
You destroyed families.
I did what had to be done.
I will destroy everything you stand for, Berenike! And I will destroy all others like you! But for now, all that matters is that you killed Shadia! And the last word you will remember is her name! Shadia!
Ironically, I forgot Shadia's name until I rewatched that. So I just love this. After the crocodile, we get this letter from Aya that's like, hey, guess what? Turns out none of those dudes we've been killing actually were involved in killing of our son, but we added 2 new names to the list, and that's it, I swear. Like, for real this time. We return to Cleopatra and work to root out conspirators and assassination plot that's pretty fun, and we kill the guys Venator hired before he himself pulls up to do the job. It should irritate me, but Aya knocking an arrow out of the sky with her knife is just so damn over the top. It's great. I love it. I also really liked the Venator boss fight until he started running around like a 9-year-old jacked up on G Fuel and got stuck in the level geometry. We then sailed to meet Pompey in order to join forces and march on Cleopatra's brother to take back the throne. But that doesn't really go well, and we have to come up with a backup plan. We get in an epic naval battle before getting to Alexandria and carrying Cleo in to see Caesar hidden inside of a rug. For some reason during this section that doesn't really make any sense to me, you'll be playing as Aya. It's fine, and I like Aya, but I feel like popping her into my hands this late in the game and making me carry out missions without the character or weapons I've spent the entire game collecting and working on is pretty dumb, even if you only have a few combat encounters. Cleopatra will align herself with Julius Caesar, and Aya will be sent out to find a way into the tomb of Alexander the Great below Alexandria. Ptolemy isn't super happy about his sister just pulling up and snatching powers, so this will lead to war. Aya takes to the lighthouse to signal the Roman fleet before you return to Bayek riding into battle with Caesar and his troops. You will start out on a chariot, first fighting off mounted soldiers, then a war elephant, before shifting to battle on your feet. The battlefield does have an awesome, almost apocalyptic feel to it.
The line runs 3 stadia. According to our speculatores, Potinus leads the charge.
Keep the soldiers distracted, Caesar. I will handle Potinus and Victoria!
You'll then fight another war elephant with Pontius at the helm, otherwise known as the Scorpion. It's pretty easy if I'm honest. Funny enough, he actually apologizes for his part in Bayek's tragedy and goes to his death with his head held high. After this, we proceed to Septimus, who, as I understand it, is one of the original Order members there that day Bayek's son died, although he was not the one who forced Bayek's hand. It was, for me, one of the easiest fights in the game, but that actually might be partially because his defense played well into my preferred fighting style of dual blades, with a lot of movement in and out. We beat him but are stopped from killing him in a scene I'll show you in a second, but I just want to share my thoughts on said scene. Once again, I just don't think the actor for Bayek can really pull off the level of emotion they're looking for in this moment. I love the fact that he maintains his disregard for anyone's orders that stand in the way of his revenge, and I like the dialogue. I just don't find myself drawn to it. I want your opinion if this actually works for you and why, because for me, this was just another on the list of unearned moments that failed to live up to their potential. The lack of setup really leaves the payoff feeling flat. 30 hours in and I still don't care about Bayek, and I certainly don't care about his son. This may mean a lot to him, but it means nothing to me. You be the judge. Does this move you?
Did you miss me?
Stop, Bayek! Septimius is Roman. We will deal with him under our laws.
He killed my son!
So after that, Bayek and the rest of them just kind of go, "Well, guys, I think we lost." And so they form the Brotherhood as an attempt to not lose. When they realize the member of the Order were just a little too interested in Alexander's tomb, they head down to investigate. They walk into the tomb to find Apollodoros fighting for his life, a fight he'll lose, but before he dies, he will pass along the info that Flavius was behind it all. He was the one that killed their son, is now in possession of the apple, or the orb as they know it, and is heading for Siwa. They reach Siwa and fight their way into the open vault only to find... Go ahead, tell me his name. Look me in the eye and tell me you remember his name. Alright, probably last note from the editor here, but I do want to bring something up. I play these games naturally, and I don't look anything up before I've completed my first playthrough, and then I'll go back and try to figure out whatever I missed. One thing I missed is that after each target you kill, you can go back to Siwa and talk to Hepzibah, and this builds the relationship between him and Bayek. This is probably good, and I'd recommend you do this if you play the game yourself, but the fact that I never found it naturally, because why would I ever go back to the level 5 area at the beginning of the game during the rest of the game? I don't know. To me, anything that happened in those conversations shouldn't be expected to be part of your experience, because how would you ever find that naturally? So for me, regardless of the fact that it's there, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change my opinion on the fact that this death, it just doesn't hit me. They hold the funeral, and then Bayek heads off in pursuit of Flavius, finally catching up to him in the city of Cyrene. I actually found it surprisingly satisfying to climb my way into the building undetected, and then was, of course, disappointed by the ease of the boss fight. We have always ended these damn stealth-based games with open combat, and we finally have a game where it makes sense since we have foregone stealth in favor of combat as the main way to play, and we cannot get a good boss fight. I don't understand how I can get absolutely destroyed by regular-ass city guard, but the main villain holding a damn apple of Eden is a cakewalk. At the very least, I can say I think this is one of the few times that Bayek sold me on a moment. It wasn't great at the start, but he leaned into the performance and it wasn't terrible.
He was a child, Flavius! My child!
That's the one thing I do not regret in my life.
I will never give you peace!
Your son's death made the Order bow to me! Caesar, even. I had Rome! It gave me an empire of 1,000 sons, each one greater than the last. Come on! Finish me! You coward! The waste of time!
I can't do it! I can't do it!
It's alright, Papa.
No. I will lose you forever.
Not forever. I will be waiting for you in the field of reeds.
I'd also like to point out that I do enjoy seeing the feather Altair is given to Mark assassinations found its origin, pun intended, in this game. It's a nice touch I could have mentioned sooner. I've also just got to mention, you don't have to fight your way out of here after you kill Flavius, you can just fast travel. And while that's super dumb, my lazy side and desperate want not to play this game anymore thanks you. Bayek returns to Aya with the good news, and she responds by telling him that they're breaking up, and then she's leaving for Rome. Bayek responds to this about as well as a guy desperately in love with his wife who just asked him for an open relationship would. And, as a result, I wouldn't invite Bayek to the Oscars anytime soon.
Oh, wow!
Also, apparently the symbol for Assassin's Creed came out from this little bird skull that was on Bayek's outfit, which, I mean, come on, guys, that just sucks. There was no meaning to this thing. Ugh. Also, the last and final mission is actually found here with Aya. It's pretty much entirely unnecessary in terms of the story, but at the same time, I do really enjoy it as it's the best naval battle in the game, which I barely scraped through. I mean, seriously, just look at this.
Hey! Pick up the pace! Ramming speed!
Up tempo!
Just say the word! Fighting! Now!
Let it Yo, slackers! Form up with the rest! Today, we sail together!
What port are you taking us to?
There's a town called Anthem I'd like to try. Lots of merchants sail in and out of there. Should be safe for you. From there, it's a half-day's ride to Rome.
Isn't that just phenomenal? Unfortunately, the boss fight with Septimus, which is the last boss fight in the game I should add, was so easy I literally never got hit, and as you've seen, I'm really good at getting hit by everyone and everything at all times in this game. Also, I just still don't like the concept of you making me spend the entire game grinding for levels, skills, and better weapons just to plot me into a different character with potentially different weapons than you prefer. I happen to like the dual blades a lot, but I'm pretty sure that was just a happy coincidence because I can't find any evidence her loadout will change based on yours. I can't imagine what this section must have played like if you had spent the entire game with heavy, slow weapons like an axe or something and you had to learn a new playstyle all of a sudden right at the end. That must have sucked. I'll admit, as much as I think it's completely out of place and really shouldn't serve as the final mission for the game, being part of the assassination of Julius Caesar is about the most Assassin's Creed part of this game, and I absolutely adore it. I would have preferred if we actually heard Et tu Brute rather than the translation. Okay, look, I'm not even going to try to sound Italian on that, that was my best. It was still good, though. I liked the scene.
You too, my child.
We then get a little wrap-up cutscene where Aya renounces her name and becomes Amunet, or the Hidden Ones, and we see the beginnings of Bayek growing the Order of the Hidden Ones before we get our big ending title drop marking the end of the game. Finally. Oh man, I don't even know where to start with my thoughts on this narrative. You know, when I wrote my script for Unity, I started off with a confused opinion on the game, but after writing about it and giving it some thought, I found a love for it. This isn't Unity. Actually, looking at the story piece by piece has made me realize how poor it really is, and it's not so much that it's a bad story, it's an average story poorly told. Just to start, the way the game works means that you're getting the story in small pieces hours apart, which just inherently detracts from your ability to interact with the narrative. On top of that, rewatching all these scenes and having it reinforced minute by minute that Bayek's performance was just downright poor the majority of the time really emphasizes for me why I checked out of so many of these scenes when before I didn't really know why. From the point of view of Bayek, this is a truly tragic tale and one that would absolutely destroy a person, but we lack all of the backstory and context in order to really feel his pain. I'm sure if you're a parent, this probably hits a lot harder, but let's be honest, the demographic for Assassin's Creed games is probably, 18 to 24? It's just not aimed at parents, so I don't know why they would assume you would immediately empathize with this. I saw someone say that this isn't a narrative-driven game, and I couldn't agree more. The plot is clearly just a device to get you to explore Egypt, and if that's your thing, fine. But it's absolutely not why I boot up an Assassin's Creed game. Black Flag proved that you can have a massive world to explore and enjoy while pairing it with a fantastic narrative and characterization, but this game completely fails at this. In Black Flag, all the exploration was optional. I was out doing stuff because I wanted to. Here, I had to do it, and that detracted from my experience of doing it. Look, how about we look over the DLCs before we get to the rest of the conclusions? I know I've usually had DLC coming out separately from the games, but the 4 DLC previously were really separate from the games they were attached to and deserve their own content. Maybe less so in the case of Dead Kings, but whatever. Anyways, these are really just more of the same, and it doesn't feel right to give them their own videos, so it feels better to add them in here, because it's short. Let's get to it. God, I haven't done a DLC section in a game since, Kingdom Come Deliverance, I think? Feels weird, but let's get into it, starting off with the hidden ones. I should state, to give these a fair shake, I took the option to boost Bayek up to level 45 for free because I was absolutely sick of grinding out levels at this point, and frankly, I would have been in an unfair mental state to review these sections fairly had I spent the time to level up naturally. So anyway, we get a letter from the bureau leader in Sinai asking for aid, and we hop on a boat and head over to help. Also, I should mention this takes place about 4 years after the events of the main story, so hidden ones are pretty well established at this point, and Bayek has a cool new outfit that his mom made for him. Just kidding, he's the main character in a Ubisoft game, his parents are dead. The letter you received will also indicate that the bureau leader has become desperate enough to align with the local rebel leader even though she isn't confident this was the right choice, and you'll meet both of them upon your arrival. The plot from this point forward is pretty simple, and I don't see a reason to overcomplicate it. The hidden ones are getting hammered on, and so you work to eliminate enemy leaders to lessen the pressure you're under. None of the targets are particularly memorable, but there is this one mission in which you don't know which of the captains is your target, so you either have to guess or kill them until you get it right. I just kind of assumed it was the guy surrounded by all the men at the top of the tower, and I was right, surprise, surprise. Although I do appreciate the fact that there was logic able to allow me to get to my conclusion. I do think that was good. A real surprise is that he apparently has a thing for putting hands in a box. That's pretty weird, dude. You get back to the bureau to report your success, only to find yourself ambushed moments later as the place is set ablaze and you're taken captive. Romans being Romans, they stick your ass up on a cross, but as a nice little stroke of luck, Aya comes to save you. Also, it's a nice little stroke of luck they didn't, nail your wrists to the post like I would have. After you get the other survivors out, you two will come up with a plan of action. You decide to go after the enemy leader Rufio, but first you have to deal with what's happening right now as Centaurians pour into the village slaughtering everyone. With that dealt with, you swim out and kill the commander, but come back to the damning conclusion of your supposed ally. It turns out that this is his favorite method of recruiting, making martyrs, getting the Romans to come out and kill enough villagers to get people angry enough to join in on his rebellion. Obviously, this won't stand and we have to go and deal with him. He stands by his actions when you confront him, and you'll have to take him on in what could have been a really fun boss fight if this arena was like 10% bigger. I really like the concept, but I was always just barely falling off, which I would agree is a skill issue, but it took me out of an otherwise interesting contest. Also, he has this shield that is a pain in the ass to get around, which he claims to be the strongest in Egypt, but he doesn't drop his shield when you beat him. What the hell is that? That marks the end of the hidden ones. Now let's speed around the Curse of the Pharaohs. I mentioned earlier that the DLC doesn't add much in the way of new or exciting combat like the ones we've discussed before do, and I really stand by that opinion with this entry. I'm going to be super light on details here, both to save time because, hey, why not? And also because, frankly, there isn't a ton of plot. There's no reason for me to spoil something that some of you might really genuinely enjoy. Mostly, it's just running around, collecting stuff, and doing boss fights. The short of it is that Bite gets word of a piece of Eden showing up in the city of Thebes, so he pulls up to see gods just rising out of the sand and causing all kinds of chaos. He runs around trying to figure out where the hell the apple is and will make several journeys to what appears to him to be the afterlife. I'm going to comment later about how most of the worlds in this DLC didn't really shake me up visually. This is the exception. I'm not sure if I clarified that enough. These worlds in the afterlife are gorgeous. Just phenomenal. I kind of enjoyed the first boss fight I had against the dual-bladed Pharaoh, which as a dual-blade user myself is usually who I struggled against the most, and it really forced me out of my comfort zone. That was good. But at some point, once I had learned the attack pattern and realized it was just going to be this over and over and over for 10 minutes with little variation, it really did take me out of it. Because just like the other bosses, he had this really annoying quality of just doing too much damage. Even properly leveled, getting hit with their power attacks was a 2-shot kill, and that just meant that I pelted them over and over with arrows and power attacks until they died. I'm sure you could make these fights more interesting, but I was entirely checked out at this point and just wanted to get it done, so I'll throw no shade. I'm not saying that the fights are bad inherently, I'm saying that my solution to the fights was bad, and I don't like that it was there. Eventually, you'll find out who had the apple, kill them, and you're done. I have to assume that if you like this style of game, you like the combat, you like Bayek, you like this whole world, you'll enjoy both of these DLCs because they serve as simply more of the same. While they may add a couple reskin enemies and cool looking environments, some of which I really do think look awesome, in reality, both of these DLCs could have been long side quests and I wouldn't have batted an eye. Let's make a quick jaunt over to the music. So we've changed just about everything that defined Assassin's Creed as Assassin's Creed. This means there was the option to completely redefine the music in the games and make it the best soundtrack we had ever seen. There was a couple of good tracks over the course of the AC series, and some of them, like Black Flag, were perfect for their setting. The main theme for each game was always a strong suit, but nothing ever made its way into my playlist. I've always very much been an advocate for the strength of music that's so perfect it goes unnoticed in the moment. Red Dead Redemption 2 did an excellent job of this in my opinion, but it also balanced that out with memorable tracks and important moments. The music in Origins certainly melted into the background, but there was certainly nothing memorable. If I'm entirely honest, I had to check and make sure I had music on during my playthrough before writing this section. At least in games like Syndicate, I hadn't always noticed the music, but I always remembered it being there. Here, I honestly couldn't tell you what the main theme sounded like or anything else. For what it's worth, I'm going to give the soundtrack a listen through and give it a fair shake. Okay, wow, that was super underwhelming. Let's just move on. Oh, hell. Where do I even start with Origins? I had such an open mind going into this. I really did. I didn't want to dislike this game. I never want to hate any game, and I certainly don't ever want to spend 30 plus hours being miserable, but that's what I got here. Look, I'm going to stand by the fact that if you're into games lacking a strong narrative that focus on just mass amounts of gameplay and exploration, then yeah, this is probably for you. And you know, Skyrim jumps to mind when I write that description, but just about every facet of Skyrim is better than this game. I certainly stand by my opinion that I had going in from my first experience with these new generation of games that sticking a hidden blade on the character does not make this an Assassin's Creed game. Removal of social stealth, freedom of movement, stealth in general being the safest approach, and an overall narrative-focused game. I cannot see what argument you could make to say this game belongs in the same series as all the others that came before it. If you like this better, fine. Absolutely, I get that. But when someone says they love Assassin's Creed and then tells me Origins is their favorite, I struggle to take them seriously. I often talk about how much I love when games get the details right, and this isn't something I can give Origins when it's so often the details that bothered me in this game. Like, just to start, why is the Gladius so damn big in this game? I actually stopped using it because I couldn't take it seriously and it had me laughing through cutscenes. Almost every time I really wanted to like a moment for Bike, there was just something to take me out of it, and I think that was often down to the mocap actor that they had just could never seem to portray enough emotion through his expressions and or movement. It always just felt so lackadaisical and I couldn't take it seriously. They created a combat system that was legitimately good and a massive world to explore, then paired them together in the worst way possible, forcing me to run around doing tons of stuff I have no interest in just to pad the length of a game by ensuring combat is unbearable if I don't, is frankly unacceptable. Exploration and questing should always be a matter of enjoyment, not a task to be begrudgingly undertaken. Every time I thought I was going to be allowed to just enjoy the experience, I was ripped out of it, and that's a damn shame. I don't want to sit here and rant on about how much I dislike this game, so I'm going to leave you with this. If you love this game, I am happy for you and wish you the best. But fuck me, I wish this had never gotten plastered with the name of a series I adore. I don't know who at Ubisoft decided one day that being fresh and new meant alienating an entire franchise from an IP they loved. They did it with Rainbow, then they did it with Siege, which they already was the thing that destroyed Rainbow. Then they did it with Ghost Recon, and they continue to do it with Assassin's Creed to this day. This whole project has been about finding out where they went wrong and how Mirage can fix it. Up until Origins, I thought Black Flag was the turning point for this game, losing what made it great. And while I still think there's truth in that, a lot of truth in that, this is an entirely different pile of disappointment. Please, I'm begging you, take what this game is, give it a new name, and release it for the people who love this. And give those of us who love Assassin's Creed the chance to play Assassin's Creed again. Next week, or in 2 weeks, depending on how things work out, you'll be getting my conclusion essay where I break down everything we've talked about, give out some awards, and lay out my hopes for what we find in Mirage. I don't know what Mirage is going to be, I just desperately hope it isn't more of this, because I think that would be the last time I ever touched a game in the franchise. I know a couple of you are probably wondering when I'll be doing Odyssey and Valhalla, and the simple answer is I won't be covering them. I don't have the time available in my schedule, and frankly, I don't want to play them nor flay them in the form of a video. Tell you the truth, after working on this for so long, all I want to do is enjoy Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty when it comes out, but I'm going to see this through. So, the schedule for you guys, I'm all the way back in August right now, just if this sounds a little weird. After this video comes out, you should be getting the Assassin's Creed breakdown, then you should be getting the Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty review, and then after that, you should see the AC Mirage review. Hope that all works out that way, we'll see. As always, if you have any questions you want answered in the next video, leave them down below. If you just want to tell me I suck, leave it down below. Thank you to anyone who has followed me on this journey and to the end of this video. The comments you guys leave are what keep me going, positive or negative, and I appreciate it. Excited to bring you guys something fresh and new soon, but for now, we can end this here. This is Purple signing off. Have a wonderful night, and always remember to smile. Thanks, guys.
No one knows of our existence. Like a moon, we are the Hidden Ones. From darkness we have come, and in darkness we shall stay. Humans are not meant to last forever, but this creed will. The creed is the only immortal thing in the world.